Just gonna turn the mic on now so we don't startle anyone. Hello! What reveal am I doing there? Oh no, I'm not revealing anything. Look at me. Hi everybody. Happy time zone. Finally catching a stream? Oh well, welcome Logan. Going to have this on mute, so you'll be voting blind. Good luck with that Sanity Creations. All right, let me just finish getting my screens organized here. Alrighty. Okay, we're prepared. We're doing fine. This is fine. There we go. Was I allowed to close that window? We're still connected. We're still connected. Hi everybody. Hello, hello. Okay, so let's... I have the friends that you requested here. Let's swap screens for a second. How's that? Are we back? I'm so sorry, guys. I turn the mic off at the end of stream because it often takes me like 10 minutes to close the stream. And then I forget to turn it back on again. All right, all I was saying is that I have procured the friends requested. We have Caterpickle, Thalulu, and we've renamed this one Doppelganger at the end of the last session, so yeah. So those are our friends for the stream today. And none of them have anything to do with the options available today, I'm pleased to tell you. We are starting 5 completely new lines. So that's kind of fun. Fixed. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry about the microphone. Okay, let's have a look at... Oh, I'm still here, I promise. Sorry, I forgot to turn the intro off. I'm just going to take a second here. We're good. All right, let's... oh no, wait, I need to be at the back of the other screen. I need to be here. I'm going to show you how the ones from last week turned out. So, first up last week, you guys picked... Oh, sorry, I've been practicing my sketches every morning. So we've got the Sharkosaurus. We have a little Patu friend who I would die for, and this little chubby dino guy. I told you, I've been talking about a lot that I want to be getting better at the sketching, and the only way to get better at something is to practice it. So that's what I've been doing at that desk this morning. Well, last night, but still here this morning. So let's have a look at the ones we made last week, right? I'm glad you love the little ducky. Okay, maybe I'll leave it in the background so you guys can enjoy it a little bit. All right, so last week we started with 9 tails, and this is how Lola turned out. So we got all of them. Sorry, that's a little, I know it's a little creepy, but it's the only way I could find to attach all of the tails to the limited butt space. Yeah. So the patterns for these ones here I actually got up to Patreon last night. So anybody who's a patron has already seen photos of these guys if they wanted to. So that's Lola. She is a showgirl. Now next came, I think we named her Belladonna, the Victory Bell. There she is, with her little teeth in the mouth. Did those just by like stitching white yarn over and over and over again, the same stitch until it built up a little nub. I think that worked really nicely. She's got her little lid. She looks like a politely muffled yawn from the other way up. So there, she's got little spots. Her little stinger turned out a little bit wibbly wobbly, but fine in general. So that's how she turned out. And that is a pocket for anyone who missed it last week. Excuse me. It's a pocket. She was holding bobby pins for us for a while, but there we go. So that's Belladonna. And finally there was Wiggles the Wigglytuff, who we only got like 2 pieces done of, but I did finish her off camera. So I was really worried that her dollop was too big, but I think it turned out kind of proportionate to the rest of her. I remembered to do the little white tips on the tips of the ears. I think Nerdateer, you were the one who reminded me about that. Oh yeah. Anyone else think put me back in the kiln from Game Grumps? I'm not familiar with that, I'm afraid. Your top 5? Oh, lovely. Yeah, see, she's one of my top favorites now as well. There's something just, I don't know what it is about the plant ones, but the plant ones just seem to really resonate with me when I make them. But yeah, so those were the 3 we got to last week, bringing us up to 58 of the original 151 made. Now, Lola, I did end up having to put a weight into all 4 of her feet to help counterbalance the tail, but in general, she's pretty stable. As stable as you could really ask with that much hair care to deal with. Yeah, and there's our little friend there who can join us for today's stream. And I'm going to move these out of the way now. So, on to today's theme. Is the mic still on? Yes. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so that's the updated Pokedex. There we go. So we added those 3 in. And today you can see a little hint of it in the corner. We are doing an Olympic theme. Now, disclaimer here, I have not watched a single second of the Olympics. I am peripherally aware of what's happening with pole vault guy. No, pommel horse. It's pommel horse guy. But that's it. So I do not expect any information about the actual Olympics from me. 3, 4, what's happening?
We're 3rd/4th on gold medals.
Are we? Okay. Anyway, yeah, not really my sort of thing. Sometimes I used to watch the gymnastics a little bit. What did we name Wigglytuff? Wigglytuff was Wiggles. Hi, Tornado Kate. Welcome. Game Grumps. Oh no, I've heard of the channel. We're making fun of Weepinbell once, and that was a line they said, oh, poor Weepinbell. Anyway, so we are doing an Olympic theme today, and I have very carefully selected 5 events and the 5 Pokemon who have nominated themselves to participate in these events. As I mentioned before, they are 5 that we haven't done any in their lines before, at least I think we haven't. Okay. We've made a few of them now, so there's potential that I've maybe confused myself a little bit, but I genuinely think we haven't made any in any of these lines. And that's not to say that the Pokemon nominated here are going to be the best at these sports. They're just the ones who wanted to play these particular sports or participate in these particular events. So we have Taekwondo, volleyball, dressage, boxing, and fencing. And the colors behind the word are sampled from the sprites, so they are on the Pokemon somewhere. So let's get this first vote started. If I remember how to do that bit. There it is. Okay, start a poll. Now, I should have left the numbers in because numbers would be way easier than typing these out, but I'll have a go. So, there are 5 different events listed there. Only 4 can be included in the first poll, but because we usually get through 3 or 4 Pokemon, we need to have enough to be able to pick in the later ones. So to start with, we are going to be choosing between volleyball, taekwondo, dressage, and boxing. Feel free to guess in the chat as well as to who you think has nominated themselves for these events. There we go. Everybody register your votes and we'll see which event we're going to watch first. Taekwondo and boxing has to be Hitmonlee and his counterpart, whose name you can't remember. Yep. I believe you were referring to Hitmonchan. I always get those 2 mixed up. Okay, so boxing is Hitmonchan and yeah. Dressage is basically horse dancing. Boxing, horse, you could just do the first letter of the word's phrase. Yeah, Rochelle, I might do that later. It's just because the keyboard's on the other side of the desk and there's just a lot between me and it. Dressage is fancy horse dancing. Like the rider and the horse, like clip-clop between numbered posts or lettered posts around a ring, and they do like trotting and cantering and funny little bouncy steps. You used to do dressage for 17 years, medal and ribbon. Wow! Yeah, my sisters used to do all sorts of dressage and show pony events. I was allergic to horses. Still am. Hello to New Orleans. Hi, Jane. There are a few in the first 150. There's Ponyta and Aphrodite. That's correct. Those are the 2 sort of ponies in the first 151. Mickey putting her vote behind volleyball. Okay, so it looks like dressage is currently in the lead with 56% of the vote. So we'll give it another few minutes, or not another few minutes to sort of rack up, but we'll let that tick over for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess now that fencing is far-fetched, CJ Mantle, not a bad guess. Your dad's allergic to horses, yeah. Grew up around horses and cows and all that jazz, but Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, Ponyta, Farfetch'd, and Ghastly. Can't help my vote. I'm currently hyperfixated on volleyball. Kabutops maybe fencing. Coughing is volleyball. Team fencing next round. This is me reading the comments, not confirming anything, just in case anyone's getting worried about that. We've not made either, so I don't know how she'd pick. Which is Rapidash for dressage. I played volleyball for years. Last year of high school, you injured yourself, so you couldn't play. Oh, that sucks. I played netball for almost a decade before I took an arrow to the knee. Before I injured myself. High impact sport, surprisingly. And yeah, then couldn't play anymore. All right, let's just close this off. I think that we've got a fairly conclusive answer here. We ticked down another couple of points, but it's when 54% of you want dressage, 54% of you get dressage. Alrighty, there we go. So, yep, first place was dressage with 53% of the vote, volleyball at 26%, taekwondo at 13%, boxing at 6%. Okay, let us reveal who is behind door number 1. Well, door number 3, technically. And being careful to only erase the layer we want to erase because I haven't messed it up yet. But that's not to say it won't happen in future. Oh, I recognize some tiny feet. Do we recognize the tiny feet? It is Ponyta. Now, Ponyta nominated herself for this event thinking that she would have a natural advantage until they told her she had to ride the horse. Because Ponyta is a Pokemon. She's not a horse. So Ponyta had to perch herself upon a dressage horse and it just didn't go very well for her. There we go. So we are making Ponyta first today. Let's swap our screens here. And we've got to just do a little bit of housekeeping here. We'll swap our Wigglytuff out for a Ponyta. There we go. She's facing the wrong way. We do like them to watch what we're doing. So we'll flip the pony. Not to be confused with flipping the bird. And we will update our counter. No, we don't need to update our counter. We'll update the counter after we've made Ponyta. Legit thought for a second. Keldeo? Oh yeah, sorry. Keldeo's a little far in the future from what we're doing. My Little Pony. Legit thought for a second. Wish I was better at doodling to draw a Ponyta on a horse. Yeah. I don't know if it's something I'm going to try. Now, I have both of my pencils here today. One of them's scratchy and makes a terrible noise, and one of them's nice. And so, just give me a second. I think that's the scratchy one. Yeah, it's a softer lead. Which is... No, that makes sense, because it's a H and that's a 5H. Aw, Tornado Kate, you can ride the tornado. Alrighty, so yeah, as per usual, I'm just going to start by doing a little sketch of Ponyta to try and sort of work out the pieces that we're going to need. She is from my hard list. Like, we've split all of the remaining Pokemon up into like easy, medium, and hard. She's on the hard list. Just because of how many pieces there are, and anything to do with fire is just going to be a problem. So she's got like usual pony form. That is so overexposed. I'm going to do it. I'm going to play with the lighting on camera. How's that? Can we see better without the light on at all? Oh, that's too bright. I apologize. Okay, we're just going to go without the light for a little bit. And I'll fix it when I take my first break. But in the meantime, I think you'll be able to actually see a little better without it on than you can with it on. Alrighty. Who's hunting Anorith? Hi, Logan. Currently shiny hunting your favorite Pokemon for Fossil Week. Oh yes, I did see. It was mentioned in the Discord that today is apparently part of Fossil Week, but last week we did talk about doing the Olympics, and so I did think it was an appropriate theme. Plus it's hard to keep track of what weeks are what, wherever they are. All right, so the legs for ponytail I'm definitely going to be just doing as tubes. I don't think we need to like go into doing a lot of fussy shaping because all it does at the scale we're talking about here is provide instability instead of structure. If she was a bit bigger, the shaping would provide structure. So obviously I've made a lot of like horses and quadrupeds before. You can see a lot of them on my channel, but we are going to try and make Ponyta her own unique being. And I've always thought of her as like very dainty. She's a very tiny, pretty pony. Oh yeah, I'm also a big fan of the shiny Ponyta. Shiny Ponyta has the blue fire. Let's see, she's got this big head woof. And I suppose the question of the day is, are we brushing yarn to make fluffy fire, or am I crocheting shapes like we did with the Charmander line? So you have a brief window of opportunity here to register an opinion on that subject before I either agree or go rogue. But this girl's got a lot of fiery bits. That girl is on fire. Okay, and she's got the burning mane. And I don't even know how to begin to describe what this shape is, but she's got a shape for a tail. Brush, brush, brush. I'm seeing brush, brush, brush. And what's funny here, right? I'm actually looking at this sprite properly for one of the first times, and I always pictured her with like horse ears, you know, but her ears are actually like triangle and on the side of her head, which I think is very interesting and noteworthy. Now, if we make her small enough, she may not take the whole stream. Okay, so the thing is with brushing is that it means that a lot of it will happen off camera. We'd make the main base of the tail and the mane, like this big head floofy bit, but a lot of what's happening on her legs and down her back, I'll just be doing off camera. Fluffy, not fluffy, fluffy, not fluffy. Do we need a poll? I'm seeing a lot of brush. So if you are anti-brush, best be vocal right about now. And by that I mean in the 10 or 15 seconds that the stream delay is. Watch Gengar might try to get a taste of Ammonite. Yeah, hungry boy. Vote is for no brush. Okay, I'm gonna start a poll just so that we can get I can get a real clear answer. I'm gonna call it brush or stitch. Have your say. Okay, and there's our little pony. Okay, guys, brush has 90% of the vote, so I'd say that's fairly conclusive. Hey, Grim Squirrel, I always used to call my Ponyta Mustang. Oh no, it's not Mustang, Sally. Sally. No brush, blurt, the sound is like nails on a chalkboard. Okay, well maybe I do all of the brushing off stream, so that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be brushed. I think I might need to check the Discord. Oh, we got a Ponyta butt. Thank you, Crafts by Lee. And Mr. Bones. Ponyta does have butt floofs like a golden retriever. No brush, we don't like the damaged yarn. Brush is the most popular, but I personally just tend to not. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Like, don't get me wrong, I think as a technique it has its place, but I also prefer to like be a little, I feel like I have more control over the shaping when I'm not brushing them. Okay, I will ruminate on the subject. Okay, so we're gonna need a little head shape. Potentially we can curve the head down into the neck, but I don't really want to like go too crazy with the various shaping. So maybe the head and neck is one piece. And then we do just a little bean for a body. And some tubes for the legs. So front legs are just French fries. And back legs are curly fries. Not quite curly fries, but they have a little bit more to them. I think without the brush it might look a little derpy. I can always make an executive decision, and I always will make an executive decision, but sometimes it's good to get an accurate read for which way you guys think, because you guys honestly have a lot of ideas and have saved me from myself a couple of times. Can we do both and please everyone? Maybe, I don't know. I do not know, but a decision will be made. And that's okay. That's why you come to my stream. It's you know that the burden of this decision will be taken from you, and I am the one who has to actually do something with it. So, all right, and the little ears are kind of just these little triangles, which is, honestly, I'm a little bummed out. I had my little Pegasus ears locked and loaded. And thank you to Loot for charging their 3DS to provide screenshots. I actually really appreciate that. But what's an amazing, I'd probably want just use real fire. Yeah, just use real fire, sure. So with the storms that we had this week, we did have a power outage, and so we did keep fire as a pet for a little bit. Anyway, those are the shapes that we need for Ponyta. So now it's time for colors, and you guys always have lovely, strong opinions on colors, which is honestly very helpful. I kind of want you always here when I'm starting a project. So I'm thinking cream, right? Cream for the pony, not pale yellow. Oh, I might have to get up and actually fix that light. Hold on. We'll just do our best here. 1 second. Faith, you did not miss any spoilers. I let people pick who they wanted to see on the desk today. And Gengar was one of the votes, as was Caterpickle and Thalulu. So that's all. Okay, we agree on the cream? Yeah, there are... Sometimes I'm tricking, sometimes I'm not. I can tell you that there are, except for the drawing of Ponyta, no spoilers on the desk today. Promise. Okay. We have cream. Then for the fire, we definitely need the bright yellow today. And for the orange, we can go actual orange. Neither camera is showing that truly faithfully. Or I have some of that reddy brown, well not reddy brown, but that reddy orange that I've been using for like the red accents for things. Mr. Bones, what did you just share? Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at the Discord now. I could crochet the shape and then brush that bit, any yarn that comes off you could felt back on. Yeah, true. Yeah, I was thinking about crocheting the shapes for the main head floof and for the tail, and really it's just about whether or not I'm, yeah, anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We like the true orange, I like the true orange too. Good choice. All right, hello honey.
Hey, pretty lady. There are some discrepancies online regarding the back of Ponyta's hooves.
Okay.
They look just perfectly straight, and that'd be perfectly acceptable, but in some of the models there's a gap at the back, and that's because they're going off actual like hoof anatomy, where they've got the little gap in the back, and it's supported around the front.
Ponies only have one toe.
Yeah, they've only got one toe, but like that toe comes out like a thumbnail curled all the way around.
Speaking
so that's why I posted the picture. There's like a little gap at the back, but you don't need it.
It's an upsetting picture.
It's just a close-up of their feet.
I know, but it looks upsetting.
Their feet are beautiful. You're wonderful. Do not change.
It's the back of a hoof and still looks upsetting.
The only thing upsetting is that she hasn't shaven her armpits.
That's not upsetting. Why would that be upsetting? Anyway, the hooves. I haven't picked a color for the hooves. I need like a navy blue. I'm digging through my bucket of yarn. There we go. Dark blue for the hooves. Some of you may notice that you can see different shelves in the background than you normally again because I've had to tilt the camera up. That's because Mr. Bones reinflated my ball for me. And so now I'm I'm sitting about this much higher than normal, which means my elbows are down here instead of up here when I'm working, so I shouldn't have the same shoulder issues and neck issues that I've been having the last couple of weeks, so that bodes well for the stream. We worked out that the ball I sit on had just like deflated and deflated and deflated until I was working like this, and that's not good for you, it turns out. The face of despair. Mr. Bones having a nap. Yeah, he's just patting his frog. Apparently not quite as prepared as I thought I was for this stream. There we go. Alright, we've got our notebook. We have our hook. Alright, hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. What can we give you to keep you occupied? Nothing. We can't do anything. All right, so we've got foot color, body color, fire color. These are our colors for our ponyta. I'm going to be using safety eyes for her as well, just because I think that you can see how a round eye will sit pretty nicely in that face, and we'll just cover the top part of it with a little eyelid. Well, he's not. It's not a euphemism. He's actually patting his frog. He's knocked the strawberry off. Because little frog has a strawberry hat. Anyway, we are what, half an hour in? Let's actually do some crochet, shall we? So, ponyta. Is it ponyta or ponita? You have a non-ponyta question for me? Go ahead, Simba. Flamenco for the name. Wait, isn't that the name of that flamingo one in the latest generation? Isn't that one like actually called flamenco? I'm a little out of the loop with the latest ones. Okay, all right. Oh, do I want to start with the head? We can start with the head, though I'm feeling the need to start with one of the feet, but that's not necessarily the place to go because the feet are tubes and so they're really easily sized for whatever we want them to be. But the head is a lot more specific. So even though I don't want to start with the head, I think we need to start with the head. That's Flamigo. Okay, sorry, my apologies. I like Sally, but Mr. Bones keeps track of all the names and you guys get to vote. And I very, very rarely overrule you guys on the name. It's just every so often I see a name that I like a lot, and it would break my little heart to name them anything but that name. And so that's what we end up going with. Why are we naming Ponyta Murder? Just looking for an opinion. Oh, there we go. You're making a Snorlax head for a pillow. It's not growing as fast as you would like. Should I double the yarn or just keep increasing? It depends on what you want the final texture of the piece to be. So I tend to not double my yarn because I like the look of the smaller stitches, even if it means I have to work like 4 times as hard to build up to larger sizes. But if you like the look of the giant bobbly stitches, which can obscure the shape, then absolutely why work harder than you need to? And I would just go, I wouldn't introduce a double strand, I would start again with a double strand or even a triple strand. I think the most strands I've ever worked with is 11. I made a little mat for the floor, which turned out to be very expensive, but I was very inexperienced at the time and thought, oh hey, cool, I'll just make myself a cheap floor rug and I'll save money because I'll make it myself. Wrong. I was wrong. The amount of, I think it's like $200 worth of yarn in that one floor rug. You like squishy? Well, awesome. Then there's absolutely no reason not to use a double strand and save yourself all of the hard work of using tiny stitches. Right, I'm trying to work out how big I want the end of her nose to be because it's going to say a lot about our finished pony. Oh yes, larger hook as well. That is correct as well. If you use a double strand of yarn, you're going to need to like play around a little bit to see what size hook you want to use. Because I found you don't want to just straight double the size of your hook, but you might want to jump up. If, for example, if I was going from DK to a double strand of DK, I would possibly go from a 3.5 up to maybe a 5. You named your shiny ponyta Chow Mein. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's 6. That could arguably be the end of her nose, because even with that as the end of her nose, she's still going to turn out of a size. Yee. Yeah, okay. I'm not going any bigger than this. We're going to do our best to stay as small as possible. So we'll build up a little snoot. This is going to make inserting the eyes tricky, but that's not current me problems. That's me in like 15 minutes' problem. And I'm good with that. She's got this under control. 4, 5. Dainty little nose, you support it? Excellent. Okay. For context here, I'm making the end of her nose basically the same size as the end of Ninetails' snoot. So like, we're not making her teeny. It's impossible with this kind of yarn. But, my love, you are lurking.
Speaking of death, don't forget to kill the poll.
Oh, my apologies, you were correct. Okay, so 80% of you said brush. I'm so torn on that subject. We'll see. We'll see how we feel when we get to adding those details. Because either way, I don't have to think about it until the last thing. What about if you don't want to brush yarn? Do you have really fluffy yarn I could use? No, I don't like using fluffy yarn. Alright, so, and now we'll do a little bit of a lift. Just to start angling that nose. Good suggestion though. I will say, like that would have been a solution if I kept any kind of fluffy yarn in the house, but honestly, it's so expensive, and that means that I don't keep the colors that I want to use anyway. So I don't tend to reach for it when I'm go looking for projects. And guys, taste testing the ponytail drawer. Yeah, he explores the world by licking. Okay, that's just how he gets the job done. 1, 2, 3. Increase. I'm already forgetting to write things down. Today's stream's gonna get messy. Is Tunisian crochet good for amigurumi? I've not tried it, but in my experience, isn't Tunisian crochet stereotypically like flat pieces? I prefer brush, but you should just do what works for you. Yeah, I will. Don't worry about that. I will do what works for me. I do not like to discount your input, because a lot of the time you guys have really good ideas. And like, all of this is just a giant learning opportunity. So, he's just a baby. There's just nothing I can do that has him not tasting everything in sight. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh, tiny pony head. She's so small. Okay. Do need to get a little bit more aggressive with my growing here, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to curve the head around the way I want to, and I don't want to make the neck as a separate piece. Have I ever made anything from My Little Pony? I have. I've made Fluttershy from cotton yarn. I think there's... I don't know if I took the video down, actually. I've always hated the thumbnail, but it was like the 3rd or 4th video I posted on this channel was me making Fluttershy. And I planned on making all of them, but I don't know. It was around that point I realized how unsatisfying I was finding it dealing with other people's IP. And I understand the irony of saying that while I'm working through all of the Pokemon, but both things can be true at the same time. 4 single crochet and an increase. Now this is going to add 30% more width to this, so I probably don't even want to do this aggressively, but we'll see. We're going to just try something and see if we like it. I need a bobby pin. Ooh, what's a good name for Rapidash? You're going to suggest a name and then you realized it would work better for Rapidash? I've got my bobby pin. Thank you very much. Are safety eyes even going to fit? That's what I mean about, like, that's not my problem right now. That's my problem in a minute. The answer is, I don't know. But we're going to find out together. Yay. Boldly stitching where none have stitched before. Mm. 5 and 6. See, I'm kind of shooting from the hip here a little bit because logically I should only be adding increases to the top right now, but instead I'm evenly placing increases the whole way around just to see if I like the shape. Sometimes I have a hard time with these really small shapes, being able to tell if I actually like the shape they are or if they just haven't become the shape yet. So sometimes adding some extra increases can help bring that to a head. A pony head. What can I feed the Gengar? This is an ongoing battle here. Do I have anything tasty? Oh, that's food appropriate. There you go, mate. It's a strawberry. I don't want it to look rude. There we go. He's just having a snack. The safety eyes don't fit. There's a way to make circles by wrapping black yarn around a darning needle a few times when sewing. Yeah, Fox, I think that's, is it French knots or something like that? But yeah, like we can always embroider them on. We've kind of gone half and half with embroidery and safety eyes throughout this series. So I'm not afraid to sew them on either if I can't get them to fit. But I think that with that latest bit of growth, the eyes might fit. Eight, 9, 10, 11, and 12, bringing us to the back of the face, which, excuse me, sir. See, now it looks like he's spitting it at them while they huddle away from him. Which brings us to this part here at the back of the face. So at this point, I'm going to grab a pencil instead. We're going to start expanding out down this way. So we're like here, and we're going to expand out this way. So these rows will no longer be straight up and down. They're now going to start like curving in a kind of strange way, which will lead us to having like an angled end at the bottom. Do he like strawberries? I'm not sure. He's tasting a strawberry though. We want to name Pony to Thaura? Ah, totally. Geez, that's a deep pull. Hello, Sam. Poor Gengar gets no love. I love Gengar. He's literally my favorite Pokemon. Well, Gyarados and Gengar. I was very, very pleased when they released a Mega form, if only because they finally made Gengar, like, Gengar's shiny form should be white, okay? He should be a spoopy ghost. He should be white, instead of just being a slightly different shade of blue. Okay, so now I need to work out where I'm curving the neck, and I think I'm just going to do it straight away because that looks like the top of the head to me. We could try putting the safety eyes in. I won't snap the backs on just yet, but we can position them to alleviate any fears you guys might have about whether or not they'll fit. Because I think you'll find they'll be fine. Because as I said 15 minutes ago, I got this under control. I thought I could only hold 6 Pokemon at once. I don't understand that particular one. Nat would have a fit if I let him lick Caterpickles, so no, we're going to keep Thalulu between them as a buffer. It's a tiny pony. And while there isn't a lot of room in there, there is absolutely room to snap the backs on. I used to watch the Saddle Club back in the day. Where else would you learn that hello world? This is me. That song actually charted. Which is so funny to me. I remember listening to it on the computer class radio in primary school. Ninetales can just come sit on the screen. Sorry, I understand that I'm going very slowly this morning. But she a fancy lady. See, I think I've changed the rotation slightly when I put those eyes in, and now I'm just trying to like recalibrate myself a little bit, so that's what the holdup is right now. Because change the rotation, which changes where I would need to put the increases for the neck, which is what my problem currently is. But if I move those eyes up one, that makes this the top of the head instead of the bottom of the head, and so now the neck is down here, which is going to work better for us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, no, 4. 4, and then we're at the bottom of the neck, where we're going to do 4 increases because we don't fuss around when it comes to increasing out this dramatically. You just gotta do the thing. You gotta do the do. Grim Squirrel's starting to sing along. Thank you very much, Faith. I was quite pleased with her, even if the back of her is very face hugger, where all of her tails connect. Was that 4? That was 4. Five is more even. Sorry, but this is just an evolving pattern. It is evolving as we go. Yeah, time zones are tricky. I feel like we discuss time zones a lot around here. Because I am in Western Australia, and we are very far away from everything. So time is a little bit of a construct. There we go. So that's the start of that curve. Sorry, it's the cream on the white. I can't wait until we're done with all of these like cream and beige colored Pokemon so you can start actually seeing what's happening again. Yeah. Thank you for the distraction. Thank you for the distraction. Good morning, Thrifty Crocheter. Hit your third ad since the stream opened. We've been going for almost 45 minutes. That's, don't get me wrong, that's a little excessive, but I won't be too worried unless that continues like that, okay? I can't really do much about it, but I can do some things. 16. So now we're going to continue single crocheting over the top of the head because it just wants to continue straight, and then we're going to increase down the front again some more. So 1, 2, 3. Sorry, that's just the end of the row. And her eyes do be crooked, but that is why we do not snap eyes on until after we've done things like neck shaping. But positioning them to get an idea of which way's up is just never a bad idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the same. That's a single crochet into every single crochet from the last row. But then in the last row we finished, sorry, we didn't finish. In the last row we did 5 stitches and then we did 4 increases, which look something like this, right? Each circle represents a stitch that we did. You can't really see it on stream, so I don't really know how much value there is in me explaining this, but those were just single crochet and those were just single crochet, and then we did these 4 increases. Now I do want to put 4 increases in this row as well, this next row, but I want them to be centered within those 4 increases. So if I wanted to grow evenly, I could just evenly space them and go increase, single, etc. But because I'm still really trying to focus that center part of it out, instead I'm going to position 4 increases in those middle 4 stitches and just do single crochet in these 2 and in these 2. And so that's kind of how I'm working out this next row. That is going to focus that growth in the middle front, which is what we want to be doing. So 7 single crochet, 4 increases, and then 5 single crochet, which should get us to, who's doing math? It's 12 plus 8 is 20. It's going to get us to 20 stitches. Yeah. Thank you, Lauren's Fiesta. I appreciate that. If you're subscribed to Complicated Knots, comment the yarn ball. Pokemon question, would Pokemon Violet or Scarlet be too much for a complete Pokemon noob? Would it make sense? Also, what's the difference between Violet and Scarlet? I know the difference, but it's also a little bit of a spoiler, and I can't answer because I haven't played them personally, but I'm actually also interested in that question because I haven't played since the 3DS, and I would really like to play Scarlet, Violet, and, well, specifically I want to play I think Scarlet's the one that I want to do because I like the look of the exclusives in Scarlet better than Violet. It's part of my just personal style. They're fairly accessible for beginners, as they are modern games and hand-holdy enough for new players. However, they are very buggy. Okay, I hadn't heard that they were very buggy. Mustang Sally is now stuck in your head. Oh, here come the yarn balls. I mean, honestly, I'm expecting it to be all of you, not as it like a, oh, of course you're all subscribed, but as like a, I'm pretty sure that we have the same like 200 to 300 people at these streams, and you tend to be the more hardcore fans. Nerdatia, somebody said if you're subscribed, comment the yarn ball. So folks are just playing a little game. Okay, now I forgot to put the yarn stitches in that create a concentrated jawline, and I'm wondering if I need to go back and do that, because the way you make that little jawline pucker is with what you do is you load a single crochet 3 together, and then you immediately splay back out with a 3 single crochet into the same stitch in the next row, and that gives you that little pinch and that little flare. And otherwise she's going to look a little bit like a sock puppet. So I think I might have to go back and change one of these rows. It's hard in such a small space, because I definitely like this shaping for the neck that's happening, but I do think that we need to pinch the jawline in. So back we go. Okay, so we're back to the row where I think we did a row that I didn't write down in the book. Great, fantastic, love it when I do that. I believe I did a row of 12 single crochet there. But I think what I'm going to do instead is we want to position 2 jaw decreases, right? With an arch over the head and room for 4 single crochet to be in between, but it can just be 2 for now, because when we flare back out, it will become 4. This math is a lot. There's a lot of thoughts going here. We're layering it up. You don't like the cold weather? I'm a fan of cold weather. To a certain point. I don't like it when my bones start to ache. Let's see. And then across the top, when we did our increases, we needed it to be 8. So that would be 1 and 2, 3 and 4. So that only has to be 4 across the top. That's 2 right now. That will become 4, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Love it when my math checks out. So that's the answer to everything that, yeah, that's just the answer. That's the answer to everything. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we want to do 3 and then 1. So this row is no longer 12 single crochet, and I didn't write it down anyway, so. And instead, it's going to be 3 single crochet 3 together, 2 single crochet 3 together, and a single crochet, and that's going to pull us down to what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because it removes 4 from the row. And then in the subsequent row, we are going to have to adjust a little bit, and it'll be 3 single crochet and then 3 into the same stitch. And then 2 increases, because we're still building that neck out simultaneously, just to keep life interesting. And then, so there's just a lot of increasing happening in that row now, so it'll have to be retested, but I think it's going to turn out fine. I think it's all going to be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Does knock us off our nice even progression, but we'll get over it. 4 increases go there. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of this on my notebook, which I know you guys can't really see necessarily. All right, we'll do a name roundup in a second. Yeah, do a name roundup in a second. That's an idea as well for the mane. Instead of doing either brushing or solid shapes, we could just do a bunch of crocheting over the tails into little tight spirals and like load a bunch of them up like hair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that becomes 6. 4, and that becomes 4. this whole thing gets us to 18. So that's not actually a bad way to do that count, but I do need to go back a little bit further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've already done the first 2 stitches of that row, and so this is our third one. Try not to pop our eye out. There we go, 3. Now we make a little jawbone. A tiny little jawbone, and then 2 single crochet. And then another little one. And a 1 back to the start. The tiniest pony head in all the land, but I don't know if you can even see that, but like now that kind of curves upwards, and in the next one it's going to flare out from behind that, which is going to give her just that little bit more of a pony jaw. Like the last 5 minutes of work have literally just been to make sure that she has a chiseled jawline. She's Henry Cavalry. I'm sorry, I amuse myself. 2, 3. We like the name Flamenco. What do you mean the heat is terrible? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the heat here. Might want to watch Gengar before it spits the strawberry at Nine Tails. Yeah, he does look like he's sizing up his shot. He's mischief, but he's our boy, so... Nothing but love for the Gengar. No, we aren't there yet, but can Rapidash be a Malthea after the last unicorn? Oh! Maybe? Actually, I always forget that Rapidash has a horn. But you're right, absolutely does. Sometimes we do naming in entire lines. Today I think we might do separate naming, so it's just a matter of like, when we get to Rapidash, suggest the name and we'll put that to the vote. Yeah, I don't like humidity. Humidity is the worst. Just want to rotate the eyeballs again. Every time we change the shaping, in such a small space, it changes where the eyes need to sit. Which is, yeah. It's making my life a little bit interesting at the moment. Because I don't know why I've made her head quite this tiny. But we're just going with it now. Your eyes just might have to be that tiny bit crooked. Okay, then we'll single crochet across the top again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And once again, growing the neck. 1, 2. No, I know Thaura, the silver Brumby. I feel ya. Mopoke, Mopoke. Oh, that Mopoke was savage. What's happening? What's happening? Okay, there we go. So we are back to where we were. And now we're going to start closing off the back of the head. And we're going to keep growing out the neck. So we want the neck to be a little bit longer. I'm not going to curve it into the body. As I mentioned, we're just going to make a separate bean. But we are going to continue curving down this head. So it means that we're going to start, again, quite aggressively closing off the top here. Probably with a single crochet 3 together, which will just immediately pinch that in. And adding increases to this part here to keep curving it down. Might mean that she ends up with a bit of a sassy neck, but we like a little bit of sassy neck. Sorry, Mary, I don't always see everything. Sent a meme in the memes channel in case anyone is wondering why you keep specifying West Texas. Okay. Have I seen Daybreaker? I have not, I don't think. Is that from the latest generation? Because I grew up with one generation, but I also quite enjoyed the Friendship is Magic era as well. But I understand that for merchandising reasons, they update them constantly. So I understand that I'm now at least one generation behind. So we're going to do a single crochet 3 together. Just going to draw this out. We've got 18 stitches, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is where our increases are. So I don't think we need to keep 4 going. I think 4 might continue the curve a little aggressively, but I do think keeping 2 there will be a good idea. So I'm going to position those there and there, I'm thinking. That's my thought, that's my thunk. We're going to decrease there. So this next row is going to maintain our stitch count at 18. It's going to take 2 away from the top of the head and it's going to put 2 back at the bottom of the chest. In theory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Increase, 2, increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's Gen 4 Friendship is Magic? Okay, I'm afraid I do not remember Daybreaker then. Oh, she was only in 1 episode. The Celestia version of Nightmare Moon, but she got fire hair, that's why you brought her up. Okay. Okay, well, if she was only in 1 episode, particularly if it was a later episode, that's why I don't know, why I don't remember it. One, 2. You should now. Bye, Filehouse. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know what DFW is. Oh, Tornado, what's happening? Oh, God. I've gone from calling you Katie to calling you Tornado Kate to calling you just Tornado, and I'm so sorry about that. I hope everything is okay. Daybreak was in 2 episodes. It was only for a few seconds. Wait, when I hear about a pony that was only in 2 episodes, I immediately go to, and I think it might be one of the season finales, like one of the finales, where they teased us with this absolutely kick-butt Rainbow Dash in a full suit of pony armor going to Pony War. And that was wicked. I wanted to see more in that world. That was interesting. Dallas Fort Worth. Okay. If you don't know what it is, don't say it until you Google it. That's fine. From context, it sounded like a place, though. He's just trying to keep me safe. There you go. Neat. Okay, so now we need to get more aggressive with the decreases, but we've reached the growth that we kind of need at the front. But I'm reaching a point where I really do need to snap the backs on these eyes if I'm going to be able to do it. So that's where this gets interesting. Now, I think those eyes are just going to have to stay where I've put them, even if it's not perfect. I think with the eyelid, they'll look a little less ambush predator and a little bit more pony. So one at a time, we're going to slide these in. And this is not easy. These two are just literally stuck together. But I buy them cheaply and in bulk, so that's what you get. Sometimes have to make edits. To be clear, I'm not trimming the backs of them. I'm trimming off the excess plastic that shouldn't be there anyway. This one here doesn't even have I might even just get a different one than that one there. That one there can be saved. I just don't want to confuse people into thinking I'm editing the backs of my eyes to fit into a tiny space. Maybelline. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Okay, and now we're going to fit one in. Oh, that was a pretty good poppy sound. There we go. And another one. Oh, that was a great sound. Okay, there we go. And now I'm going to tuck a little bit of stuffing into the end of this snoot because currently there's nothing in there holding its shape. Here's some I prepared earlier. Not really. Yeah, though I will say I have significantly fewer yarn scraps on my desk since I did the canvas coral reef. Because anyone who watched that will know that I used a lot of the stuffing, oh, hey, it's right here, behind this piece and behind this piece because yarn scraps have less of an insidious way of like creeping out. And even if they do, it's a feature. Greetings from Buffalo. Hello to Buffalo. Or Cabernet, Maybelline. Ooh, Nessa, I'll have to check that out later. I've got Discord closed at the moment because I have a tendency to get very distracted. But I always look when I'm after the next round of butt pics, so I'll probably see it then. Okay, and now we're going to decrease a little bit more. So 2 decreases. There's not room to do a perfectly centered single crochet 3 together, otherwise that's what I would do. So instead I'm going to put 2 decreases on one side and 1 decrease on the other, which will evenly balance the amount of decreasing happening and still remove a number of stitches there. So that's the plan. You want mayonnaise? Yeah, can't get, look, honey, you're freaking people out. We really need to get you someone your own size to play with. There we go. They're the same size. Wiggles is a little bit bigger and they're buddies. Okay, so yep, we're going to do the decreasey thing. And I may even just single crochet in between because I don't really want to curve this neck any further forward. Just extending it down is fine now. So single crochet will be fine for that. Let's move our bobby pin. There we go. Decrease, decrease. Flicker? Okay, is that from like my friend Flicker? 3. No, we already have a horsey. We do. What do we name horsey? Bubbles or Bubble? They're Bubble and Trouble or Double and Bubble? Trouble, Bubble, Double? I'll look it up in a second. I'll look it up in a second though, you guys probably know better. Am I going to sell these patterns at some point? They're all available over my Patreon. Excusing the ponytail that we're actively writing now. But no, I won't be selling them through my Etsy because I sell originals through my Etsy. That worked really well, and I think we're going to just keep going on that vein. So that got us down to 15, so this must have been 12. And we're going to do 2 decreases and a decrease. Sorry, yeah, just give me a second and I'll clarify again. That was very, very abrupt of me. Yeah, no, joining Patreon gives you access to everything that's on Patreon, which means that there's 100 and something crochet Pokemon patterns up there now, as well as everything else. And I will be continuing to post those there weekly or at whatever schedule we write them here, because I can't emphasize this enough. The Pokemon patterns do not exist before the streams. They just don't. I don't know what you guys are going to pick, and yeah, we're writing them as we go. That's what's taking so long. But I can't post them on Etsy because Etsy will potentially close down my shop for posting Nintendo IP. And some people do get around it. There are like loopholes for Pokemon inspired and whatnot, but I'm actively trying to make mine as close as possible to the actual Pokemon. And I don't think that it's a fair use case for Pokemon inspired. So there we go. You can tell the users who had a horse phase, you had a dolphin phase. I'm still in my dragon phase. Lifting my bag of stuffing down. This is my bag of stuffing. And I'll go through that uncomfortably fast. Okay, yeah, Mr. Bones, would you mind doing a name roundup for us? Have you been keeping track?
1 second. Did you see the message from Noda to your master?
I did not.
Oh, there was one here, I'll read it to you.
Yeah.
I've been pregnant with my first for about 2 months now, so already cry prone, but that song came on and I cried so hard. I had seen my baby's heartbeat for the first time that literal same day too.
What song?
I'm not sure, but like I saw that and I was just like,
Oh,
congratulations!
Congratulations, Noda Team Master. That's
So
awesome.
that was just really wonderful, and I wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that you heard that.
Mm. All right, we are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are down to 12 stitches. That might be the extent of the neck as well. Hello.
Did you want to mute the microphone for a second?
Sure.
And possibly the camera?
Okay, sorry guys, give us 1 second. Sorry guys, it's taking slightly longer than we expected. I'll be right back. Okay, we got that sorted. We're back. Mr. Bones got it fixed. Gotta love it when your hardware just sort of ups and quits on you. Anyway, what are we even doing? Let's pop my bobby pin back in just in case. Yeah, percussive maintenance, exactly. If all else fails, hit it with a hammer. He came in like a wrecking ball. Anywho. Alright, I think we could... I'm trying to decide if we need to shrink this neck down a little bit more. She's, after all, a very... sorry, she's unbelievably small. I think we need to continue the neck a little bit. But I think I'm just going to do... I can do just 12 around, or I can keep decreasing at the top. We're going to keep decreasing at the top. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It's just like... Is it even a Complicated Knots stream if we aren't experiencing some kind of technical problem? Right, so we'll decrease. Hello, my love.
Hey, pretty lady. I was just thinking, when you put the ears on, right?
Okay.
That could, like, help with the jawline a bit, because, like, they're going to, like, sew into the face.
What's wrong with the jawline?
Nothing wrong with the jawline. Everything's fine.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm sorry, guys. I just chased Mr. Bones out of the room. Do I have a favourite Gen 2 starter? Which were the Gen 2 starters again? Is that Totodile, Torchic, and Sceptile? Are they the Gen 2s, or is Cyndaquil the Gen 2s? No, Cyndaquil's one of the Gen 2s. Cyndaquil, Piplup, and Bayleaf? Chikorita? Chikorita. Someone tell me what the Gen 2 starters are. Alright, I think that's as much neck as necking is gonna neck. Totodile, Torchic, and Chikorita. Okay, well, Torchic. Torchic. Hi, Kiki Crochets. Yeah, Mickey, I'm not sure that those are, I can roll with it if, I could be wrong. I didn't think that they were it. Okay, so I'm going to finish this, as in, like, just trim it off, but I'm not going to, like, finish it off, as in, like, do the little knot thing in case we end up having to frog it or change any part of it to help it join up. Cyndaquil, Chikorita, and Totodile. Hey! I did pretty well there. Let's see, of those, Cyndaquil grew on me significantly after I'd made her, as I am wont to do, just because she's just a cute little stoat when she grows up. That said, Chikorita is sweet but a little bit sulky, and Totodile is a little bit... Oh, Totodile, If I have to carry it all the way through to their evolved, forms, I have to go Chikorita. But if I'm picking just the base form, Cyndaquil.
Totodile is like
Nay.
the kid that you give. Like, he just looks like a well put together lad, you know.
Nah, he looks like he's snappy.
Well, he's snappy.
Snappy.
He looks like he's well behaved, but also
Does
snappy.
he?
Like he's got chaos. But he's
I can only ever picture him like flapping his arms and legs as his jaw like snaps. Like that's literally.
I never saw him in the anime, but now I can.
That's the only visual I have for Totodile is the snappy flappy. Hi, Angel Whispers. Yep, you caught us. Chikorita is a sass queen. Totodile is your brother's favorite. I was gonna say your brother. So yeah, if like to have one of the evolved forms, I would have Meganium. That's the final form of Chikorita. I think it's Chikorita, Bayleaf, and then Meganium. I would have Meganium over Feraligatr, but I would have Cyndaquil over the Totodile or Chikorita. When you finish Gen 1, am I going to do the Pokemon wrap? I have gotten this question a lot. I might do it as a short because there's less stakes at play with shorts. I won't do a whole video that includes the Pokemon wrap because because I need the advertising revenue to live. So I can't have Nintendo coming and taking their slice of the pie if I use their copyright material, which is, you know, fair enough if I use their copyright material. But as a short, there's a way more leeway for that sort of thing. So yeah, chances of the Pokemon wrap are not 0. Just bear in mind who you are asking to do the Pokemon wrap, and there's going to be a little bit of a disconnect there, I think. You recently yoinked your childhood Totodile toy from your parents' house. It can spritz water. That sounds like fun. You've crocheted Cyndaquil and Chikorita and have the yarn for Totodile. Yay! What size? What size are you making them, Robin? I've given you the courage to try and crochet an amigurumi without a pattern. Do it! Yes! Do it! Absolutely! Be brave. The first one's going to be tricky, but like, we can do hard things. Right, I'm going up to 18 around, and I think I'm going to frog the last row that I made of the neck there, just because I think it's a little too restricted. Right, this is body. Always go for the fire type starters. That makes a lot of sense because a lot of the Pokemon you encounter in the first chunk of the game tend to be bug, plant, and normal, and fire is real good against all of those. That's not to say that like water isn't particularly good at all those, but you are at a decided disadvantage if you end up taking the grass starter, even if they are really cute a lot of the time. You're basically setting the difficulty for the game with those starters. I do wish that they'd branch out a little bit more. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand the impetus of taking, I don't know if I used that word correctly, water, fire, and plant. And I understand that they've mixed all kinds of like dark and fighting and all sorts of other things in with them as they evolve. Like, I get what they're trying to do there, but it'd be cool to have some alternate starters, or like taking a water starter gives you an advantage because you end up having a Pokemon with you that's powerful and can learn surf. But like a lot of the time, are there any starters that can learn fly? Can Blaziken learn fly? Anyway, you know what I mean? It's just like sometimes you're at a use case advantage just by taking the water type, but not always. I don't know. I feel like it's always really easy to find someone to carry cut. Sinnoh really traumatized you? You always pick the fire starter now. That's true, fire is hard to find. You hath returned your 3D print. Oh, 87% done after 7 hours. That's a bit rough, but that's nearly there. Like, that must mean you only have like between 1 and 2 hours to go. So that's not bad. Oh, Viola, it doesn't matter if you've done one with a pattern or not. I think I've made it 3/4 of the way through a pattern before I decided to start customizing my first ever amigurumi. Like, it's just, it is what it is. Go boldly. You tend to smash through the whole game with like 8 Pokemon. Except for with Pokemon White. Yeah, see, I'm the same Casey Bear. I put together a core crew and I don't swap out for type advantages. I just try and build a team that can manage everything, and then I over level it, which is not something I've been able to do with my Soul Silver run, but nonetheless is my preferred tactic, because I have ones that I just have an emotional connection to, and sometimes I don't know who they're going to be until I'm playing. Like, I ended up really, really attached to Crobat, Gengar, and sometimes I have a hard time picking between, I think it's Electros and Ampharos, but I do like having some sort of lightning creature, electric creature on the team. And then it's just a matter of, oh no, which dragon do I leave behind? Because goodness knows I'm collecting the dragons. Speaking of 3D printing, right? I am fascinated by it because I think that crochet is very similar to it in some ways, in that we're building things up one layer at a time, right? And I think it could be really fun to race a 3D printer, you know, like set it up to start printing and just see if I can design and make something faster than it can print it. I just think that that's
I was about to come in and say spoilers, but never mind. I heard you say it just as I was about to do it.
Oh, spoilers?
No, never mind.
How is it spoils?
No, it more spoilers if I explain why.
Okay. Okay. I'm so confused. What's the saying? The lunatics have taken over the asylum? I crocheted your first amigurumi with no pattern at all. You're so proud. Abra with DK yarn. Sits a foot tall. Wow, Katie, that's an endeavour. To answer the size question, Cyndaquil was made with worsted weight yarn and is probably pretty close to life size. Chikorita was made with cotton blend DK and about 6 inches tall. Robin, those are pretty big. Yeah, I've been putting off doing the Abra line. Don't get me wrong, Abra has been one of the options during one of the votes, but wasn't picked and I haven't put them up again since. They seem to have so many bits to them. That and things like Ride-On, so many layers of like tiny plates and stuff. It actually reaches a point though, when I look at the later generations, where I'm not sure that it's going to be feasible to continue making them all, if that makes sense. Like, I think that all of Gen 1 are doable, and probably up to a certain point, everything up to the end of Gen 4 is probably doable, but they do reach a point where I'm not even sure if they're possible. So, your partner has made a 3D printed dome structure for your crochet bouquet that you're working on. He says he 3D prints, but I'm a human 3D printer. Yeah, exactly. So, like, crochet is very 3D printy. Okay, so that's 3 rounds of just single crochet, and it's bigger than I expected it to be, so our ponytail might have some booty. Yeah, because that's too big to be the front, but if we make it her butt, and just say we're working from the butt forward, I can make that work. So I'll go down by 3, I'll put like 3 decreases in, just to sloop it on in. And I understand that giving her a bit more of a booty isn't technically the shape on the screen because she's a little bit more barrel chested, but slightly more barrel chested. She's a dainty little pony, don't get me wrong here, but I think that it'll work better. It'll balance better. She has just slightly more of a tush than she does a chest. So 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we'll do 3 repeats of 4 single crochet and a decrease. Are we talking about, is it Johnny Appleseed? No. Hydrate or dihydrate. Thank you very much, Casey Bear. Oh, you're very welcome, Chrome Angel. I found that every time any of them get picked, someone works their way out of the woodwork and they're just like, oh, this one's my favorite one. And I love that. It's one of my favorite things about Pokemon is that it doesn't matter which Pokemon it is, there'll be some hardcore fan base out there who loves that Pokemon to death. And I just think that that's a great lesson for us all to take in life, because while not everybody likes Ponyta, out there is a group of people who would live and die for Ponyta. And I think the people are the same. Are the tops of the hind legs going to contribute to booty shape? Potentially. But we can minimize that a little bit. She's just gonna have a nice sturdy butt. That's what we're gonna go with. Sturdy. Her head is not a derpy little snack. If anything, it's a tapeworm. Stay away from the Mr. Mime fan club. Yeah, there's something not right with those folks. My goodness, if I make her booty like this, then the legs might just be able to sew on underneath. Again, makes my life easier. Okay, we'll do some rounds of 15 single crochet now. How do we stop scope creep? Seems to be happening with every project. If you're referring to my projects, correct. I never can stop scope creep. I can delay scope creep by telling myself that the giant project that was going to take a month, I can work on after I finish this week's project. And then if this week's project takes all week, okay, well then the clock resets next week. It's like, okay, we can start that big project when we're finished. Again, next week will become this week, and so it has to be until we're finished this week's project. But sometimes having that project that you really want to do looming over you can be a powerful resource, because if you're wired like I am, procrastination is a very powerful tool if you can work out how to point it in the right direction. It's like, sometimes I can procrastinate doing a big project so well, my whole house gets cleaned. And I do my taxes, and I've gone to the grocery store, and yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like, sometimes scope creep isn't avoidable. I will also say that I have the added benefit of having a weekly deadline that I have to meet here on YouTube, and sometimes I miss it, and I am very slowly learning not to beat myself up about that, because I think sometimes it's way healthier for me to miss a deadline than it would be for me to hit the deadline for a variety of reasons. But yeah, having that deadline over the top of me means that I have to set reasonable goals and I have to work to reasonable timeframes. But I was recently watching some Skein Spider, actually. I was watching one of the videos on her channel. What was it called? It was called something like They're Lying to You. And it was talking about like the reality of putting out crochet projects on YouTube. And I am doing my best to start parallel processing some of my projects, which is just like, if I've got a project that's going to take 1 week, I'm going to do my best to get it done in 6 days, and then use that, like bank that day by working on one of the bigger projects. It'll give me a more consistent workflow, and it should help with my stress. I'm a very stressed individual in general. You finished an entire month of your temperature blankets by procrastinating making legs for your dragon? Exactly! It's the chain of procrastination. It's not that you don't want to do the thing, it's that you physically can't do the thing. So because you can't do that thing, oh well, we may as well get this other thing done. Venonat has not been made, that is correct. The Crochetdex. Okay, I really liked the Crochetdex series though. Anyone who hasn't watched that one there, I think it just wrapped up yesterday. Lee over at Skein Spider was doing like the Crochetdex games, and it was terrific fun. The opening ceremony had me in stitches. You've just this weekend finished the Hatching Baby Dragon with a small modification for your daughter's teacher. Oh, that's lovely, Shelley. Well, I mean, it's kind of being straddled by Mr. Bones at the moment, but I do have the Hatching Baby Dragon here in the background. Marigold's watching over and supervising. Okay. Right, good. Right, we're going to narrow down a little bit more. So we did 3 rows again. Go me. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to narrow down by 3 decreases again. So just, once again, just evenly placed around, which will get us down to 12. One day can I make some or one of the slimes from Slime Rancher? I just think they're cute, but also you'd love a tutorial if I do make it. Aren't they just... Okay, sorry, not just, because I understand that not everything is easy for some people, but aren't they, the slimes, aren't they like literally, that's what I think of when I think of slimes. The Slime Ranch is more like different to that, because I want to just gently encourage you to, with the idea that like, if you've crocheted, you can probably do that shape, rather than having to like wait for me to decide to make something from a game I haven't played. Which admittedly the chances aren't high of that ever happening unless I like completely fall in love with it, like what happened with the owlbear last year. Was that last year? Oh my goodness, the owlbear was last year. Yeah, they're mostly just blobs. Yeah, see, like I feel like a blob is a great first project for someone who wants to start off-roading, so to speak, with crochet and writing patterns. Even if the patterns are just for you. You plan on using Blaziken, Ludiculo, Gardevoir, Agron, Manectric, and Salamence for an emerald. Okay, an emerald run. So Blaziken, fire, Ludiculo, cool, you got your water covered. Gardevoir, I always think of as plant, but I know it's psychic now. I've been thoroughly schooled. Agron's one of my favorites as well. Manectric I can take or leave. Salamence is a good choice for a dragon though. So like, The slot for my neck trick, I would personally probably use something more like like I said, an Electros or an Ampharos tends to be my go-to there. Wait, Ludiculo, I might be getting confused. Is he the one that's the water lily that grows up after it's grown up into like the Cactus Boy? Because I love Cactus Boy. But if it's the little fighting Anubis, I can take or leave it, you know? I dreaded bones of basically. Oh, let's not start the wet versus dry skeletons thing again. Found all the swatches for today's stream. It's in the live stream channel. Okay. Lucario. Okay, there we are. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Tiny pony, but big booty pony. Sorry about that. I feel like I've kind of mucked her up a little bit just by giving her the booty, but I'm not going back now. It's forwards. Forwards is the direction we're going. 1, 2. Cactus Boy. Yeah, see, I love Cactus Boy. I think he's got a real sense of humor to him. That and, okay, I'm also a fan of like Breloom. Comes from Little Shroomish. Little kangaroo kick plant. And like, I never really rated him until I ended up with a Shroomish in one run, and because I got Shroomish so early, I get attached. I'm sorry. If I catch a Pokemon in one of the early routes of a game, there's a pretty good chance that unless it's a bug, in some cases, because don't get me wrong, I like the bugs, but they're just not able to keep up, they'll end up on the team at the end. And I ended up with a Shroomish, and it evolved into Breloom, and then I had a Breloom, and I loved my Breloom. I know, ponies tend to have big butts in real life, and that's, I think, what I've accidentally tended towards here, but oh well. Mr. Bones, that is very gross. Oh, good luck, Jessica. Sweet dreams to the 2-year-old. You're being yucky. Oh, night, Nora. Thanks for hanging out. And also, night to anybody else who has had to peel off, not unlike Mr. Bones' skin, during this process. Oh, and yes, it's somebody's wedding or birthday or something like, or both. I pay attention. Congrats and happy tidings. Can I flatten down the tops of the hind legs and sew them flat against the body? Yeah, Casey, that's one option, or I'll literally just build them so that they just come straight off the bottom rather than adding a haunch. Like, that also works. Like, there are ways. We'll fix this. Or we won't, and we'll just learn to live with it. Oh, it's the way. There's our tiny pony sausage. Kiki's getting married. Well, congratulations, Kiki. Kiki should not be here if today is her wedding day. In the morning. Ah, in the morning. Okay. Oh, you need a good night's sleep. Yeah, there's so many birthdays. So, like, happy birthday to anybody who has had a birthday between today and last week. And if your birthday is coming up next week, you'll just have to wait till next stream. Ah, okay, she just left. Okay, good, good. It's very exciting though. Don't say pony sausage. I'll say pony sausage if I want to. Go. And as suggested, or as I said, I'm going to just frog this last row because I do think it's cutting off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So frogging that last row is going to, it just gives us a slightly larger opening on the neck, which will fit slightly nicer over the body piece. Come here, Torty. How you doing, mate? He wore his Squirtle Squad glasses all week, but they got a little bit destroyed just because they were just paper. And Torty travels around the house a lot with me when I'm working in different areas. So they did have to move. I have, not dissimilar to Ninetails, made a very chubby little pony here. There we go. So, she's a ponyta who's not afraid of snacking. Okay, legs. Let's do some little legs. So I have my hoof colour, which is potentially a little dark, but if you look at her feet, they are definitely blue. The fire Pokemon has a big booty. Are they called cinnamon buns? Maybe? You're just delighted it's not even midnight there yet? You remember when stream started at midnight your time? Oh yeah. I found that if I sneak it a little earlier, it gives me a little bit more like cool down time at the end. Though I'll admit the last few I've been like tapping out a little bit on the early side, but that's also fine because on the early side, I mean last week we streamed for what, 8 hours? That's a full day's work, okay? And I did not take my half-hour break. Okay, noted, Mr. Bones. Okay. It's not a snake eater. Alright, legs. Blue. Magic ring 6. And then we'll do back loops only for a row. For a little definition. Little bit of definition. Tiniest bit of definition ever. Mr. Bones, Henry Cavalry came from me like an hour ago. I can show the finished victory bell again. There's our Belladonna with her tiny little teeth. And that is, it's a bobby pin. Bobby pin sized-ish. So. Yeah, can I have a list of what the names are? Does that work? Because I know I've asked for it a few times, but I think I've missed it. So I apologise. We can't use Firecracker for Ponyta, even if it is a good name, because it is, because we've already named Magmar Firequacker. Because he's a fire duck. Ember, Merida, Henry Cavalry. There was also Flamenco. And Thaura, and really racking my brains here, guys. I know Spirit sort of came and left, but so maybe not that one there. Lonely Little Lollipop, we're not called. Okay, we can name her Arson if you want to. If everybody votes for Arson, we'll name the Ponyta Arson. Typhlosion, Pharaoh, Ampharos, Umbreon, Tauros, and Lapras. Oh yeah, sorry, there was also a bunch of like Cabernet. There was a bunch like that. Oh, Maybelline, that was one of the others. Is that the best idea? That's not helpful. I need you to repeat the idea. Spirit, Flicker, Maybelline. Yeah, we got Maybelline. Y'all stop making fun of Ponyta's butt, okay? She's sensitive. Any ideas on how to do Bellsprout? Figured wires? Honestly, I was just going to go Carnivine with it. So Carnivine is just a head with a bunch of like floppy stringy stuff underneath to form the body. Doesn't sit up on his own. So I kind of felt like Bellsprout's probably going to end up the same way because he's just a little string. Thara, I don't know if it'd be better for Zeb Striker, just because like Ponyta is the colour of the Silver Brumby. Gelatin. Names may be vetoed by Mr. Bones for stream rating sensitivity. Yes. And I just leave that entirely in Mr. Bones' hands. Or fingers or phalanges. Metacarpals. Yeah. So, if names are getting vetoed, that's on him. Fair enough. Okay, look, okay. Ponyta has a very comfortable seat. And I don't think it's size shaming the wrong way. I think that the chat is unanimously always trying to get me to megapod everything. So, yeah. I feel like that we're definitely pro a certain direction. Haunts? Okay. I'm so tempted to just give her stubby little legs. I won't, we'll keep going. We'll go for a little bit longer. I love the idea of like a little Shetland Ponyta. Or like chubby and sassy. Coal foal, fire filly, steaming steed, welding gelding. Flare mare. I need to use a bobby pin. This is a dangerous game. Don't play dangerous games. Shetland Ponyta, yeah. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting right now. But like, it feels a little bit too much. Like I do try and get them on model, and that feels a little too far away from the actual Ponyta. So, doing our best. I'm assuming it's a bad thing because you fall right off the back if you're trying to ride them, right? Then you suggest hot glue. Queen Kemi, that is terrible. Yeah, we're lengthening the leggies. Don't you worry about that. Flambe? Well, we could call it flambe, as in B-A-E. This Ponyta is bae. Hi, Andy. You've arrived during a mildly unhinged part of the chat, as they're trying to decide whether or not to call Ponyta arson or hot glue. Could also be flamboy. Ponyta could be a boy. Are they going to have a family picture once the Pokédex is done? I would like to think so. I need to work out a series of shelves or something for them to all be visible at the same time, because currently they all kind of sit on one another's heads. I think I overdid the leg. I think I can go back a couple of rows. She's just a tiny pony. But yeah, I think she needs 2 fewer rows than what I actually did there. So we'll just do 4 rows and just go and 2. There we go. Flambe, flamboy. Been here for a while, quietly watching. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. I think that's proportionate to the rest of what we've done to this poor pony. So that's where we're gonna call it for that leg. And we'll pin it in place. It's a long leg. Ponytail is absolutely thorough colours. Not trying to take anything away from that. Spice rack? Yeah, spice rack's a good idea. I'm thinking about getting some kind of shadow box, or like putting together some kind of shadow box, even if it's just with like Lego and a $5 picture frame. Yeah, just some sort of shadow box, and then I could have each generation in their own if I wanted, or just like keep filling it up until we run out of space. So not necessarily individually displayed, but kind of like, you know how Purple Cliff keeps his in like just boxes like that, but like a flatter, narrower box so you can see a little bit more. There we go. And back loops for that hoof definition. And I'm just trying not to think about the fact that we're soon going to be at the point where I have to decide how to do the fire. Everything's fine though. Right now it looks like a freshly shorn sheep. Oh, it does! It looks like a comfortable sheep. My love, my darling.
Just a heads up, you're soon going to be at the point where you have to work out how to do fire.
Oh God, you're so annoying. All right, night, Robin. Thanks for hanging out. It's totally a corgi pornita. I think I portmanteaued those words just then. Corgnita? Porgnita? Yep, and now we do front post stitching. Horses have the most ridiculous stitches I have to include in their legs. They're almost as bad as beetles, but I love beetles, and I would love to do a beetle pattern at some point. Oh my goodness, guys, I have to show you the thing I made last night. It's so funny. I've been working on a patoo, right? So it's like one of the little sketches that I showed at the start. Well, you can see there was several patoos drawn. That's because I'm once again obsessed. They're my spirit animal. I feel them strongly in my soul. And I was trying to make a little one, and that's probably going to be the pattern this week. But instead what I made was a hand puppet that opens and closes its patooish mouth. And it's very amusing. A cut down pigeonhole shelf, each with its own little box. That's an option as well, I guess, Demonique. That's a very intense space filling option. I was kind of thinking like bench shelves, because they are all different sizes. Okay, honey, give me the patoo. The patooto. So this is what it looks like so far, okay?
Get the pins.
Yeah, it's got pins in it, so it doesn't work properly. Right? He's got his little beak, but he's also got a mouth. So that's what I was amusing myself with last night. And it wasn't meant to be a hand puppet, and it's still not meant to be a hand puppet, but this is my patoo. Yeah, so like this is not going to be the pattern, but this is what I've made currently, and it's awful and I love it. So a version of a patoo is probably going to be the pattern this week, but I need to get off my butt and finish designing it. Probably smaller than that, like a little shelf-sitting patoo. Here's the plan.
I think people like the patoo.
That's okay. Why? I looked away. What happened?
People like the patoo.
Oh, okay.
Chat just went mental.
Yeah, it's a patoo. Yeah, patoo go wah. Exactly. Just like wah. It's got full-on scream mode, and also just I wish I wasn't here mode. But it's a bit rough at the moment. Want him to say patoo? There's pins inside, guys. Every time I put my hand in there, it's a risk. Patoo. Patoo. I had him singing All I Want for Christmas this morning, because quite articulate, but there's all kinds of technical problems with him at the moment. Like the pink pocket is too big. I've given it too much of an edge, and that's causing a lot of puckering here and there. Like I said, he's full of pins, and yeah, it actually just stabbed my cuticle pretty badly just there. So oh, napalm's a fun. Sorry, just immediately distracted. Napalm's a fun name. You might say that she's a pun eater. He looks a bit Muppet-like. He looks very Muppet-like. He's a bit Muppet-inspired. Napalm is horrible, thank you. What is Mr. Bones doing on the shelf back there? Oh, we had some technical errors, issues. He's teaching the modem who's boss. He's sitting, you can't really tell, but he's sitting on a giant mallet that's crushing a modem, funnily enough. It looks like that's what I mean. Like it's not there yet, but it's a bit fun. It's a bird. It's a type of bird. It's like an owlish type of thing. Yeah, it's a frog mouth, a type of frog mouth, and they are not photogenic, and that is what makes them wonderful. They are perfectly what they are. A Patu has never felt the need to apologise for ruining a selfie. It's an energy we can all strive for. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Not legs. Second little pony leg. Sledgehammer. There we go. Second little pony leg. She's so little. She's just so tiny and sassy. Just when she says things, she says it with her whole chest. She's got a little tub for a belly. Okay, so loving this. Loving the direction so far. Gotta try and see if I can use these same legs for the back. And there'll be a relatively seamless join between the pieces, so that's fine. I actually think that we're going to use the same legs for the back legs as well, instead of building up a haunch. Because I think that's going to work pretty nicely. Mr. Bones making a Dungeon Crawler Carl reference. Patus are a type of frogmouth, and they are at least as photogenic as palace cats. Truth. Yes. Okay, so we're going to use the same legs for the other side, and I'm tempted just to say I'll make them off stream, but nope, we're going to make them together. Because we're only 2 hours in. I have time to make extra legs if I want. I budgeted about, honestly I budgeted 5 hours for Ponyta, but I think we'll get her done in 3. Which is always good. Just mentally cataloguing who we have left. Yeah, we've got lots of good choices left still. Because like last week, after we went with Ninetales first, I was forced to remove Starmie from the options, which I felt bad about, and I still feel bad about, but I still think it was the right choice, just because like I could not have done Starmie straight after Ninetales. It wasn't going to happen, and if I'm not enjoying it, I can guarantee I would have made sure that you guys didn't enjoy it either. So I'm not going to edit the choices this week. I think that the ones we have left are all still fine, and I reserve the right to make adjustments to the options each time we pick one. Back leg looks like it needs to be a little longer. We can play with that with this next one. Mr. Bones, these are all questions you could just ask me. Have you ever considered making a Princess Donut in the style of how she sounds rather than the tabby as described in the books? Well, she's not a tabby, she's a calico Persian. Do get it right. Is there an opposite of the Metapod effect? Well, I mean, we could just call it, yeah, honestly, but this is the first time it's happened, is with Ponyta. Oh, it kind of happened with Chansey as well. She ended up just slightly smaller than we would have liked, smaller than expected. So, I don't know, maybe it's the chancy impact.
I would jump on the train or make her legs longer, but yeah. Would you ever consider making a Princess Donut from Dungeon Crawler Cards?
She's just a fluffy cat. We've already done fluffy cats.
No, but like, you know, oh yeah, you have. You've done that fluff.
The very fluffy cats.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's not the best designed pattern, but it does give a very good finished
We
product.
could just bleach one.
We will not be bleaching them,
Okay.
no. Because I've got one that's bright rainbow colours and one that's my personal favourite colours.
Okay. Good point.
Yeah.
Also, it's not the best look to like be submerging crochet into bleach.
Yeah, let's not do that. And it's acrylic, it'll probably melt.
Yeah.
The Nugget effect? Who is Nugget? Nugget was one of them. One of them was called Nugget. Ah, Articuno. No, that's when we make him... I suppose that is. We made her tinier and derpier. It's the Wigglytuff. Unmetapoded. Minipod. I like Minipod.
The nugget effect is the opposite of the megapod.
Yeah. But, Nugget is also the name of the Articuno we made. Jigglypuff was very small too. Did turn out a little bit small. I don't know, I will leave this up to you guys. You guys decide what name you want to use for the ones that turn out unexpectedly small and or slightly derpier than anticipated. And I'm happy to run with it. Hi Kareen, happy to see you here too. Gengar's having a snack. It stopped him from chewing on all of the other Pokemon. Alrighty, so I will make this back leg one row of stitches longer than the front legs, just to see if we like that, because yeah, there is a little bit more to the back than there is to the front. But we also don't want to tilt her too much. Chibi, yeah. She kind of looks like a llama, but she's supposed to be dead. Make a poll for the name of the anti-metapod effect? Sure. What were the options? We need some proper sciencey sounding names. So we had the mini-pod effect. I saw that one. We had the nugget disambiguation. We had pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. What were some of the others? I'm scrolling back up. Let's see. It's a bunch of napalm discussion. Why do we even have that lever? It's also, okay, let's see, the other option was like chancy modification and I kind of want to call it the Jigglypuff war crime, but I won't. That feels wrong. The Jigglypuff. I don't know, the Jigglypuff what? Jigglypuff effect? We'll just go with effect again. Okay, I'm going to change Minipod to Chibi. Chibified. Because that is actually what it's actually called.
Jigglypuffified?
I don't know. Yeah, it's already...
Just floating, just floating.
No, it's already posted, though. The Jigglypuff jiggle. Yeah, well, I'm open to, like the language itself is going to mutate a little bit, but this will put us on the right course. I don't know, chibified just seems really like boring because that's actually what it is. That's what it's called when you chibi something. This was meant to be a little bit more referential to the work we're doing. So that's an average sized leg, which I think is actually meant to be 5 rows of single crochet total, not 4. Modification, exactly. So we'll do 1 more row. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we are. So that's 1 additional row, and we really don't need this blue anymore. So that's the back leg a little bit longer. I can see the appeal in that. Yeah, we'll do 1 extra row for the back legs, plus 4 back legs. It's in the notes. It is canon. All right, let's close this vote off because it looks like chibified 1, but I'm still just going to call it whatever I'm calling it at the time. I think what the conclusive answer there is that there is no conclusive answer. Like Megapod is obvious. The Carnivine effect or the Carnivine impact, we already know what that is. That's when we make one that we don't like and we end up loving it, kind of like what happened with Duskull. Or we take one we don't really think about and start loving it. So in any case, we have 2 little front legs and we've made the first little back leg and I made it 1 row longer. Let's run a poll and ignore the result. Well, yeah, like the idea is that it consolidates how you guys think about a thing, but that doesn't mean that I have to change my opinion on the thing. Unrelated to Pokemon, but do I have a favorite Disney villain? Ooh, that's such a hard question. It's hard to overlook Ursula, but I think that's everybody's favorite in a certain sense. I'm a big fan of Jafar. He's just a little bit cuckoo bananas. Who else?
Nobody chooses anyone but Gaston.
All right, sorry. For legal reasons, I'm required to answer Gaston. Honestly, the Scar has some of the best songs, the best music. He's a vibe. Honestly, all the Disney villains are good fun. Not criticizing. I didn't feel criticized, Monique. It's okay. We're good. Yeah, it's just like I've always liked the villain songs better than any of the other songs happening in Disney. For like as a general rule of thumb. Like there'd be exceptions if we dug into it, but yeah, the villains are just villains tend to be a vibe. Oh, Hades. Yes. Okay. I apologize immediately for not remembering Hades. That dude is just so done with everybody. Yzma's fun. She is fun. But like, if I had to pick a favorite villain with an asterisk, that'd have to be Kronk from that particular movie. Dr. Facilier? No, like, Princess and the Frog happened kind of after I don't think I've ever truly like left my Disney era, but it's definitely after like the pinnacle of my Disney era. So I think I've only seen that particular movie once. Oh, what's the question? I missed a great question. Oh, Radigan. Yes. Okay, Radigan gets a great villain song, and so does dude from Pocahontas. Oh, right, that's the Disney question we're talking about. Good. Mother Gothel. Okay, so don't get me wrong. Mother Gothel is a great villain, but a little too close to not my personal lived experiences, but some lived experiences that I have witnessed. So, yeah, it's like that villain hits a little too close to home for me to enjoy as just a cartoon villain. But you know what? Okay, this is going to be really obscure because it's not Disney, but it is kind of it's adjacent. So, you know the cartoon Anastasia, right? It was, I believe it was a DreamWorks one, but it definitely wasn't Disney. Anastasia had Rasputin as the bad guy, right? And first of all, In the Dark of the Night is an absolute bop, okay? Not taking anything away from that. But because of that movie, there was a spin-off movie called Bartok the Magnificent. And I know none of you are going to have heard of this movie. Bartok the Magnificent has this bad guy in it that is just such a mood. I can't remember her name at the moment, but she's just like, she sings this song in it that it just embodies everything. Steel from Balto? Okay, yeah, it's been a while since I've seen, not Balto. Oh, okay, yeah. Frollo was, okay, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, no notes. No notes whatsoever for that movie. Not a children's movie, but perfect for what it is. That Hellfire song, once it gets started, it's staying, you know, it's not going anywhere. But even I would consider the Secret Court under Paris, like their whole song, like they've got a really macabre vibe as well. Oh, we've got some people recognizing Bartok. Hey. Of course, blame the bat. Yeah, yeah, she sings this song as she's transforming into a dragon. I don't want to start like, I don't know enough of it to like, it's been too long. I need to watch that movie again. But Drumilla, yes, or Drudmilla, like it's something like that. That's great. Ludmilla. Okay.
Frantically Googling.
Frantic.
Obscure, strange movies that no one's heard of.
It's not that obscure or that... Well, okay, it's kind of obscure and it's a little strange, but I even love his little Bartok the Magnificent song at the start, where, like, he's in this traveling caravan and he's fighting the blow-up dragon, and it's just... I'm talking about Ludmilla. Cruella de Vil is a vibe, but it's hard to get on board with, you know, what she wants to do with puppies. Yeah, Vicky, exactly. I'm there with you. Everybody quoting Bartok, I appreciate you. Oh, Toxic Love from Fern Gully? Yeah, okay, all right. Tim Curry had no right, okay? He had no right to do that to that movie. Yeah. Like, there was just no reason for that. It's kind of like when Phil Collins just went absolutely off on the Tarzan soundtrack. Like, what right did he have to do that to all of us? You're allowed to hate Toxic Love. Memories in Discord Live? Okay, I haven't been on the Discord in a little bit. Let's flick over and have a little look while I make this final leg. Yep, that's her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and I'm meant to be. This is the last round. That song has some things to answer to. Yeah, the Tarzan soundtrack is incredible. It is. Very out of left field. Like not your usual, like, is it Ken Mock who does like all of like the Under the Sea and Gallivant and all those ones there? Like, just different, it's just on a different planet. Oh, right, I know who you're talking about from Moana. The shiny guy, what's his name? Again, it's another one I need to watch again. Actually, you know who else was also a vibe? I get that the movie itself is kind of a little bit fallen out of favor for various reasons, but Captain Hook. Captain Hook was a great villain. Oh, she's a stable pony. There's our little girl. What do you think, Napalm? Neat, neat, neat. She's very stable, actually. All right, I'm going to put the dark blue away because we're done with that for now. We need to make some tiny little ears for you. Your blanket is in the pattern sharing corner. Nessa, you have been very patient. Let's have a little look-see. I saw geese. All right, scrolling down. Oh, wow. That is beautiful. That is incredible. So that's Tunisian crochet that you were saying, I think. Like that's just, it's beautiful. It's kind of like the pinnacle. It's what we should all be aspiring to in terms of blankets. Could never call her unstable because fire horse. Never mind. Tamatoa, that's the name. They could be napalm and dynamite. I think that people might want Amalthea for Rapidash. We're not going to name Rapidash today because I feel like the naming rights for her are going to be hotly contested, if you'll excuse the pun. Jafar from Aladdin gives you the creeps. True, but he was supposed to. And a good villain is allowed to, because like the whole point of bad guys in quote-unquote children's movies isn't to be like, look, they're not that bad after all, or they're redeemable. It's to show you that, like, yes, there are monsters in this world, and yes, there are people willing to fight them. And I actually think that's really important, and it's something that's getting potentially a little lost from children's media here or there, but maybe it's just that I've grown out of children's media, and so it's not for me anymore. You think about how catalysts cause reactions? Oh yeah, that's fine. No, it's here. Honestly, I'm surprised you're still here. I thought you may have, like, peeled off to go have a nap by now. You loved Ferngully? Yeah, well, we always had, like, Ferngully was one of the VHS tapes that we had. We had The Jungle Book. We had Cinderella. And Earwig ate that one, though. Because it's just, you know, that 90s life. And, watching Lord of the Rings in lieu of the Olympics because you don't have NPC. Yeah, I have no interest in the Olympics personally, but I do consider it a feat of greatness for the people who are participating in it. So, no shade. I forgot to talk about Pummel Horse Guy. Have you guys been following the whole Pummel Horse Guy thing? Because I am very entertained by its existence. Just the notion of there being like, so for anyone who doesn't know, the way the Olympics works, or specifically the gymnastics in the Olympics, is that there are multiple events and a country sends a team of 5, and those 5 people have to compete across all of the gymnastics events. There's like the flippy bars and like the balancy thing and the floor thing, and sometimes there's balls, and sometimes there's a pommel horse and all kinds of other like jumping and leaping and flipping and all like lots of events, and they bring their team, their best team of 5 to compete in all of the events. And this year, the US team, which has not medaled since like it's been 16 years, so someone do the math on that, 2008, the US Olympic team used an algorithm to choose their team, and it meant that one of the people on the team is a specialist. It's this guy named, I think his name was Steve. He's become known as the Pommel Horse Guy because he was there just to do that event. And he just sat there very zen throughout the whole Olympics. They on the television, they had a little countdown to the pommel horse because people got really invested in this story, right? I'm invested in this story and I don't even watch the dang thing. And then it came time to do the pommel horse, and our boy, he got up and he took his glasses off and he flipped his legs over that pommel horse as many times as you can imagine, and he got the US team, I think it was bronze? I think it was, in any case, their first medal in 16 years. And that's incredible. And that is the power of Pommel Horse Guy. He was there to do a single job and he delivered. And that's awesome. And it was flawless, exactly. Yep, there we go. Stefan Nedoroschik. His name deserves to be said. Yeah. Oh, the Demonik, are you talking about the guy from Turkey who won silver? That's incredible as well. I'm also all over that story. Isn't he like an engineer? Yeah, he's a trained electrical engineer. And I don't know about mathematically figuring out the entire routine. I hadn't heard that part of the story. Cool if true. But yeah, like he literally just specialized in this one event, and it got him all the way to the Olympics, and he executed it flawlessly. He had one job he was there to do, and he did it. And it just, I don't know, it's just captured the imagination of the world. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen that particular meme applied to this, but it's, yeah, it's like it's me and you and you and me and your friend Steve. Do, Steve. Yeah, the hitman from Turkey who made silver. Like, yeah. So he's funny because first of all, he loves his cat, right? That's kind of what's captured the imagination there. I didn't write down the pattern for that ear at all, guys. I got too excited about talking about Pommel Horse Guy. Magic Ring 4, and then I think it was 2 rows of 4 single crochet, and that was it. Yeah, so he was in the, I don't know if it was air rifle or like, it was pistols or something like that, but everybody else is there with like their fancy equipment and their scoping sights and all kinds of other things. And he just stands there in his grandpa glasses, hand in his pocket. Silver. Just did it. Just got that job done. Oh, night, Nessa. Thanks for hanging out. Oh no. We're not talking about the guy who had the tragic end to the high jump. Darcy's here. Hi, Darcy. Those pistols. Okay. It was some sort of projectile firing weapon. There's a fly in here. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. Did you see? Did you guys see? It flew right past me. It's huge.
Okay, breathe. Breathe. It's just a fly.
I want to get it.
Okay, just breathe. Look at me, look at me, look at me.
But it's in the room, honey.
I will kill it. As I kill all the things that bother you, just focus.
I don't know if I can. Oh, it's an idiot. It flew straight into my light. Oh, it's enormous. It's the biggest. No, it's an average size fly. I'm just sorry. Oh yeah, it's my favorite sweater at the moment. The mushroom one. It's just like the perfect temperature for a warmish cold day, as opposed to a coldish warm day. Oh, it's a blowfly. I'm sorry. It's like they get like this big, and I can't handle the buzzing. There's some. I hate it so much. I don't know if it's even reading on microphone, but it's. But I hate it the same way as like, I want to squish it, not as in like, oh yuck, get it off me. It's like, no, I can't.
On microphone.
Sorry?
It's reading on microphone.
Oh, you guys can hear the blowfly. Fantastic. I get real twitchy, and it kind of drives Mr. Bones crazy, but for the first time ever, I'm in a situation where I'm not allowed to stop what I'm doing and hunt it down methodically over the course of however many hours it takes. And instead, I have to just sit here and let it touch everything. How did it even get in? You guys can hear it? Yeah, it's big. It's making a lot of sound.
I lost the fly spray. Bum, bum, bum.
Other side of my screen.
How are you doing that? That's weird.
But I'm worried if we spray that in here, I'm going to have to leave the room or get gassed out. Okay, I think it's left the room for now, or it's nestled somewhere else. So I'm just going to try and calm down. And if we hear the buzzing again, I might go to break and kill it. What if it's still in here? If you close the... I'm not trapped in here and I'm not trapped in here with it. It's trapped in here with me. I'm okay. I'm all right. Sorry. Okay. Okay. I'm okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. That was not a staged reaction. That's just my reaction to honestly flies of any size, but that in particular was a very large blowfly. Our insects here are normally big, but they're not normally quite that loud. I just don't like the idea of it touching everything. Okay, she got her little ears though. There's our tiny pony gal. And now I've put it off long enough, I have to work out how to do the fire. Because we're all out of this one. This colour is no longer relevant. I have a victory bell. We made it last week. Okay, suck it out of the air with a hand vacuum. What am I feeling about huntsman spiders? They're fine. It's kind of fun watching them run perimeters of your properties. And in general, I'm okay with them as long as they're on the walls. If they're on the ground, they can get a little creepy if they're running at you, but like they're fine otherwise. Oh, Mr. Bones, was it out there with you? He closed the door to this room so that it might be trapped in here with me, but I can't hear it, and he says he's just like fumigated the house, which just means he sprayed a bunch of bug spray around. I would normally get them with like the fly swat, but that's because I get a certain kind of hedonistic joy out of squishing them. Garfunkel and Oates, you, me, and Steve. Yeah. Oh, I love a bit of Garfunkel and Oates. They are funny. I've got a lot of songs that I cannot quote here on stream. But I have a favourite line that I do like to trot out from one of them. But I'm going to stop teasing it because I can't say it on stream. It's just, it can't happen. All right. Fire. I had yellow and orange. Orange and yellow. And then she's got her big head floof, which is honestly kind of the same. Am I crazy? I suppose she's a fire type too, but it's basically the same as that head floof. It's even possibly the same size. So maybe I just make this head floof again. I'm down for not working harder than I need to. Oh, I've had electric bug rackets before. They are fun, but a regular fly swat gets the job done. It does. Alrighty, so I'm just gonna try something here. Where's the pom-pom? There's the pom-pom. Just suffer with it because spraying anything would trigger your scent sensitivity. Yeah, the bug spray is not something I would normally do if I'm going to be in the room with it, but it's not been sprayed in here and I think it's out there, and I think that's why you can't hear Mr. Bones typing anymore. Not because I think the bug spray has affected him, but because I think he's out on the balcony until it clears. I'm also not a fan of perfume. Anything scented, I try to avoid scented in skincare and hair care. Hair care, it's really hard to avoid scents, but just because I don't know, curly products, because I do got the curly hair. Curly products always feel like they need to smell like coconut and hibiscus, and they're overwhelming scents, and I do not like them. They always make my nose itch. Oh, I hear clacking again. Mr. Bone lives. Yep, Mr. Bones, you are still in charge. No one is taking that away from you. Sensitivity, exactly. It's like I would get actively mad during my morning commute if I felt like somebody was wearing too much perfume on the train. Because rude, okay? It's rude to splash that much perfume on yourself and then go to a public space. If you smell that bad, take a shower. I'm probably speaking from a position of privilege and will now stop talking. But yeah, so I'm making the same pom-pom here as I made for Nine Tails. I'll probably adjust it on the fly. Not the fly. The fly is gone, but adjust it as we go. Eek, don't delete me. Only if you misbehave, Rose. You found one scented shampoo you can tolerate. It's strawberry milk scented. Yeah, I'll admit that I use like a milk and honey like body wash thing. I don't mind that scent. It's the florals that really get me quite badly. I'm kind of okay with citrusy ones, and I don't mind a little bit of like lavender essential oil or like lemongrass or something through a diffuser just to make the house smell pretty. But like in general, it has to be very, very mild. Am I going to embroider color changes on rather than do it with crochet? Potentially. I don't know yet. Here's your little hat, friend. Oh, she's so cute though. Just a cute little pony. Like you can see here in the sprite, she's got like yellow on top and orange underneath, and mine might become more, so say this is the shape, right? Mine's probably going to become more like this, where it's like yellow and then orange. I think I can get away with it. I think you guys will let me get away with it, right? Yeah, sorry, we're talking about body washes now. There's a really delicious strawberry or raspberry milkshake one that's done by this company that's like, it took 40 sunrises to make this body wash stuff, and like the scents on those ones there don't bother me. I actually think they smell really great. But they also could just be an Australian thing, or they might not even be available anymore. So yeah, I need to start writing some more notes. Okay, Pom Pom. My love, you survived. You have returned from the wars.
I believe I killed it.
Good. Flies for the fly god. Pony, pull yourself together, mate. You like apple scents? Huh. I find any kind of artificial apple scent, no. 3, 4, 5. Someone sat next to you doused in perfume the other day. Yeah, it's rude. It's just so rude. It's, to me, that's worse, and this is going to be controversial, to me that's worse than having a loud phone call or playing your personal music out loud on public transport, because it makes me actively ill, which to me is worse than just irritated. Casey Bear, the clear bottle with the black and white writing body wash. Yes, that is the one I'm talking about. Rainstorm, you missed the beginning of the stream. What's the theme today? We're doing Olympic events. And so Punita nominated herself to be in the dressage, which is like horse dancing. But that's because she didn't realize that she wasn't the horse in question and she would have to ride a horse in it. And so she didn't do very well, I'm afraid. But she did her best, and that's what counts. Hello to Hawaii. It's interesting to me that it's Saturday there, because we're like mid-afternoon on a Sunday here. Apple can be a good smell, but to me, if it 50-50 makes me like sneeze, I don't go near it. So it doesn't matter if there can be a good version of it. I end up just staying away from it for safety's sake. Okay, and now we're going to swap to some orange, which is the colour Gengar was trying his best to sample earlier. We're going to use some spike stitches to transition the two, or I could do like alternate stitches, but that's such a lot of work, and spike stitches are so much easier. And I will say that I have tried, this was a while ago, so this isn't me like necessarily endorsing them, but I have tried the Function of Beauty hair care stuff, and I remember it being fine, but you can specifically get that colour and fragrance free. So I have thought about doing that. I just don't know if it's necessarily the best. Yeah, working in retail's rough. I have to, like, if I'm going into like a Maya or something, I have to hold my breath until we get through like the makeup and beauty aisle, because it's just, it's too powerful, it's overwhelming. But I don't think I'm like, every time I bring this subject up, right? Everybody I'm talking to says, yeah, me too. So who are these people? Who are these people putting it on in the first place? Who are the ones perpetuating this idea that slathering a bunch of it on is fine and acceptable? It's like Mr. Bones, I know, has trouble with like the super stinky deodorants. You hate the buzzing bug. You're on the spectrum, buzzing bugs. Or a huge sensory overload. Yeah, well, I don't know about that for me personally, Kylie, but I really I don't enjoy having flies around. I literally can't do anything until I've killed it, or taken care of it, getting rid of it. 1, 2, 3. Moths in ears are just as bad, you think? Oh, okay, yeah. Anything trying to actively get inside your face is bad. It's like there are certain... All right, so I've told you guys before that I grew up rural, right? Like countryside, farm, that sort of thing. To this day, if I visit my family, I have to be very careful not to like read my phone in bed with the lights out, because the bugs will straight up dive bomb your face. It's bad. There's no amount of like sealing your house that will keep them out. You have to like leave a light on in the other room so that all of the bugs think that that's where the party's at and they go over there. Mosquitoes when you're trying to sleep. I thought I could handle the sound. Then it flew inside your head. Yeah, poor Mr. Bones. Personally, with mosquitoes at night, I know I've reached the point where I'll like they'll whine and they'll whine and they'll whine. I'll just be like, okay, just bite me and leave, okay? Take whatever it is you want, just get out. It's like, I really like plants, right? I like them a lot, but we've had to like reduce ourselves and restrict ourselves purely to succulents. And don't get me wrong, our aloe vera gets excited twice a year in flowers, but we stick to succulents because they don't set our allergies off. I like flowering plants, but I can't have them around. And so you adapt. I promised Mr. Bones was okay, and it wasn't a mosquito, it was a midgie. It was a very traumatic way. Like, he launched himself out of bed. That was actually very, very funny. Afterwards. It was fine after I knew he was okay. And we dealt with the issue. All right, just changing back. Okay, so that's one little flamey spike. And now I'm going to decrease behind it, I think. So we'll go 3 single crochet, decrease, 4 single crochet. Sorry, I am trying to keep us on track here. Would you just behave for me? I don't wish to access you from over here. I wish to access you from over here. Neener. 1. Air cleaning plant, and there's 2 beautiful flowers. Oh, that's lovely of it. It's one of those things where like happy plants flower and plants that think they're about to die flower. And you always kind of have to just like hope it's one, but sometimes you just sort of secretly know it's the other. You're going to be the fanciest pony in all the land. You know that, right? Okay. I'll be turning back around to Animorphs for a few streams. I missed something there. Have I thought about getting a Venus flytrap? I'd be too afraid of killing it, poor little guy. And honestly, flies aren't a big issue here because I have such a problem with them coming inside. We do have midgie issues every so often, but Mr. Bones is pretty good about setting traps for them. Sticky traps. Okay, so there's a second little fiery poke. 1, 2, 3, 4. Might even just be able to curve this down and around the neck. That'd be ideal. Single crochet. Go. More single crochet. Should that have been 4 and then a picot? Right, that's the end of the row there. So I am at the end of the row. So that was 1, 2, 3. Okay, it was 4 and then picot and then 4. Oh, this ball, now that it's got more air in it, hurts my butt a little bit more. Just gotta bounce a little bit to get feeling back into it. Excuse me. 3 single crochet, a decrease, and then 3 single crochet. Right, guys, we should be coming up on the next vote pretty soon. So now is your last chance to kind of get ponytail names in. I'll admit that I kind of on autopilot just started crocheting the shapes. I did loosely intend to do a little bit more of an exploration as to brushing versus making the shapes, but I've kind of ended up here. I will state though that these shapes could be brushed themselves, and that wouldn't be a problem. She does look like a naked llama. Increase and decrease 3 together. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, and then there should be 2 stitches left. 2. Something is not right. It's back! It's just spinning crazy circles of the roof. Could you not? He's nestled on my ring light now. Little troll. Rubbing his little mitts together.
Focus. Focus.
I hate it so much. Where is he? Where is he hiding?
I sent you a list of names
Okay.
to your Discord.
It's so obnoxious.
We might need to gas the room.
Yeah, we might. But when I go on break, we'll gas the room. Because then we have to find the body. Would you help me dispose of a body?
Oh yeah, totally.
Excellent. It touched me!
I can't ban him, I'm sorry.
I'm fine. This is fine. I'm so tense. I'm so tense right now. Do those ball walls one sits on good for back pain? I'm curious. Work at home and sit at a desk for 9 hours, always looking for things to help your lower back. I personally find that it helps my hip and it helps my posture in general, and it also just helps because I move around a lot more, which can help depending on what your problem is. If you have like sciatic pain, I don't know if they'd be particularly good. But, I mean, it's always worth a try. They don't cost that much.
But also make sure you consult your doctor, and
yeah, none of this is medical advice.
Complicated Knots is not a source of medical advice.
Yeah, all that jazz. Like I've personally found that it's very good because I think part of it is that it just keeps my muscles engaged and working, which helps me focus a little bit. But I will say that I also sit on a computer chair when I'm actively working on a keyboard. I bring this one out when my hip starts to hurt, and it's in here. All right, maybe it's sitting on the microphone. I promise it's not sitting on the microphone. Honey, we're just gonna have to wait. Just if you could keep an eye on it.
I reckon I could get it.
I believe you could get it, but I want to just like, we can get it when I go on break.
Well, it's just if I see him moving, you know, just a little.
Where is it? I can hear it. I'm so sorry, guys. This is not the content you tuned in for.
There's just going to be a little bit of unaliving on stream, and that's fine.
No.
If I can catch him.
Off stream.
Oh yeah, I sent you a list of names to Discord.
You mentioned that.
No, we don't have to scroll up.
I can hear it. It nestled. It got all comfortable somewhere. It's setting up a little house. Thinks it's going to raise a couple of kids. Is it behind some of the screens on the window? Okay, the name list we have is Ember, Merida, Henry Cavalry, Flamenco, Glue, Gelatin, Arson, Hot Glue, and Napalm. That's a lot of names. We're gonna have to cull that down a little bit. So shout out your favorite name in comments. If I see it, I'm just gonna reinforce it for me. You're getting a laugh out of it. I'm glad you're enjoying my pain. Yeah, my pain comes from, I have a little few issues with like the I think it's like called the bursa nerves or something. It's like the tendons from my hip down to my knee get really tight, and that's why the ball helps me, because it helps me. It was this far from my face.
If I see a settle on something else.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be okay until the fly is gone, but I'm just going to do my best to soldier on.
Is it power tool? There's a little bathroom. What the other game? Audio warning.
I might turn the microphone off, guys, because it seems like we're going to turn the vacuum cleaner on. Hold on. Sorry. We turned the vacuum cleaner on and we got him. We think we got him.
Thank you very much to the person who suggested the vacuum cleaner.
We got him with a stick vacuum.
Just a little bit of casual unaliving on stream.
Flamenco or Maybelline? I think Maybelline got replaced with napalm.
I think all of them got replaced with hot glue.
Oh yeah, it's like hot glue, arson, napalm, and Henry Cavalry. I think but we like flamenco too. There are so many names and they're so good.
Henry Cavalry or hot glue.
I'll say, okay, no, I'm going to eliminate Henry Cavalry. I introduced that one, I get to kill it. So I feel like it was a fun pun, but I don't think it deserves naming rights. So
I think Henry's a good name for a Panita.
nope. Okay, I'm removing Henry Cavalry. So that helps narrow it down a little bit. I'm hearing phantom buzzing now. I know it's gone, but I can still hear it.
No, it's probably buzzing inside the vacuum cleaner.
Could you take the vacuum cleaner out of here?
Yeah, sure.
Like I'm gonna keep thinking I'm hearing the
Could we
dang
set it on
thing.
fire?
Just to be sure. Nuke it from orbit. Okay. Is it okay? Henry Cavalry was your favorite? I'm sorry. We do have a Rapidash to name as well, but we won't be doing that today. There's a buzzing in your room. It's not my fault. The buzzing in your room is not my fault. Okay, so we'll do basically the same shape again for the tail. And we need some little floofs behind each of the arms, which I might do with some top stitching even. Is it in there?
I can see him.
I wasn't imagining it. You can see him. Okay, we'll do something by just to dispose of him. Just let him loose on the balcony. He doesn't need to die. He just needs to not be in here. Okay. All right. Okay, guys, we're going to vote on the name. I'm sorry. I got distracted. Let's pull this up. Start a poll. All right. I have to pick 4 of these names, so I'm sorry, but it means that some favorites aren't going to make the cut. Ember, Merida, Henry Cavalry, Flamenco. Flamenco makes the cut. We like Flamenco. We can't have glue and hot glue, so let's just go straight with hot glue, which I think is in poor taste, but it is what it is. Napalm makes the cut, because that's just too funny to overlook. All right, so the other options, right? And it's going to be loudest. Most ones that I see in chat gets into the vote. So the other options are Ember, Merida, Gelatin, or Arson, okay? Those are your options. Say it as loudly as you can, and it may or may not make the poll. Napalm's in the poll. Don't worry about that. We've got Flamenco, Hot Glue, and Napalm guaranteed in the poll. We're trying to fill that last slot. Ember, Merida, Gelatin, Arson. I will not forget the stripes along the back. I feel like I'm going to do those in orange. Oh, File App is funny. Stop it. Don't suggest new names. That's just going to make this hard. All right, I'm saying Arson. I'm saying Arson. I'm saying a lot of Arson, guys. Little bit of Ember. Lots of Arson. Okay, Arson's the fun. I'm calling it. Arson. There you go. Okay. Name the pony. And I apologize to anybody whose favorite didn't make the poll, but it's one of those things where just like, they have to be culled at some point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This fire goes all the way down her back. I think we'll chain 9. No, we'll do 8. 8. We'll chain 8. And turn, and then up the back we'll do 7 repeats of a picot and a slip stitch. Yes, Lisa, we are seeing a lot of arson on the horse. Okay, so I'm just making some tiny little back flames while we wait. Okay, looks like Napalm has a pretty demanding lead. Let's sitting at 40%. Ember was very sweet of a name. I'm very sorry. But yeah, Arson definitely beat Ember for the last slot. Arson was demanded. It was a very good name though. Like Fire Lap is funny, okay? That's just funny. You can, like, by all means, I encourage you to suggest it when Rapidash comes up. Yeah, Nerditia, I'm kind of in the same boat as that one there. Like, don't get me wrong, I've included Flamenco in the vote because I could see you guys liked it as a name. That's cool, pick it. But I wouldn't have thought of that one personally because there's just too many that, like, flamenco to me is like, it's either the name of, they've got that little flamenco dancing bird now, and they've also got the flamingo, which I also think is qualifies. Flamenco will always be the name of a flamingo to me. You mustn't demand arson, you must earn arson. This stream has already taken a turn and we are very early. Who's saying cult? That is a very fun pun. There are some ponies in... Aren't there a couple that are like known for running really fast? Yeah, I'm just setting our pony on fire. This will look better sewn on. You just gotta have the faith. I have the faith. It'll get no grease. Just the right level of unhinged. Yeah, that's it. It's a vibe. We're just hanging out. All right, napalm has dropped a little bit. It's down to 38%. So people who are voting, your votes are still counting. I'm gonna leave it open until I've made some armpit hair. Which I think I'm gonna do all the rest of the fire in orange, honestly. I think we'll do like the base of the tail in yellow as well, but I think that the little dots of yellow are kind of it. It's hard to like just do 1 or 2 stitches here or there in yellow. Maybe I'll embroider some little yellow specks onto certain parts of it. Have I ever seen a picture of the bunny harvestman spider? Huh. No, I haven't. Your pony is on fire. I haven't seen Good Omens, actually. It's one I always meant to go watch, though. This pony is on fire. Well, keenly observed. Are we singing that in tune? I think we might be. Is that Alana? Alana Morissette? Alana's Morissette? I don't know. I don't know who sings that song anymore. But we are using picots to create our burning armpit hair. I think 2 little tufts might have to do it. She's not a fire starter, Twisted Fire Starter. Dang it, that song is going to get stuck in my head. You don't even know what you've done. Let's finish off. That's mane. And this is armpit. We chained. We saw, we conquered. No, we chained 4 and turned. And then we did a slip stitch and a picot. And we did that twice. Maybe some, yeah, a little dot of acrylic paint or, like I said, just some little, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I'm just floating the idea that I could go through and just add some little touches of yellow here and there. If I leave it all orange, she'll look like a ginger, which I don't think is a bad thing. You know exactly what you've done. Oh, Napalm lost another point in the votes. We're down to 37%. When we get to Cyndaquil, we've already made Cyndaquil, I'm afraid. Oh, we haven't named her though, that's true. We haven't named Cyndaquil, but we have made Cyndaquil. We could, I think I was calling him Hose Nose or something ridiculous. Slip stitch. Thank you. Oh, napalm's back up to 38%. I believe we have stabilized. I believe we have named her Napalm. Which is just a really funny pun. You guys are very good at this. Thank you, Duchess Cassandra, for your positive reinforcement there in my decisions. You meant to click Napalm? Well, that's okay, Ren. It looks like Napalm's going to win anyway. And she's got some fuzzy thighs, which is fine. You're using all my pins though, lady. I'm going to make it a rule where if I ever have completely run out of pins, it doesn't matter how long I've been streaming, the stream ends. Okay? So we still have plenty. It shouldn't be an issue, but I'm just going to like arbitrarily make it one of the rules in future that if I run out of pins, story ends. The end. You love the name Arson for a duck? Wait, I missed a funny name. You had to choose Arson for your child. She named a duck that? That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. That's some parenting right there. My love, my phone alarm is going off. Would you mind getting that? I just need it switched off more than anything else. Hot Glue would have been a very funny name, and I encourage you guys to...
You hid your phone in a bookcase.
Not on purpose. When you asking me where it is, though, is hilarious, given that it's literally playing an alarm. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Napalm's a great name. Hot Glue is funny. Hot Glue should definitely come up again with Rapidash. I strongly encourage this, but also it's always fun to see what batch of names comes up with the people who are around to see them. And after we've made this one here, it'll either mean that I do Rapidash pretty quickly, or it'll mean that I don't feel like doing Rapidash for a really long time. And we're not going to know which until it happens, really. We need one more little tuft of hair. And that's the story of how CK had so many sewing pins sent to her. Ha! Yeah. Pins are not expensive. I don't know how often. Okay, look, I was literally in a Spotlight the other day, and it's just so ridiculous to me that I keep going to Spotlights, and like, I could buy pins and fabric paint, right? For the longest time, I've needed to buy pins and fabric paint, and it's almost like I appreciate the little bit of external pressure. It's like I like the challenge of not having the materials that I need to do my job. And that's quite frustrating, really. Night. Splendid Pluto. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, guys, I'd much rather you bought presents for yourself and the people who are in your life. I do not need gifts. Though I appreciate and love the place that the thought is coming from. I do. A duck would need to be called Darkwing or Scrooge. Well, Magma is a fire duck, right? And we've pretty much unanimously decided that Magma is going to be called Firecracker. It's perfect. Second, like Arson is only second to Firecracker. Okay, we've got our fuzzy little go fast leg floofs. And now we just need the tail, which I think, let me just pop your head off for a second here. Nope, that was an ear. Okay, I'm pretty sure the tail is just going to be basically that again. Oh, Napalm lost a percentage in the vote. I like leaving these votes open for longer. It builds the suspense. You went to Spotlight to get those weight pebble things for your crochet toys, and then you came home with 2 bags of no pebbles. Well, went to Bunnings too. And I got these. They're my new weights because I couldn't find my jar of weights. And so they're smooth. They're smooth and matte and lovely. And so I got them in this size. This is just from the landscaping section. And I got them in this size, which distributes the weight. Like, they're not super heavy. Like, this whole bag is like 1 kilo, I think. Maybe 1.5 kilos. 1 kilo. But because they're flat, they'll give like a good stability to the ones that I make. So I do like perusing me a landscaping area. I should throw away my dull pins, but there's a pin shortage. We can't be throwing away resources. So yeah, I am going to leave this here. I will make the tail off camera just because I think it's going to be roughly the same piece again. And I'm just a little burned out on making fire pieces. Let's end this poll. She has officially been named Napalm, spelled N-E-I-G-H-P-A-L-M. So Napalm won with 37% of the vote. Closely followed by Arson at 24%, Flamenco at 20%, and Hot Glue at 17%. I'm very sorry, guys. Hot Glue was never making it across the line there, I can tell. So we are going to open up the next vote. Huzzah! And good tidings. Right, here we go. So, changing back to this screen, microphone is still on. So, for anybody who missed it and was just joining us for this second vote, we are doing a loosely Olympic theme today, where I have selected 4 events and Pokemon have nominated themselves to compete in these events. So, some of them make sense, some of them don't. And that's okay. So, I'm going to open up this vote, and then I will go on an actual break. Well, I know you've already heard the music once today because of the technical issues, but we will throw to a bit of a break so I can stand up and walk around a little bit. So the options are Taekwondo, volleyball, boxing, and fencing. And Boring Color Brigade, I win. Go on, which color are you going to pick? No, I like you guys. I do. I like you guys. All right, pick an event, and I will reveal after I get back from my break which Pokemon is competing in it. Alrighty, which button do I press again? This one! start eating. I'll be back in 43 seconds. Sorry, yeah, I could have come back 43 seconds ago, but I like to give little Lechonk his chance to make an appearance at the bottom. There we go. So, it looks like volleyball is currently the winner, which is unexpected. I thought you guys might love the opportunity to throw taekwondo at me or similar, but here we go. Let's end this poll. Yeah, flag on. Alrighty, volleyball won with 45% of the votes, closely followed by fencing at 34%, taekwondo at 10%, and boxing at 9%. So thank you to everybody who voted. Let us reveal who decided to play volleyball. You let me know when you get it. What could that be? I revealed just a little bit. Now I'm gonna have a drink. Oh yeah, while the typing matching the Olympic rings is a decent theory, it didn't occur to me to do it. No, it's not, it's unrelated. And also for the record, Mr. Bones doesn't know who's behind the cards. I'd say most of the time. Sometimes I show him, but like when he registers a vote, it is a true and ignorant vote. He does not really know what's up. As shown last week, if I don't want one, I just straight up say it. But who could it be? I think you all know. All right, let's reveal the happiest little vibe in all the land. What's funny here is that you picked the only two non-serious applicants. Like Ponyta riding a horse is funny, but I volunteered him because he thinks he gets to be the ball. So yeah, we're making coughing. We are making coughing. So let us swap screens. And we need to update our counter because we've now made 59 and coughing's number 60. But we've just finished 59, the pony. And we need to change our sprite. So let's update that to coughing, who is just a ball. He's a ball with knobbles though, so that's a bit trickier. Knobbly ball. All right, let's clear some room here. So there's our little chunky pony friend. She's just gonna sit over there. He's very happy. Like he's just really psyched to be here. Representing Hoenn. So we're going to make a ball. And he needs happy eyes. And a happy mouth with tiny teeth. How I'm going to do that, I don't know. I didn't really think this one through. I was like, oh, he's round, that'll be fine. It's like, it was not, in fact, fine. And he's got little knobbles all over him. And evenly spacing those is actually going to be, I think, relatively tricky. I think I might just have to, every second row, evenly space them. Suggest a name previously. You'd like to resuggest. Lisa Crayford has thrown in a name for the ring. We're going to call it Fart. And Canto, yes, my apologies, it was not Hoenn, it was Canto. I just mentally blanked. I don't know how I'm going to do the little symbol on his belly, but I assume that I'm going to embroider that on. So we're not going to do a little shape piece, but I'll just draw it in there for now. He's just a happy little guy. Butt pics in Discord. Thank you very much, Mr. Bones. There we go. So yeah, he nominated himself because he thinks that he is a gold medal winning volleyball. And I dare any of you to say otherwise to his face. Okay, the others aren't memes, the others are serious applicants. It's just I thought these guys would end up spaced out a little bit more. Yeah, he's got a little belly cross. He's just happy to be here. Okay, coughing. Done. Question for CK, that's me. Would you mind talking more about my health issues at some point? Obviously zero pressure, I'm disabled, I'm using a wheelchair, just interested in others' health or disability stories. Sam Lewis, probably not, honestly. First of all, it's because I don't think that mine are particularly interesting. And second of all, it's just like, just probably not. Suggested name? Hi? Maybe? I think Brittany for the name, because they're toxic. I like that, that's cute. Since he wants to be a volleyball, it's just the name Volley. I did wonder if somebody would. I like the name Volley. So he a ball. He just ball. And okay, so in terms of purples, I kind of like this color, right? But I also understand that maybe he's meant to be paler, but I also just like this color. Could I make one or two of the smokes coming out of his holes? We could. It does take him from being this big to being like this big. It wasn't part of the scope for today. I could do, as long as you're okay with me doing like just a little bit of brushed fluff and not like an actual three-dimensional poof coming out of a thing, we could do like, take one of the little, and just have like a little like fart coming out of a couple of them. Dark, dark. I like the dark. I like the dark.
If I get some stuffing, I can wrap it up with some wire with a little point, and then you can stick it into one of his things to give you the smoke.
Oh, I was going to use acid green for it.
No, because the smoke is white.
No, it's green.
It should be white.
It's green. Oh, he's unhappy. Go away, Growly.
Nevertheless, I could make one, and you could just stab it into one of his pieces.
I mean, I could. Oh, could you pass me my pink while you're standing there?
There's 2 sets of...
It's under the jacket.
Butt pics in Discord.
Ooh.
And you keep saying thank you, and then not looking at them. And I have one job of this.
I'm so sorry. I appreciate it. I referenced them. I did look at the pony butt pics. I just didn't acknowledge them. It's like sometimes you just know what a horse's butt looks like.
I need to feel appreciated.
I appreciate you. Okay, who pulled that screenshot? Awkwardly stitched, come on. Oh, he's just a little guy. Oh, see, he looks very nipply there, and I don't think that's...
And look at the one above. The set of 4 pictures above.
Oh my goodness. That's just a ball. You're very funny.
I feel appreciated.
Cut up some yarn and leave the scraps on the table with 2 eyes and say he used explosion. Oh my goodness, yes. No, I don't think we're quite at that kind of corner cutting, but I am a little bit concerned over how many knobbles he's supposed to have. Kate, I just want you to know that I have seen your suggestion for the name Bounce, and Mr. Bones is the one who keeps track of those anyway, but everyone should know that the name Bounce has been suggested. Brush, brush, brush. Fluff works. Okay, I'm going to consider fluff, but we're going to see how we feel about the finished Pokemon before we commit to fluff. So he's round, but I'm having a hard time picturing where these knobbles sit. And so I just want to do a little bit more of a diagram for him. And also the mouth. I think we need to build it in similar to how we did for Electrode. So he's actually slightly more complicated than he looks. Because that means we'll give him a little bit of a lip. And a little bit of pink and then a little bit of a lip. So the mouth will be slightly indented. The eyes we can just sew on. That's no big deal. But in terms of these little dimply bits, I'm afraid that the SketchUp picture I have in Discord isn't perfect. It's somebody's modeled idea of it. But he's got one knobble at the top of his head. And these rows have to run this way. And then he's got, what, one on either side? I could make them separately and sew them on, but that's such a pain. I feel like as long as I evenly scatter knobbles, I might get away with this. His face is very similar to Meowth's. That's very keenly observed, Lute. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to work out how to stagger them. And I'm going to do them using my doubled over treble crochet technique, I think. Wilson's a great name. He has two little teeth. Indeed, his tiny teeth. He looks so happy. Yeah, he's looking on the bright side. Yeah, okay, so first of all, he's just a ball. So a ball is an easy pattern. So the tricky thing here is building the mouth in and knobbles. So I'll have the pink ready to go. The mouth is about halfway down, so we know we can build up the whole first top dimmer dome. I won't need orange or yellow, so let's put those away. Yeah. Wilson, what about a bobble stitch? Bobble stitch is at a different scale. I'm thinking a little bit smaller than that, which is why I'm thinking about just doing the doubled over stitches, because it means that I can keep him pretty small. Yeah, that's the thought. This purple seems a lot darker when I've got a strand of it out than it looks in the ball. We will not be accepting any mean names for this bestest boy. That's good. We do not bully coughing. He doesn't look maniacal, he just looks happy. He's just so excited to be part of the team. He might be Meowth's cousin. They definitely look related. Bean eater. Well, he is feeling bonita. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It hath begun. Magic ring of 6. Well, that's okay, Sam. I appreciate where the question was coming from, and this is what I will address. So that this is a happy, fun place to visit, and I like leaving all that stuff outside of this place so that I can also come and visit the happy place. And so I think that that's also fair and legitimate as a standpoint. I feel like Wilson's a good name for coughing. I like the name Wilson. He's just, yeah, so there are lumps everywhere. Cool. Everyone's hitting me up with pictures of the lumpy boy. And that's good. We'll do lumps everywhere. He's going to have a little bald spot on his head where I got started because it's just easier that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there we go. And now I'm going to do 6 repeats of a single crochet and an increase. But instead of a single crochet, I'm going to try a treble first just to see if I like it. So, yeah, just immediately on reflex did a single crochet. Here we go, 1, 2. There we are, there's my treble and an increase. Maybe 3 per round will be enough, but we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Chronic? Just keep in mind that different things are legal here than they are there. Ozone's a fun name. I'm not calling him Beckham. We want to call her Lumpy Space Princess. That's so cute. That's true. He does seem like he'd be proud of his lumps. Puffball. Oh, hey, yeah, puffball works. You think he needs a cowboy hat? You guys are just trying to bait Mr. Bones into getting crafty again. I know you've been missing his props. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Apparently Mr. Bones is just a lollipop. You're fine, Loot. Okay. Is this too many lumps? Or a good amount of lumps? I feel like it might be too many. Because I get that he's meant to have a lot, but I also don't want to make him too densely lumped. These sentences are becoming ridiculous. I think every second row, or I could just do 3 every row and stagger them. I think 3 every row and then staggering them is the way to go. It just makes writing the notes really obnoxious. Because it'll be treble, increase, single, increase, repeated 3 times. And back we go. You like my mushroom sweater? I'll admit that it's one of my favorites at the moment. So guys, I'm so excited. What's up?
I think one thing about the lumps is they're actually random, they're not orderly.
I know, but that makes it even harder. I have to instill some sense of order while making them look as chaotic as possible. Yeah, I'm really excited because I don't know if you guys remember back when I think it was when I got this sweater. I was talking on stream about how there was this little vest that I was obsessed with, and I got it. The little sweater vest that has like the little frog skeleton on it. I got it. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for it to get here. Hopefully when it gets here I can share it with all of you. I'm very excited about it. We could totally name him Hexus. That's a great name. Curry is funny because it's like a fart reference. I need more squeakers. That's true. Like so many of my things could be like, I mean, this thing is just staring at me across the desk, but if it had a squeaker, that'd just be hilarious. Okay, there we go. So now I've taken that first row down to 3 lumps, and then in the next one I'll do 3 again, but I'll do them staggered and then staggered and then staggered. So it'll start, there'll be an even distribution. But Becky, you have missed Ponita. And she does feel bonita. We named her Napalm. Okay. There's that, and that, and that. All right, so the next row would normally be single crochet, increase, single crochet. And I might just have to write this down in long form. Ugh, see what you guys are doing to me? You're writing down long form. Ugh. But we'll be fine. It will be fine. At least the way this guy is built, I have the whole top of his head to work out where I want the face to be. So single crochet, increase, single crochet. And that's where the next novel should be. Single crochet, increase, single crochet, treble crochet, increase, single crochet. So that should be the repeating pattern. Bless you. Yeah. Oh, nope, that's meant to be an increase now. I've got to remember that trebles count as singles, not as increases. Like, it makes sense. It makes no sense whatsoever that a treble would replace an increase. But mechanically. But 2 needs the sound of a rubber chicken. Absolutely it does. Flatulous. Okay, now we repeat it again. Single crochet, increase. Single crochet. And a treble. increase, single. Excellent. The knobbles, they come out as planned. All right. So after this, I need to start leaving a flat area where we'll attach the eyes. And after a couple of, maybe 2 rows of that, we're gonna have to start building that mouth in as well. I'll have you know that the camera is misleading you. Mr. Bones' sneeze was in fact so mighty, it rocked the foundation of the house. Okay, done. All right. So that brings us to what, 24 stitches around, which is as wide as any coughing ever needed to be. He might be overly knobbled. What do you guys reckon? Is he too knobbly? Can you even see? I don't know. I don't know. I've got doubts about the number of knobbles, but surely more is better than not enough. Alright, now, night lonely little lollipop, thanks for hanging out. Will you have safety eyes or crochet eyes? I think crochet eyes is the way to go. Oh, actually, you know what? It could be really funny if, just changing gears while I deal with my existential knobble crisis. You could totally have eyes like Thalulu, where we give him like a little white outside that make him look spectacularly having fun. You're not good at visualizing the final product? Oh. No, he's good. He's a little too knobbly, but he's still cute. He's too knobbly. Yeah.
I don't think he's too knobbly, and I have a reason why. I think that his knobbles are best viewed in profile, and so you're looking at it wrong because you're looking at it straight on, but you can't really see any knobbles on his tum-tum or his back. You mostly see the knobbles...
Well, that'd be the top of his head.
Yeah, and so like if you're looking at it like that, then you see like you don't have... like you have the right amount of knobbles.
Yeah.
But like, and so like when he's a ball, it will look good, and so trust the process.
I'm gonna have to rename you the process because I sure can't trust. He's not.
Sorry, that was loud.
It was. It's like coughing, but like with very wide eyes could be fun. Anyway, that was a really long way to go to illustrate it. What I think is a funny joke, because otherwise my plan is to. I don't care if inactive tabs are getting a new look, Chrome. Otherwise the plan would be to just kind of similar to Belladonna back here, where we just do like the little white half circle and stitch on a little pupil. Could be fun. You guys like safety eyes? Experienced sand groper. Plain row between each row of knobbles. Yeah, I thought about doing that. Mr. Bones is making a compelling argument. Why not do doubles? It makes him less knobbly. Like you want subtler knobbles. All right, I'll go back and just redo this one as a double so we can see if we like the gentler knobbliness. It's mostly because they don't tend to stand out very much. That's why. See that's a double crochet in there. See how it's basically flat? But the triples stand out. So that's why it's trebles, or we may as well do it a different way. Cluster or bobble stitches would be fine again if I was going bigger, but because he's small, I don't want to overburden him. I just need to leave the space for the face and tummy free. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like, this will just be the top of his head. And so all you'll really see are those 3. Oh my goodness. Okay. The cowboy hat thing is killing me. But do we want him to have safety eyes? He'll look like a baby. Or we can just do stitched on eyes. So that's the thought currently out there in the world. I will not do any knobbles this row. We're going to just do a round of 24 single crochet. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. 15, 16. Okay, why are we putting little cowboy hats on everyone in the Discord? Give him safety eyes. We like the safety eyes. Gotta have the curvy white eyes. Okay. Okay. Stitch eyes. Ooh, I don't know if I have any smaller safety eyes, but I can look. But yeah, I think we're leaning towards crochet eyes, and that's cool. That's fine. I got that under control. Okay, that was a round of 24 single crochet. And now I'm going to put 1 knobble, 2 knobbles. I think this row is only getting 2 knobbles. Nope, he's getting 4. So we'll go 1, 2 knobble, 4 knobble. Sorry, I'm closing the Discord, guys. I'm seeing the cowboy hat spam and I appreciate it, but I'm focusing on this chat instead. Okay, 1, 2 knob. 1, 2, 3, 4 knob. 1, 2, 3 knob. Bunch of single crochet across the face, then a treble, and a single. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 10 single crochet is our face. Two, 3. Dang it. Oh, it was only meant to be 2. Good. I was going to say 4 is too many, but it was meant to be 2. So 4 was too many. Night, Logan. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, yep. Caterpickle's here, Nat. Don't you worry. We knew you'd want to see him. And look, there's a big buffer. And we've also given Gengar a snack, so Caterpickle's safe. We think about these things. One, 2, 3. I think the important thing with these knobbles is they can look like there's too many or they can look like there's not enough, but no matter what happens, they have to look intentional. Because you can get away with a lot as long as it looks like you did it on purpose. Yeah, not only has nothing bad happened to Caterpickle while Nat wasn't here supervising, it's just we've actively tried to protect Caterpickle. Which might be a first for this stream. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. And one more knobbly bit on this side. There we go. Okay, so the face is going to go there. We've started leaving a little bit of a clearing, but the rest of him is still generously spiked. He's going to be the spikiest boy. And we love him for that. So I don't think safety eyes are the way to go here. I think we agree that little magic ring of probably 4 is plenty. There we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 currently. That's now 4. Tiny little eyes for our tiny little friend. Yes, a safe caterpickle makes a happy natterpickle. What's happening, little blue onk? Doesn't feel like lol is enough sometimes. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so happy little eye shape. And there's room for 2 of them there comfortably, so that's good. That's what I wanted to check. So I think we have 1 more row and then we start building the mouth. And this row might not have any knobbles in it either. So just 24 single crochet around, nice and easy. Had a long weekend already and unfortunately crashing. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Brittany. I don't expect anybody to stream as long to be here for the whole thing. Well, it was either the strawberry or he was just gonna start having a plate of yarn sketty. Yeah, he was starting to just like, he was licking everything. So we found a sacrificial strawberry and it's kept him very amused. No hate to Doppelganger though, because we love him. He is also one of us. Oh, well, I'm hoping that we can help provide a dose of levity to your day. I've had a blowfly attack, so I'm still like recovering from the twitchiness of that. We can name him Spikeball. We could. Spikeball is absolutely an acceptable name. Actually, what is the name list? Mr. Bones, would you mind sharing? Wait for that to filter through. He needed some enrichment in his enclosure. Yeah, exactly. He's the one that's existed the longest as well. So it makes sense that he has to work slightly harder to keep himself entertained. Okay, so the next row we have to start working on the mouth. Hi, my honey is here.
Ooh, that was a little bit hard.
Yeah, you hit the wall pretty hard. I'm surprised you didn't go through it.
Bounce, Wilson, and Ozone.
Okay, I like Wilson.
If anyone had said names before and they were good and not mean, because he's a lovely boy.
I didn't think Fart was mean.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, Fart was one of the first names.
If you think that one of yours is not mean, then just post it again because I've been
busy.
Distracted.
Oh, he's got a project. Oh, I think we also liked the name Volley because like he's nominated himself for volleyball. Ooh, okay, everybody hydrate or dihydrate. Love Gengar and appreciate that he shows love by licking. Dogs do too, and that's great. But with Caterpickle, there's the danger of accidental eating. That's very true. You had a fly water tower, oh, blowfly. You guys don't get blowflies? I had like a massive blow. Look, the chat can confirm. They were here. They heard the roar of the beast. I was attacked by a blowfly. You named your coughing rice cooker? That's fun. I have a cute little turquoise rice cooker. From Kmart. Funnily enough, it's getting the job done. Sir Puffington. Okay, so we've got 2 eyeballs for our spike ball. Oh, I've got that up the wrong way. He should be happy, not angry. Yeah, the blowfly was like, it was this big. Ahoy, ahoy. Hello, Coletti Spaghetti. very happy eyes. I'm just trying to pin it in such a way that it doesn't stab me. Okay, so we've got happy little eyes on our little wall. And I've done my row of 24 single crochet, I think. Yeah, I did. So in the next row, we're going to be starting the mouth, and we are going to build it in, which is just always fun. But it's funny because it's going to look like little gums after the first row, but then it should start making a little bit more sense. So we are going to start by single crocheting around to where we want the mouth to start, which is quite a distance. Ready? 1. Oh, and we should be adding knobbles in this row as well. So we'll go 1, knobble, 1, 2, 3, knobble. Beauty about this is that I'm going to just be able to write it down afterwards, as long as I remember to stop after this row, because I'm sure I wouldn't forget to stop after this row. I have one job to do, and that's to stop after the row and write it down. I'm sure that'll go fine. Hybrid, because he's gas powered. That's alright, experienced sand groper, I understood your meaning. You're worried if you call him Wilson, he's going to demand blood sacrifices. Oh, that's not a worry.
Don't forget to stop after the row.
You're so annoying! Yes, Coletti Spaghetti we started today off by making Ponita. I haven't made her tail yet, but it's basically the same as her hair, so we decided to move along. Alright, so that row was single, treble, 3 single, and another treble, and then 4 single, and another treble. Now we're just trying to position the mouth. Let's see, if we say that one there is the middle of the head. 4. So that's 2. And then we're going to do 8 pink slip stitches in the back loops only. Sorry, that was 3, not 2. Give me a pink. Nope, 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 all the way down. What's happening? You did the big owlbear. Oh, lovely. Part of me wants to go back and make more like full-sized plushes like that, but honestly, there's so much work. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I'm going to level with you guys, that 8th one, that colour change back to purple, I've just worked as a single crochet instead of a slip stitch, and no one's going to know. How would they know? I know Poke-lympic also have to say, very brave of you, I've lost your mind when I was around. Yeah, I lose my mind. I flip my lid. You should... I haven't seen the stream, but I get the impression from the Discord that I may have been pulling some really fun faces. When there's a buzzing fly in the room, I cannot do anything until the fly is gone. Also, it touched me. I felt it collide with my hair at one point. 1 and 2. Back to the start. I love it when I like arbitrarily feel like I've eyeballed it and gotten something in the middle, and then I look at the math and I'm just like, that is perfectly centered. Go me. Spike, both because he's spiky and it's a volleyball pun. Chronic, cough, and Brittany for being toxic. These are some good names. Alright, so as I said, he's gonna look like he's just got gums. Yum, 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 yum. He's just a little guy. And then the little eyes, which I keep showing, are going to be up this way. And so in the next row, I will be stitching over the top of that to form the little mouth line. And he's only getting one line, and then I'll use white to stitch on the teeth, and I'll probably outline it. Like use some pink and my needle, or purple and my needle, to just clean up the edges of it. But it's nice to have just like a little bit of a feature on something like this to give us something to go with. So now we've done that, it's basically just 24 around again. So we'll work a single crochet into every stitch until we get back around to the mouth. You have a steadily growing parliament of owlbears at home, and they're starting to make their way out as gifts. I love that. I like mine. I still get great joy out of how they thunk when they hit the shelf. My problem is that, like, as I said, I really want to make more along that vein, and nothing has quite scratched the itch properly since. But we're working on it. Right, so that's back to there, and we'll reattach our pink. Just pulling it across from inside. And I'm working my single crochets over the top. I'll carry that purple with me. Carrying your purple with me. Yeah, 6, 7, 8. And changing back to the purple. And that's it for the pink, because at the scale we're talking about, we can't handle any more pink. And it looks scary right now, but it will look less so in a minute. It will. We'll try a few things, but I'm pretty sure it'll look less scary in a minute. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then pink, 8. And then purp, 2. Okay, next row we need to put some more knobbles in. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3. And a knobble. You have a small army. 1 scary failure in plush yarn. Oh no. Actually, Darcy's probably still driving. When Darcy gets back, I'm very curious to know how her pickled shoe turned out. Lumpy Space Princess totally made the list. My list anyway. I'm not really keeping track though. I kind of really rely on Mr. Bones for that. It's too hard to handle the numbers as well as the name list. Mr. Bones is busy. You guys have set him a task, and I'm not fully sure what the task is, but he's taking it very seriously. Oh, thank you, little blue onk. I have never regretted trusting the process. It's just every so often you need an external voice to tell you to do the thing. And Mr. Bones is very supportive at being that external voice to tell me to do the thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bringing us back around to here. Now I want to try front post before I just do regular crochet here. So I'm just not sure if it'll cover up too much of the pink. We'll see. Let's have a go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 2 to finish off. 1 and 2. All right, let's get a look at you. Okay, the next row we'll pull this down. This may be one of those times when it ends up being upside down, whereas that becomes the top lip, potentially. I'm gonna have to work another row before I can tell, unfortunately. And we're also almost out of space a little bit here. I suppose that we can just leave this area clear all the way down and just do, honestly, we've probably done as many knobbles as we need to do, maybe 1 or 2 more at the bottom. Upside down, upside down. I got a little Mr. Squiggle in me, because like, if that's the case, there's room there for us to do the tummy marking. And we can just build, I don't know if there's enough room for the eyes on top there, but we can give it a go. Sorry, sometimes it's just like this. 8 front post, 2 single, okay. There's been many rows of 24 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it only took us 1, 2, 3, 4 to get up there. So I probably only have 1 more row of single crochet to play with before I have to start closing off. And he is a little bit more square than round because I forgot a very important tenet of making round shapes, but I feel like the knobbles are going to carry us through a lot of that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you for your understanding, Faith. 9, 10, 11, 13, 14. Wait, when we say little owlbears, are we talking about the tiny ones or are we talking about the big ones? Because like I understand little as like a modifier for something that you find cute because I use it all the time. But I also have a big owlbear and a little owlbear. Hi.
Still drying.
Did you make a little cowboy hat?
There's a little icon on the front.
Oh, it's got his little icon on the front.
Just gotta dry first.
It's so cute. Yeah, I'm worried like the cap, which is on one of them up there. I'm worried that...
I've got to take it outside, put it in the sun so it can dry.
Yeah, we need it to cure properly.
Might be able to curl the sides. Also, it's a bit big.
Did you want to show them first?
Oh, no, I'll wait until it's dry.
Okay.
It might make the colours fix on the top.
Okay. Mr. Noodle from Elmo's World was in Green Mile. Oh no. The tiny ones. Okay, cool. So we are talking about the little nuggety ones. See, I always thought that I didn't really nail the owlbear thing with them, but I've looked back at them now and I'm just like, I was being too hard on myself. Those are great. Those are so cute. They're like little budgie bears. And I made that joke at the time, but it resonates now. All right, I'm going to try stuffing this really aggressively. And we'll see if we like it, because sometimes the truth is in the stuffing. Here. Stuff, 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 stuff. Oh, good morning, Jenny. Oh, Darcy. Hello, Darcy. How did your pickle chew go? Unless it's a sore spot, in which case that's fine. Okay. And then we do the top lip. 2 little teeth. And his little eyes go here. Sorry guys, I'm just taking him for a spin. Sometimes visualizing the process is hard, and if I'm about to turn him upside down, I need to know what I'm getting in for, but I actually think upside down is going to work really, really well. So yeah, we're turning him upside down. He loves to hear percussion. He is the accessories guy, and in him we do trust. Right, that was a round of just 24 single crochet. But if this is the top now, I have to go back to taking the knobbles very seriously, whereas I thought the most stressful part of that was behind me. So I think we start this row with a knobble. And I think we have to decrease too. I think we need to shuffle around on our chair a little bit. Yeah, I want to see Picklechew. Mr. Picklechew has been retired and has been shunned. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Treble. Oh, we need to work decreases in 2. So if we're going from 24, let's go down to... I think we just worked in lots of 6. So we want to do 6 decreases around. And we would normally do that by going single crochet, decrease, single crochet. So now we just need to work trebles in with that. 2 single crochet and a decrease and a single crochet. Okay. I believe I've worked it out, but let's just see. You were going to suggest working him from the bottom up, and it turns out that's how he wanted to be made. Yeah, I find that all the time. I tell this story a lot, but like the Bulbasaur that's available on my channel, I literally was like making the shape of that head. I got to the end of the head and then I turned it upside down and I realized the bit that I thought was the body was actually the head. And that's how I released the pattern. That's how the shape wanted to be. It happens way more often than I'm comfortable with, to be perfectly honest, but sometimes my brain flips things upside down when shaping. And that's okay. We're going to decrease. And then we single. And we single. And we decrease. And we single.
We can find it.
Trust this to not be as well behaved as the first one. That's just typical coughing. Go. So we'll do another knobble on this side, which is now the face. Got to remember it's the face. Decrease. Single crochet. I saw tailbone. Actually, I think the tailbone isn't that one of the most commonly broken bones of the body? There's nothing they can do for it once you mash it. Much sympathy. Do you have a donut to sit on? Okay, so I only ended up putting 2 knobbles in that row, but I think it's okay. I think we'll forgive coughing a bald spot. Alright, he's turning out, he's actually very lovely hand shaped. I like it when they feel really sweet and cute in the hand. Hey, give me the piece of cheese, please. Thank you. One second, sorry. The hook shouldn't be squeaky, it's a brand new hook. I did grow up with Mr. Squiggle. This one's giving me way more wheezing vibes than coughing, but I think that's just because his mouth looks menacing. without the details, because like I'll smooth out the sides to make it more of a smile. He'll get his little teeth and all that jazz. Like, we'll get it, don't you worry about that. Okay, so that brought us down to 18, or it should have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It did! Cool. So next we want to go down to 12, which is just 6 repeats of a single crochet and then a decrease. We've got to work out which one of those single crochets becomes a treble. Increase and a decrease. So we'll pop this in to save our spot. Hello. Right, so we'll go single, decrease, treble, decrease, single, decrease, treble. I don't like that the treble's falling directly in that other treble. No, we're not doing that. Single crease, single decrease. He's gonna have a crooked knobble. Oh no. Wait, I don't have to evenly space anything. I can just do the decrease now. I can do 2 decreases in a row. Who's gonna stop me? Yeah. What you gonna do, fight me? No. We'll just do 2 decreases in a row and then the treble will fall in the center of the head. We are not powerless in these circumstances. We are literally the one making the decisions. I can be a bit silly sometimes. Okay, there we go. There we are. That's the middle of the forehead knobble. He is a very pleasing little lump. All right, so we're down to 12 at the top, and I think we're just going to 6 decrease around and call it 6 decreases. As mentioned, the embroidery will happen off stream. Looks like it's cream colored to me. What do you guys think? I'll work it out. That's going to be one of those ones where I won't know until I get started if I think white or cream is better. I think off-white / cream is going to be better in this particular instance because I feel like white is going to appear too pristine and clean. And I think that a slight dirty vibe. He's in his grunge era, you know? I think that might help him a little bit. So we'll get that finalized list of names. Closing just past hour 4. And we'll get another vote started. So this next one will probably be the last one for the day, but I won't say that with confidence. Just because, like, at the end of the stream, we always reveal what all of the options are. But, I won't reveal all of them after this vote. Just because I won't rule out the idea of doing a 4th one, but I don't know. I think 3 might be what we do today. So, yeah, there we go. Now, I'm going to use black pins for this because I like to mock up where the pupils are going to go. I think that gives us just a better idea of... He's cute! Oh, better idea of what they're going to look like. So let's get those eyes closer to the mouth. There we go. Okay, so he's looking a little yarn scrappy at the moment, but here's our boy! And he'll have his little tummy patch, which will be like, yeah. And he's got his little teeth. One there. One there. A little crissy-cross underneath. He does. He has mad Muppet energy. I believe Mr. Bones just legged it to see if he can get the top hat or the thing he's been making. It's not a top hat. It's a cowboy hat. Okay, there we go.
Still a little bit wet.
Howdy. He's happy to meet y'all. He'll dip his hat. Sorry, the hat needs to sit over there because I'm too worried to have it near the pins. But there we go. That is our little coughing. He's so cute. He's very pleasing. Like the round shapes can be very, very pleasing. Alrighty. Names. Mr. Bones, it might be easier if you just call out the top 4. You're in love? Okay, well, we respect that. We'll leave him on the screen. Yes. Okay.
Here are the top 5.
Oh, no. Only 4 can go in the vote. So I'm leaving it up to you to pick 4.
Oh, here are the top 6.
4.
Okay. I'll get rid of Brittany. And I'll get rid of... Who's?
We can't call him Covfefe.
Kind of like Covfefe. I think I'll get rid of Ozone and Brittany.
Okay, that's fine. I'm leaving this one up to you, love.
Bounce.
Okay. You got more bounce.
Actually, no, get rid of Bounce.
You don't like bounce?
Nope, get rid of
Okay.
Bounce. Put in Ozone. Okay, so Wilson is the first one.
Alright. Ozone has been typed. Then we're typing Wilson.
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 Spike.
Which is a volleyball pun.
And LSP, which was...
Lumpy Space Princess.
Lumpy Space Princess.
The people who vote for it will know what that is. Flatulous. Okay, Mr. Bones has selected his favourite 4 names from the options. Vote to name our little guy. Who was accidentally made upside down, but ended up being perfect. He's Australian. That's what it is. I forgot to account for the Australia. Yeah, he's smooth-brained. All smooth, no wrinkles. Okay, I love that you guys are just like independently being like, right, I'm team coughing, he is my boy now. And then we've got Natta Pickle who's like, yep, Catta Pickle's mine. And if Darcy's here, we do have Hydrini in the wings just in case we need it. So like, you guys have like picked your favorites and I love that. Looks like Wilson is out to a commanding lead at 46% of that vote. So 47%, 46%, 47%. Okay guys, it looks like Wilson might be the call here. Alrighty. Tamaine, welcome, good morning. You did arrive just in time to name coughing. I'm gonna just take these pins out because I will reposition those more responsibly when I'm actually up to that part. Well, yeah, geez, I think he took like less than an hour. Are the lumps made of trebles? They are, they're made out of trebles. And I actually wrote down where they need to go, so I won't just be telling you to randomly place knobbles where you want when the pattern comes out on Patreon. I will actually tell you specifically where to put these knobbles so that you can make informed choices and replace any that you don't want with single crochet if you want. We do have Belladonna. She's currently... Oh, she's pinned to Mr. Bones' head. There we go. She's just having a snack. There she is. She's got little teeth. Honestly, she turned out super great. Sorry, Mr. Bones, I had to repurpose the Belladonna.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It doesn't bother me at all.
It's fine. Okay, I'm closing this vote off. Wilson's the clear winner.
I was going to say something, but now I'm distraught.
Becky, I hope Sandslash appears for you soon so that you can, like, I love the idea that I'm finding everybody's perfect Pokemon match. Wilson was the, sorry honey, 1 second. Wilson was the winner at 49% of the vote. Spike came in at 18%, Lumpy Space Princess at 18%, and Ozone came in last at 13% of the vote. So thank you everybody for voting. What's up, honey?
Brain just went to sleep.
Coughing?
I'm still distraught. You started crocheting him 50 minutes ago.
Oh, cool.
And if you want a unit of measurement which is completely useless.
Anything but numbers, go.
You did him faster than it takes wood glue to dry in the sun.
I beat the wood glue, guys. Alrighty. Okay, next vote. So anyone who missed it and who's just joined us for the next vote as to who we're doing, we've got like a loose Olympic theme going today. We have some Olympic events and we have some Pokemon who have nominated themselves for the events. So Ponyta nominated herself for dressage, Coughing nominated himself for volleyball, and those are the only two like jokey ones. The other ones are kind of serious. We have taekwondo, boxing, and fencing remaining. Let's start the poll. This will probably be the last one today. So taekwondo, boxeroony, and fencery-doo. And while we do that, I'm gonna go on a little 5-minute break. So you guys vote for who you wanna see. The first two events were dressage and volleyball. You can, I think you'll be able to work out who's who. So let's start this poll and I'm gonna go on break. Have fun picking everybody. Don't forget to leave your guesses in the chat as to who you think they actually are. Break. Hi guys. So I'm getting a vibe from the chat that you guys aren't happy with the choice you've made. I'm happy to reopen the poll again. It looks like the fencing has been chosen. What? Talk me through this. If you convince me, if you guys want to revote, that's fine. But I needed it to be like a vocal people asking for a revote. Rock smashes scissors. Okay.
Even if some people are disagreeing in chat, I just want to point out 141 votes. So like a lot.
Okay.
That's all.
I know. I just want to make sure that
I didn't mean.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. I'm just reading. I'm catching up. So I think the theory here is that you guys think that I've snuck some people mon in behind Taekwondo and boxing, and you feel bad because you selected fencing, which may or may not be a person as well. Is that the vibe for it? Because like if you're worried about that, don't worry about that. It just means that eventually you'll have a stream where you get nothing but people, and we'll both suffer through it together because we'll be each other's emotional support. Like it's fine. So we're going to stay with fencing because I do think that a lot of people have voted, and fencing was a strong winner. But I really appreciate you guys thinking about me in that way, like knowing how I'm not looking forward necessarily to doing the people. But in the meantime, let's do fencing. Let's close this vote off. Let's see who's behind fencing, and we'll see how we feel in a couple of hours. We might feel like doing another one. So we got fencing with 67% of the vote, Taekwondo with 16%, and boxing with 16%. So, all right, we are going to leave it. No, it's absolutely fine. So like, sorry, I'm absolutely tickled that you guys are like trying to look after me that way, but there are still plenty of Pokemon in the list. It's just slowly these votes are going to have to become more and more people and difficult. And that's okay. We'll get through it. So let's reveal what's behind fencing. Did you guys have a theory as to who fencing is? Like someone you're excited about, maybe? Let's just... I'll let you see a little bit here and there while I wait to see if any votes come through. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, Kit Kat K. It's great. Sometimes it's okay to eat dessert first. I think you guys have all kind of caught a vibe here. Yeah, that's right. Fencing could only be Farfetch'd. It's the ducky boy, or one of the many ducks. With his leek. The beloved birdies. Oh yay, we've got a Farfetch'd fan in the chat. Hello, Piper Rose. Give me Farfetch'd. Woo. Well, you're very welcome, Loot. It's lucky that we picked Farfetch'd then. It's a leek. We will make the leek. We cannot leave Farfetch'd without the leek. I would like to offer Mr. Bones the opportunity to make a leek if he would like to, but I have plans here. I have the colors ready to make a leek if we would like to. So let's swap screens and do the little bit of housekeeping that we have to do. So our Crochetdex counter needs to be updated because coughing is number 60 and Farfetch'd is number 61.
Are you mad? I can't make a leek.
Okay. We are crocheting the leek. There's a leak in the boat. Let's update the sprite. Where are you, Farfetch'd? There he is. A duck with a leek. Sounds a bit far-fetched. This duck reminds you of your dad? That's so funny. Okay, Farfetch'd is Caterpickle's dad, and that's canon. It's been decided. Leaky boy! Alright, so I got a leek colour. And we have some cream as well. Now, he's a difficult colour to try and match, right? I think I landed on this one. I feel like that's about as close as you could possibly hope for. Unfortunately, it's a colour that's midway between, like, his top colour and his belly colour. So it means that his belly colour is going to have to be cream. Are we okay with this? Wherever he goes, he has to take a leak. Exactly. That was a Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 reference. Yeah, so the other option was that I whip out the chocolate brown, but I thought that was too warm of a color and this is a more cool tone. So I think these are the colors for him. This is the top of the leek, and I could use either white or the cream again for the bottom of the leek. But we'll make that work. And I put my yellow away for some reason. Silly. Finally, we have a reason to use the sunshine yellow. I've been using pale yellow a lot recently. This Pokemon bucket has been nothing but like beiges and creams for weeks. It's felt like months. And I know that we've been doing other colors as well, but it just feels like everything is cream. But anyway, we're still working on it. This is our Ducky Boy palette. Yes. Okay, let's put that over there like that. And let's draw us a Ducky Boy. I can find my pencil and let's just disarm the scissors. I think safety eyes will be the go for this one. Oh yeah, Boring Color Brigade. I think this is pretty much like your mascot, right? Could I DK I don't know what that means. Allium's a fun name. All right, night Katie, thanks for hanging out. Farfetch'd. Okay. Okay. We be sketching. We be sketching us a Ducky Boy. So he's got like a ball for a head with these like little feathers, and we could do those the same way we did these knobbles, depending on how big or small we make him. He needs a fatter head than that. There we go. Slightly fatter. His beak is largely covered here. It's hard to tell if it's like long and pointy or if it's more of a duck bill. So we will go to the Discord. which is funny. Right. You name him Squire because he turns into a knight. Oh, that's true. I forgot that Farfetch'd got an evolution. Too bright a yellow for the Boring Color Brigade. Okay, we'll do better next time. For the record, I do think that Taekwondo would have made the Boring Color Brigade happy. Can you do white tape around the eyes? Well, we could do like a white crochet piece and then just have the eye sitting in the middle of it. I just need pictures of Farfetch'd beaks, love. There we go. I'm just going to leave the beak conspicuously blank for now. Now these wings are a problem. They identify as a problem. There we go. So one of them's like all swoopy and whatnot, and he has these defined feathers which are going to be, let's be real, they're going to be obnoxious. Yeah, butt pics please sir, exactly. And then this one here, he has holding his leek, which I feel like I could do up there, or he can have it like this. Find some kind of like nice way for him to hold his leek that maybe reduces my workload. Okay, so it's kind of pointy but not hooky. It's like, it's pointy and it's round. And he has quite prominent feet. Okay, I can work with this. And then of course we cannot forget that eyebrow. Is he angry at the world? You've got eyes. Very present eyes, and that eyebrow will probably be embroidered on, I'm thinking, because it looks like it's just like flat with the rest of him. We could name him Vichyssoise. We could name him Vichyssoise. Though I thought that was potato soup. Tell you what though, you had me for a second there with the spelling. I'm just like, oh goodness, I've already committed to saying this out loud. Ah! How many fingers does he have on his wings? Is it 4 or 5? It looks like it's 4. I've drawn 5. It's only meant to be 4. That's okay. We'll get that. We'll get that in editing. This is another guy who might end up in a seated position because of just the way it is. Though that leek, if he's holding it like a staff, we could use it as a... Oh gosh. Sorry. One of the pictures in Discord, he has no back of his head, and so we're just sort of seeing down into the middle of his mouth. It's not as gruesome as it sounds. Yeah, we could use the 2 feet and the leek to act as like 3 points of stability and maybe get him standing up if we want to. So, piece break. Oh, I've forgotten to line the back of his head here. There we go. 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it was the best model on there.
No, it's great.
We're like Minecraft models, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, honestly, I'm finding there's a diminishing return when it comes to, what is it, Sketchfab or something? Like a lot of them are just like adaptations instead of like the actual details, and they've become a little unreliable. But we can.
This one didn't feel like it because like you can somewhat tell when they've taken a bit of artistic liberty.
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 He's Liberty. Oh, and the inside of the wing is white. Well spotted. Okay, I'm going to now detach from the Discord again because I find it too distracting and I keep wanting to play with it. So I need to do some shape breakdown though, because this doesn't actually give us the information we need necessarily. So we have a beak, and it's kind of long and it's kind of pointy. And it's a square at the base and a point at the tip. So that's it at the side view, right? And then from the front, it's like this. So, beak, body, let's see. Head and body I feel like should be able to be one piece. Because he's just this really fun little shape. Tail might end up actually having to be a secondary flap piece, but we'll see how we go. So we'll do that, and then, oh, those 3 feathers, are they like this or are they like this? I'm gonna need to go back to the Discord, aren't I? I feel like they're like this. Mohawk or fringe? Okay, it looks like they're like this. So
Fringe.
we can definitely build that in. That's not a big deal. In terms of colours, we'll see if I can be bothered doing colour changes for it. They just make the notes so much harder. But worst case scenario, we'll make a piece and sew it on. That's not a big deal. So we got body. The drawing looks more like your dad. You're very welcome. A little cringe. Do you mean fringe? Because I am both. Okay, Poirot. Mario or Luigi, because you need a plumber to fix the leak. That's funny.
Stream health.
It's still looking good to me. We're just checking on the stream health here, guys. Yeah, honey, it's showing us completely.
A bunch of audio was lost. It's back to normal now.
Okay. I didn't drop any frames or anything, but I don't know. French for leek. Okay, I would have to look up Poirot. Poirot. Okay, beak anyway. And then the foot is, he's got his little toes, which is fine. We are equipped to handle toes. We do them with picots. And then they've also got like little leg. So depending on scale, we'll see. They might just end up being the flippery feet that will stick to the belly in a seated position, which is fine and dignified. Then we have wings, which are kind of shaped like this. And they've got 4 feathers, not 5. And they will need to be double-walled wings because one side needs to be one colour and the other side needs to be another colour. So like whatever colour we're using for the belly, which is probably this cream, will have to go on the inside of those wings as well. This is also an obnoxious shape to make, but it is not a deal breaker. Toes with picots, it is fun to say. Glitched out and froze for a minute, but we're okay now. Just blurry a little bit, but that could be your internet. Okay. It didn't show any issue from my end, but that does not mean it was not me. But I'm glad that we're back now. Spell it Poirot. Peking duck with creamy leek sauce. Yeah, I believe this is actually based, this Pokemon is based on, I don't know if it was necessarily a duck, literally, but it was based on a bird that was hunted to near extinction because they were eating so many of them and it tasted great with leek. So, the more you know. And if I have to make a separate tail, it's just going to be a little triangle piece. But we'll see how we do with the body. So we're going to start with the head and body. I'm hoping to make him this big, okay? We want him to be a decent sized little bird because look, if I'm honest, I think we went too small with Ponyta. But I also knew with Ponyta, who I really wish we'd named Bonita now, because do you feel Bonita? You do feel Bonita. We needed to leave ourselves room to go bigger with Rapidash, so I understand why I went that small, but it also was kind of an accident, and that happens to me sometimes too. We agree he is French. He looks French. Yeah, he's definitely looking ready to start beheading some aristocrats. So let's start in our, I don't know what to call this color, beige. Let's call it beige. And we'll do a little magic ring of 6 action. Good, because you look Bonita. Exactly. Or drippy. Bents, the theme today is, it's kind of a loose Olympic theme. We picked some events. So we did dressage and got Ponyta. We did volleyball and got coughing. And now we picked fencing and got Farfetch'd. I will leave it up to you guys to decide. Like, I think we know the answers with, we know Ponyta came dead last because she's not very good at riding a horse. And coughing is vibing out, okay? He's the best volleyball in all the land and no one's allowed to tell him that he's not doing it right. But with Farfetch'd, there is a genuine argument that he might be very good at fencing. So I'll let you guys decide whether or not he medalled in the fencing event. This color looks like fawn. It probably is fawn. Hang on. I know that some of you are following along very closely. It is color number 100, wow, thanks camera, 1005, which is probably fawn. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. We have started. It hath commenced. Would you please let me increase? I would love to increase, thank you. Saber, épée, and foil are the 3 kinds of fencing. That is true, they are. I looked that up because I was thinking about doing something more specific than just the general event. But no, fencing got the job done. Ponyta could be Bonita if we move Napalm to Rapidash. No, because like I was very clear during that whole discussion that like Rapidash's naming rights were not on the table today, so I don't want to make that decision. Napalm is a fantastic name. It's just Napalm is feeling Bonita. What's up?
I forgot the name of the yarn that you...
4 Seasons Marvel.
4 Seasons Marvel.
Yeah. And it's probably an Australian specific one. Red Heart Super Saver, I believe, is an American dupe. But I have not personally tested that. That is just what I've been advised. Yep, it's fawn. Excellent. Yeah, for some reason, sometimes the labels only have the number on them. So my spreadsheet where I keep track of what yarn I have and don't have at any given time or need to replace, I have the numbers next to it as well. 11, 12, cool. So we have the top of a tiny ducky head. Now what? Dare we go bigger again? Dare we? One row could make a huge difference here. It might make it way too big. The head being that big and the body that big. No, I think we need to go bigger again. Dare we do it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to stop. I need to stop and I need to map something because I need to add the detail to the top of the head, and the easiest way to do that will be in this row, in my opinion. So we have 12 stitches around. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Now, normally that's really easy to place 6 increases evenly around, right? But I need 3 single crochet in a row to work my little detail, the crest, the feathery doobits at the top of his head. So let's just arbitrarily put them here for now. Okay, let's say that they go there. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stitches, and we need to evenly position 6 increases. Dun, 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 dun. Night Sanity Creations, thanks for hanging out. I do know that chat will always go mega potting, but I do think slightly larger will be our friend on this one here. So I am going slightly larger. Sometimes I think I'm the one derailing things, and then I realize, no, I am not the problem. Aha! And that's how I will do it. So I can keep them evenly spaced as long as I swap one of the increases with it, what I call an increase 3 in my notes, but what I mean by that is 3 stitches into the same stitch instead of a regular 2 stitches into the same stitch. It'll get us the same amount of growth in a smaller area, and it allows me those 3 stitches at the front of the face to build the little leek first would be a good strategy. No, the leek is going to be basically a tube, which is really easy to adjust on the fly to different sizes. So the body is, I think, where I'm going to be starting this one, because it'll give me the scale for everything else. I'm good with this. And if I don't like the size of the crochet leek, I'm just going to get a toothpick and paint it. We got plans. So we'll start back here with ink 3. 1, 2. Repeats of a single crochet and an increase. Double. Oh, no, they need to be treble, 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 I think. Double, treble, and slip stitch. Not to invalidate the idea of starting with the leek as a way to do this, because it's absolutely a way to do this. One of those things where there's just like way more than one way to do anything. Oh, or a chopstick that was painted. Exactly. Exactly. You guys got the vibe. Good morning, Charlie. Happy time zones. We could also cover the toothpick with yarn, that is correct, but honestly, if we could do that anyway, we probably wouldn't need to use the chopstick in the first place. I suppose we could just wrap it, which is probably what you were suggesting. Or a pipe cleaner, that's true. I have pipe cleaners, I have wire, I have all kinds of stuff. Four, 5, and 6. All right, bringing us to the front of the head. So let's try this out. So that's a treble in the first one, and then we're going to do a double treble. One, 2, 3, 4. Excuse the creepy old lady voice. Starting to lose my voice a little bit, and it sometimes just means that when I'm counting, it comes out all little and feeble. I give you the fringe. Is Mr. Bones acting up? Near fetched, far fetched, wherever you are fetched. Oh. You've been using a 3.5mm predominantly lately, and you just picked up your 4mm and it feels so wrong. Yeah, Darcy, same. I have all of these. I use this one for everything. There is only one answer, and that answer is my 3.5. I can't believe it's not fetched. Stop trying to make fetch happen, okay? It's not gonna happen. That is a Mean Girls reference, just in case anyone thinks I'm being awful. You believe that the leak does go on? Okay, do they need to be bigger or is that enough?
Point of interest. You know how he has his 4 feathers coming out?
Yeah.
It's actually more like that. And this feather comes over to be his thumb over the leak.
Okay.
So that's how he holds onto it.
Okay.
He doesn't like hold onto it like that. He holds onto it like that. And
I'm
so
probably just going to wrap it around like I've drawn.
And so like the top feather on his wing, it's just like pulled over. It's
Okay.
like, I'll draw a picture.
No, you've fleshed it out and like I understand what you mean. It's just I've specifically chosen a route that I believe will be easier to create. The hat Mr. Bones is wearing kind of makes you think of Captain Harlock. Who's Captain Harlock? Probably know this, run the hook through your hair a few times to solve the squeaking. No, it doesn't work. Look, I'll show you. Ready? We'll put it all the way through. Give it a good like, because I understand the idea is we're oiling the hook up a little bit. I'm not a particularly oily person, but there we are. The hook has been oiled, and if it stops squeaking now, I'm going to be mad. Because I've tried that so many times with my old hook, and I've replaced the hook because of it. But I'm not even noticing the squeaking. And now whatever I'm working on is going to get covered in hair oil. Whatever squeak you were hearing, did that make it go away? It's only a little bitty boy band hair fluff. He needs a... Okay. So he needs more than that is what I'm hearing. Okay, he needs more dominant hair floofs. That's fine. I'll change the side ones to doubles and that middle one to a treble treble. We can do it. We have the technology. Doesn't mean I have to go all the way back. That's okay. So double, treble, double, treble, treble, treble. Let's just go up 2 full sizes. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we'll do a quadruple treble in the middle. 1, so double, treble, double, treble, 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 quadruple treble. The longest one of those stitches I've ever done is over 1 meter long and involved 100 yarn overs. Fun fact. Double, treble, double, treble, treble, treble. And anchor it down. How do we feel about those? We feeling better about those? Missed something. No, what are we doing? I'm scrolling so I can see. Why was it 100 yarn overs? I wanted to see if I could. The answer was yes. I actually filmed it. I actually submitted it to the Guinness Book of World Records people, and they actually got back to me, but I forgot to follow up. I don't think it's a stitch with any kind of like application. And I am busy, so still, it's fun. At some point, maybe, like I couldn't turn it into a video because it just didn't feel like it had enough of a story, but at some point I might show you guys. Oh, we like the height now? Excellent. Well, it was over 1 meter long, so like it was just like a long stitch. I had to use like sticky tape to hold some of the yarn overs down on the hook, and I was using a Tunisian crochet hook to give myself that extra like hook room. And then it was like 100 yarn overs, and I think it was 101 yarn over and pull throughs. Just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but we got it done. Okay, now we are doing rounds of 18 to work up the little dimmer dome of the ducky head. Okay, what is going on? What is too soon? The squeak, it fixed the squeak. Okay, so last time I tried that, it was admittedly with my old hook. And as you all know, we've replaced it. Very sad, but we've replaced it. So maybe, I think it was a combination of the coating being worn off. The other one as well, that wasn't working. But I genuinely didn't even realize I was squeaking until you guys were like, rub the hook through your hair. Okay, what is happening? Can you do all of those in one stitch? Yes, I did. Oh, sorry, you mean all three of them starting from the same point in one stitch? We could if we wanted. I think it looks fine across 3. One piece reference. Ah, okay. Sorry. That's okay. I'm just inserting myself into conversations I'm not part of. It's fine. What's Dimmadome? Fairly Odd Parents. Sorry. I've said it multiple times this stream. I don't know why I have Fairly Odd Parents on my brain right now, but I do. Is there any coincidence happening here? No? Yes? I love that show. I want to watch that show again. I recently rewatched, well not recently, I guess it was a couple of years ago now, but I feel like it was recently, rewatched all of Phineas and Ferb. And you know what? The music in that show has no reason to be as good as it is. Those songs are bops, okay? They are there. Hi Kath, you have missed Ponyta and Coughing today, and we are currently working on Farfetch'd. Yeah, the Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome. Oh no, it's from Fairly Odd Parents. I was referencing the Dimmadome from Fairly Odd Parents. The Dimmadome is where like they do all of their music and sporting events, and it's to do with the name of the neighbor, I think. Oh no, that's Somethingberg? Dinkelberg? They're making more Phineas and Ferb episodes? I even enjoyed the movie they put out, which is weird, because like normally when they do movies based on TV shows, they're just not that good, ever. It's like that could have been a single episode. But yeah, the movie for, you still vote Parry? Parry's a good name for the Farfetch'd. I have good news and bad news. I named my nickel Frank. It's a girl nickel. Yeah, honestly, it's just a good show. Good show. We like some Fairly Odd Parents. I don't even know if I've seen it all. Sometimes it's hard to keep track with those cartoons because like they're not super organized into story structures. Doug Dimmadome, Doug Dimmadome, or owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadoom. That's exciting. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm glad. Don't let me take the bobby pin out. Mr. Bones, if you come in here, I'm mad at you. Don't let me take the bobby pin out until I've counted how many rows I've done. Because I'm just sitting here just mindlessly stitching right now. So we're just working our way down a ducky face. It's a girl nickel. Dinkelberg, that's the one. It's not quite as iconic as Doofenshmirtz, but it's up there. Your baby brother is 11 years younger than you and you used to bump Phineas and Ferb songs when you were in high school. All your friends liked it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the songs are good. The music is good. Oh, it was Philip. Creator of Fairly Odd Parents also made another cartoon recently. I'll have to look it up. It's funny how these things, like, it never occurs to me to like look them up until I'm sitting here talking about it going like, yeah, that's good. Why haven't I done that recently? Okay, so here's one for you guys that you guys, some of you caught Bartok the Magnificent, but here's one that I'm pretty sure you won't catch because the last time I tried to Google this, I couldn't even find any trace of it on the internet, which like, yeah, it is what it is, but it's a children's cartoon, right? That I used to watch in the afternoons after I got home from school. And I'm assuming it was made in Canada because all of the ones that they showed on Australian TV were made in Canada. I think it was called Under, where like this kid moves into a neighborhood, finds his trapdoor under his bed and this crown, and he becomes like the king of the land of Under, and the bad guy is like this ball of barbed wire, and I'm pretty sure his name was, he was a ball of barbed wire, but I'm pretty sure his name was Bob Wire. Anybody, I'm like, I've never been able to find another person who knows about this show or another show that I can talk about in a minute anyway. Do not take out the bobby pin. Thank you, Kit Kat K. I'm glad someone's looking out. I think that's enough of a head. And now we'll just duckify him a little bit. What the duck? 3, 4, 5, 6. That was 6 rows. Yeah, sure, Darcy, fire away. What question do you have about the Pikachu pattern? It's ringing a vague bell, yeah. Do not take out the bobby pin. All right, okay, I've officially gotten the memo. I am removing the bobby pin. I've written down what I needed to write down. Thank you very much. Please keep making the canvas wall art. Oh, lovely. Oh, you finished an ocean one. That's so exciting, Sunshine. Yeah, I've got plans to do, I've got them next to me today, actually. I've got plans to do a mushroom one, but I want to do that one kind of late September or in October for like, America's feeling autumnal, whereas like I'll be heading into spring, but like we'll be doing it then. And I have a giant flower one that I want to do, but I don't really know where to fit it into the schedule yet. But the other two will be happening this year. Gengar's eating a strawberry because it's stopped his fiendish need to snack on everyone else. Plasmo, I absolutely watched Plasmo. Yeah, he was the king. He had like a crown, and whoever had the crown was the king. Yes, your kids watched it. Okay, cool. But do you remember what it was called? Because I don't know if it was Under or not. It's called King? Excellent. I will look it up. But see, like, shows like that are really hard to look up. But then for a while there, it was impossible to look up Trapdoor as well. And now you can find that pretty easily, I think. Okay, so the other one. Let me know. I better do some more shaping first. Also, just keeping an eye out for Darcy's question here. Or Darcy, feel free to just like tag me on the Discord and I'll get to it after the stream. Oh no, there we go. Row 6 has some stitches in it. Other 3 single crochet together supposed to be in the same column as the 3. That's the last of the 5. I'm going to have to look at that later. I'm so sorry. Would you mind sending that to me on Discord though? Just like tag me in it in the live stream channel and I'll look at it when this wraps up. Yeah, because in the meantime I got to do the shaping on this one. Okay, so it looks like we've got a row where we increase evenly the whole way around. So we'll do that. That's easy. 6. Single, ink, single. CK, the show is called King. Thank you very much. All right, the other show. I believe this show is called The Secret Show. It always started with like a little granny rocking in a chair, singing a song to some bunnies and whatnot, and then there were like some secret agents would come out and be like, "All is clear, run the secret show." And one of the quotes has been a fundamental part of my vocabulary for my entire life, and that's, "Victor, are you still alive?" Okay? And not only does nobody get the reference, but I can't find evidence that the show even existed. So please, help. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was called The Secret Show because they used to go, "Run the Secret Show." And that was it. Like that was, yeah, they were like secret agents or something. They were trying to save the world. And just like that, "Victor, are you still alive?" I would just love to know what. I would just love to know what. Sent you Cosmo pattern on Insta. Cool. I should warn people that I don't really look at Insta. Like, don't get me wrong, I scroll through like my feed and I if like people tag me in pictures, I see them, but I always forget that messaging is even an option on there. And so the chances of you actually reaching me through there in any kind of timely way are probably pretty low. And even then, if I see a message on there, on the few times I am on there looking at messages, if it's more than a certain amount of time old, I don't worry about it because it's just been too long. You still have the secret show. Yeah, see, cool. Yes, yes, people remembering. Thanks, Darcy. Sorry, I wasn't quite expecting something quite that technical, but we will get you sorted this evening. Yeah, very 50s spy aesthetic. It had a very like stylized animation style, right? Ba-da-bwee-da-ba, ba-da-bwee-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. It does show up on a Google search? Okay, like it's been a little while since I looked it up. After Googling King and as a Canadian around the same age as you, I've definitely watched that show as a child. Yeah, see? Great, excellent. We're, like, Canadians and Australians are raised on the same television shows. Oh, I should have changed to my... Oh, never mind. We're doing a belly patch officially because I forgot to change colours, and that's okay. All right, so we've swelled out slightly at the front here, and we are still sloping the back. So we'll be doing 3 increases evenly placed around the back, but just single crochets at the front. That's the plan for the next row. So let's see. Go 1, 2, increase, 1, 2, increase, 1, 2, increase. Should put them there, there, and yeah, that's pretty good actually. Oh, should that be 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, increase and then a single crochet. So 1, 2, increase, 1. No, I like the first way better. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 9. That's 24. 24, take 9 is 15. And then we're going to do 15 single crochet. And that should get us up to 27. Forgot about King till someone put it in Discord and seeing the pictures. You remember watching that now? Yeah, see, it's just this like little childhood memories slowly getting unlocked because everyone remembers Cat Dog and Angry Beavers and like, you know what I mean? Like there are some that just everybody remembers because they managed to stick around. They held on to that nostalgia value. But what about like there was other ones? There were other ones that also had a fairly like dominant hand in all of this. The best Canadian TV show for kids you've seen is Ruby Gloom. You see, I didn't see that one. But I also know that it's got like a cult following because I've heard of it. All right, thank you everybody who's linking things over on the Discord for me to check out later. I do scroll through it afterwards. Night, Rachel. Thanks for hanging out. Any Aussies remember a show in the late 2000s that was set in high school and the kids had to do with magic and stuff, mostly in the science lab? Are you talking about The Worst Witch? Because they did an early version and then a later version. And the early version was good. I liked the early version. I don't remember much about the later version, but it was very like, I don't remember El Tigre. Real Monsters feels like a fever dream. Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of was. What's up, love?
Can I borrow the mystical powers of your YouTube live chat for something completely unrelated to crochet?
Would you like to find something? It's honestly so much better than Google.
If I could just borrow everyone for a moment. There was an old TV show that it used to happen on TV as a kid and I wasn't really interested in it, but now that I'm older, I really wish I could see it again. And so it was weird takes on old nursery rhymes. They only lasted about 5 minutes and I think they were on SBS between other shows in the afternoon, and it was just like this really short segment, and they did like old nursery rhymes. They did like what's the one with the slipper that needs to fit?
Cinderella.
They did Cinderella, but it was like weird in the future with spaceships Cinderella, and they did another one which was the Pied Piper, but it was in like a subway. Instead of pulling away all the rats, he pulled away all of the people who were like going to work on the subway trains. They were all like uniform and everything.
Yeah.
And he drew them out of like the black and white subway into this beautiful mural painted on the wall of like a wonderful...
I remember that.
And stuff. And like, I want to see this again because, oh my god, that's genius and beautiful and lovely. But like, no one remembers it from when I was a kid, and I'm not sure if it was a fever dream, if it actually happened, but it's beautiful and I want to watch it.
I was going to say, you might not have as much luck as I was having because mine were based in Canada. Yours will be an SBS or an Australian-based one.
Mine's a weird one.
All right, let's just see what the chat has to say, guys.
Thank you in advance for everyone turning your memories towards this
so
task,
sorry.
even if it was fruitless.
Grim Squirrel says, that sounds like a nightmare. Queen's nose? And you know the show he means? You remember the Cinderella episode? I remember the Pied Piper episode, but I just like, it's such a weird, intangible thing. Yeah, okay, there we go. Worst witch. So yeah, the early version was like, I just remember actively enjoying that one, whereas the second version was probably fine. I just never really watched it. The Magic Roundabout. There you go, honey, that might be it, the Magic Roundabout. You've got literally nothing. Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like that one there might have been a very specific Australian thing. Hello to Melbourne. That's right, we're playing television detective. I've not heard of the Queen's nose. Oh, this is a true story. It happened to a friend of mine. Yeah, that was Grim Tales for Gruesome Kids or Freaky Fridays. Those ones there I remember. Fly Tales was gross. I don't remember Marianne the Librarian. Yeah, sorry, we've been going for a while. We've been like, yeah, we just ticked over 5 hours. That said, you're welcome to sort of join in now. We're doing Farfetch'd at the moment. We're doing an Olympic theme today. We did Ponyta for dressage, and we've done coughing for volleyball, and so we got Farfetch'd for fencing. I should write down the pattern I'm doing as I do it. That's an important step in this process. 15 single crochet back to the front to get us up to 30. Girl given coin rubs nose on penny equals wish. I'm scrolling back up. He was a prince in hypersleep and woke up to rescue princesses, then went back into hypersleep. That's fascinating. Anyway, I should really just scroll through, and honey, this is kind of a recommendation to you as well. Scroll through ABC iView and SBS View, because like they're free to watch and we might find some of these shows on there. Mum watched all the kid shows with us. She loved Old Tom. I'm sorry. Hey, away we go. Get the dragon, get the dragon. Yeah, that's what the potatoes and dragons. Okay, did any of you guys watch Big Nights? So Doris the... No, so Loris the dog and Sir Doris the hamster. Not the greatest swordsman in the world, but the most enthusiastic. Farfetch'd is a name? Okay. I mean, we'll add it to the list. Sister and I absolutely love the big comfy couch, and your entire family has always quoted, "No means no." I don't know that one, sorry. Yeah, Far Away in Potato Land. I love that we all know this one. One day, to jeer her, a dragon got mad. Yeah, the Big Nights, yeah. Were they songs? I don't know. Don't know. Honey, feel free to run in here if you wanted to add additional details. Alright, I think that's actually kind of as far back as the body goes. We're up to 30 stitches around, which is significant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Cool. So now we're just going to do some rows of 30 single crochet to flesh out the ducky booty. I'm trying to remember Old Tom. What was Old Tom? Grandpa in My Pocket? What was children's TV? Seriously. Like, it's probably just as crazy now. It's just we've been so far, well, I'm at least removed from it. Samaria for Farfetch'd. Added to the list. Speaking of TV shows, no, that's Grandma and Pop. Scholastic Book Fair in primary school, we all had to sew a version of him. Sorry, Mr. Bones, your futuristic Cinderella is calling up a different thing entirely. Book series called Cinder. Huh. Raggy dolls. Raggy dolls. Dolls made like you and me. Old Tom was a cat. Okay. I mean, I had figured Tom and cat go kind of hand in hand, but I'm checking my memory and I have a blank space where any kind of information on that one would be. Anyone else watch Pappyland? Not. The grandpa had a shrinking hat. Don't know about that. Okay, oh, hang on. Can you do more crocheting sewing patterns? Watched Skein Spider's sewing pattern crochet too. Can you do more crochet sewing patterns? Yeah. I mean, we absolutely could. I've kind of been working on the content schedule for the rest of the year. Honestly, it's pretty packed already, particularly if I'm going to try and like do a few more patterns. If I didn't do patterns for the rest of the year, we could get some really cool ideas out. But patterns are also part of it, you know what I mean? Like I also really enjoy that. It's kind of the bread and butter of the channel, and I feel like it gives you guys something to do, which is nice. Keeps you out of trouble, as it were. So yeah, what I'm having trouble with at the moment is coming up with patterns, which is how this has happened, this monstrosity, anyone who missed it. It's my patoo. Be prepared. I don't really know if that's going to come out on Thursday or not, but it's here and it's watching. Class of the Titans. The patoo is flawless. Yeah, he is what he is. Oh, Genie from Down Under, absolutely. The Discord has gotten very fractured recently. There's lots of little corners to hide in. So I'm not sure about like one specifically for this subject. But just out of curiosity, did anyone else grow up with like the Magic Faraway tree? Because that resonates with me so much more intensely than some of these shows do. What was that? It was a patoo. I know that they're taking Little Elvis and they're turning it into like a stage, like a musical show. Because they call me Little Elvis. Yeah, Little Elvis Jones. I have no point of reference for Dinosaur Train, even if it sounds like something I would have been very into. CK with the Moonface Man? Yeah, Moonface. Absolutely. It's basically the kids, they used to visit this tree in that and the magic wishing chair. They used to visit this tree in the forest, and like there would always be like a different magical land in the clouds, and sometimes it was lovely and a place made of candy, and sometimes it was a scary place, and sometimes they get stuck there. And, you know, it's the Magic Faraway tree. It's Enid Blyton. Truly fundamental childhood reading.
The Magic Faraway tree.
That's what I said.
Oh, cool.
But thank you, honey.
On a delay.
Oh, that's okay. I've got it on my shelves. I was describing the book. Rocky and the Dodos? Why does that ring a bell? That and like Feral TV? If I really dig deep, Rugrats and Feral TV. Used the same sized eyes on Triceratops as you did on your mashup cutting crochet designs, and it's so cute. Awesome! With the limpets, yes! Okay, the limpets became a big part of my personality for a while. I used to just grab people and be like, I'm your limpet. You're my limpet rock. A man with a big old face like a moon. Yeah, Moonface was absolutely one of the characters in it. And there was like a fairy or something as well. Like there were people who lived in the tree and they would tell the kids when it was safe to go upstairs or if it wasn't safe to go upstairs. Modigliana the cat, that is correct. Saucepan Man, yes, and Silky, oh my goodness, yes. Oh god, there, the kids' names were Fanny and Dick, that's correct. Minty. Minty rings a bell, but I can't place it at the moment. Is Minty that TV show with the girl who was like a pop star and she like, they swapped places? God, I think I had the theme song for that stuck in my head the other day. Alright, I've got a little unhinged here and I've stopped paying attention, and for some reason I've just done row after row of 30 single crochet, which was excessive and not at all required. But that's okay, we'll bring it back into scope now. There was a show with rotating letters and boy and girl and grandpa underwater. Vanessa, I hope you understand that that summary sounds completely unhinged. I'm sure it makes sense in the context of the show, but oh my goodness. Went to change the playback speed and there's an option that says stats for nerds. What? You watched it on YouTube the other day. That's funny that it's available. I only saw bits and pieces of that one there. We're just vibing out. Hi, Angela Anaconda. My name is Angela. Hey, hello. Sorry. It's a trip. It's a trip. It's almost filling me with like sonda, I think is the word, where I suddenly have this overwhelming feeling that all of you are like individual people who have taken like the same like paths that have like overlapped with mine, even in such a way as just like consuming the same media growing up. It's kind of nice. I'm just trying to work out how to put decreases at the front and back of this at the moment. Sorry, excuse me if I'm quiet for a sec. So that'll be decrease to decrease to decrease, which should center that nicely at the front, which is fine. So that's actually at the end of the row though. And then we want to do a similar thing at the back here. Now, does it have the same slope or more of an abrupt one? I think it's about the same. Honestly, I could probably just evenly decrease the whole thing if I wanted. I don't think that'd make much of a difference. Yeah, let's just evenly decrease. There's no reason not to. I went through a phase where I was like I was making things more complicated than they needed to be just for the effort of putting extra shaping in, even though the end result was coming out basically the same as it would have even if I'd taken the easy route. And I don't know, the longer I do this, the more I'm comfortable just being like, you know what, the easy route is perfectly acceptable in this scenario. It makes perfect sense to do this that way. Wait, why can't I math properly? That should be a 3. There we go. All right, we're on track. Love that thought, but can't remember if that's perspective awareness or crisis. Show called Erie, Indiana. No, I can't remember. I don't think I watched that one. Watched the Aussie program Girl from Tomorrow on UK City as a kid. Not familiar with that one either. But it's one of those things where like Mr. Bones Kit Kat K thinks she's found it. Or thinks they've found it. 1, 2, 3. When you come to the legs, put wire in them. I'm not sure if it's going to be needed, frankly. Like they're little and they might need a little bit of support, but we'll see. I don't know. It'll depend on the leg. I'll make the leg and then work it out. I try to avoid putting wire supports into things where possible because sometimes weights will do the trick and it's a lot more easy and accessible. And anytime you start playing with wire, it makes it way harder for someone else to replicate it. What's up, honey? Sorry, I did see you enter. Oh, Alex Mack, yes. Hi.
I've been looking for 8 years.
And they solved it?
Yes. It's French. That's why you can't search for it. Because SBS just decided, you know what? We got nothing else to put in this time. There's a weird French show that I like.
No,
that's
not
in
weird.
French.
Interesting.
It's interesting French show I know that's in French. Let's just put it on Australian TV. And like that's why I couldn't find it because I was so young. I didn't remember language and I didn't look at shows and process any of it. I just remember their mouths are moving. I don't understand. But like the visuals. Oh my god, the visuals.
Pigeon Boy. Was that a guy with the head of a pigeon? I'm so sorry, honey. I just saw Pigeon Boy. But yeah, guys, you solved it. You solved it in like 10 minutes. It's like I sometimes very lightly joke about the fact that I haven't had to Google anything since I started a YouTube channel, because all I have to do is pose the question in a video and you guys find the answer, which is funny because the other day I tried to Google something and you can't find anything on Google anymore. You guys are literally more effective than the biggest search engine in the world because you don't get like all caught up in the nonsense SEO. So, soup opera. Huh. That's amazing. You guys are incredible. You managed to scratch part of his brain that has been itching for 8 years. Just don't underestimate what a superpower that is. That's... Mr. Bones, respectfully, it's been 8 years. Trekkers? I don't know about that one there, but I do remember, first of all, Plasmo is just a mental trip, but I remember there used to be this, it was live action, not cartoon, and they lived in a world where chocolate was banned, and they were school kids, and they sang this song that was like, so good for you, so good. And like, there was this whole big conspiracy where the adults in the world were like secretly hiding and distributing the chocolate and keeping it for themselves. And like, they were sowing dissent at an early age. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those ones that like, it just seemed to always be on. They must have like owned the TV channel ABC or whatever, must have owned the rights to this show because that show was just always on. It's not weird that you've scratched his brain. It's a lovely thing. Brain itches are the worst. I don't remember SWAT cats. Plasmo was awesome, but it kind of occupies this very weird place in my brain where I feel like I never wanted to look directly at it. It was live action, yeah. It was based on a book, that makes sense to me. Farfetch'd is turning out very nuggety, but I'm just trying to trust that I'll get it in the details. All of my birds have turned out very chubby. I guess I just like a pudgy budgie. Does anyone else remember Biker Mice from Mars? No. No, I don't. That he's made of bones, he has no brain? It's not true. He's still got a brain in his skull. Oh, my goldfish is evil, I remember. Oh, there was this one about like a time-traveling monster that lived in the closet. Mott? Was it Mott? That doesn't mean anything. Whew. Really dredging some stuff up today. He looks like a fat chocobo. He does, but like I said, I keep forgetting you guys can actually see. It's like I'm on a phone call and then I just abruptly remember that y'all can see me. Like it's gonna be right. Don't worry about that because like nip that in a little bit there with the wings and just suddenly pow. Like we'll give him a little tail point as well, but I'll do that in editing. Or I'll make a little tail piece for him. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That and Art Attack, but I feel like all of you would have had some, like cross paths at some point with Art Attack. For those of you who don't know Art Attack, early Jazza, like the YouTube channel, feels a lot like it. This is an Art Attack. This is an Art Attack. This is Art Attack. I always used to have to go to netball, so I would always miss it, but like, yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be anything close to the person I am without Art Attack. The band Chocolate Show was called Bootleg. Hey! See, Faith, again, you're doing great, guys. Neil Buchanan was the host. Next year? What's happening next year? Art Attack is coming back. Oh, it won't be as good. It never is. Sorry, I am deeply cynical, which is not a side of me you guys get to see very often, but I have little faith, and I hope it's great. I hope it's spectacular. I don't believe it will be. He died? What? He had an Art Attack? Oh, you're joking. Okay. Okay, your child has started putting marbles outside through the cat flap. I think I might have to go be a mum. Okay, Kitticus Rex, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy wrangling your marbles before your kids lose them all. Why did Neil think we all just had sticky back just hang around the house? We did. We used to cover all of our school books with it and there'd always be leftovers. Don't get me wrong, I don't think we ever did any of the projects that we saw, but I don't know, it was a big part of like fundamentally making me see things in an artsy way. Like, I don't know, I do it to you guys on the channel sometimes where I see some canvases and I'm just like, I gotta do something with those, and now we're doing stuff with canvases because I can't not. But you don't understand how many things that I managed to not do something with because everything's an opportunity. I find it hard to throw away newspapers because that's just paper mache and waiting, you know? Pablo the Little Red Fox? I'm afraid I can't get on board with that one. I don't remember it. I do remember Animals of Farthing Wood, but I'm not sure that one was a show for children. In your country, they changed the host and the show went, yeah. That's what I mean. It's just like, I feel like I have reservations. It's cool that they're bringing it back. I hope it's spectacular. I hope it does amazing things for the next generation to watch it. I am cautiously pessimistic. You've heard of cautious optimism? That's not me. That's not where we're living right now. Neil said something like, draw what you see, not what you think you can see. Yes! That line specifically. He was drawing a teacup and he said, draw what you see, not what you think you can see. And it has changed me. The hand turned into a little girl and she painted pictures. Uniquely Sarah, I have no frame of reference for that one either. Yeah, Pringles tubes. I have a pile of cardboard in my living room right now because, I mean, I've got a little bit of that hoarder tendency, but it's not quite that bad. But like, all I see when I look at that cardboard is potential. You gotta be careful. Sometimes everything is just potential. Potential. Which is also how I've ended up with the box. Now, I've spoken about the box of bits before, the box of body parts, and I can't bring myself to throw them away because it's potential content. Because I know you guys would probably love to see me go through that box, but at this point, that box has just been growing in size for 3 years, and I don't know what's in it anymore. It's vaguely crochet and craft related stuff, but it's just a box, and it's huge. Like, I'm talking like, this is a big box. This box is pretty close to the volume of this desk, right? Like, it's a big box, and it's full. The time is coming when I have to go through the box. Maybe I'll do it as like a New Year's resolution. Stick it in the January content pile, and we'll go through the box together. It's not necessarily useful because it's a collecting. It collects things. It doesn't do anything except to hold the parts. Yeah, well, they're crochet body parts, to be fair, but they're like all the like drafts or bits and pieces for like, if I needed to, like the shaping video, I needed to make a lot of bits that didn't really go with anything. And so like, but they were finished things. They were finished off and they were stuffed. And so like, I should reclaim the yarn. Or maybe those parts have an application, you know what I mean? Like they get stuck in the potential. They have potential, and so they're in the box. Also in that box is a jar of beads, all of the 7 days of crochet finished creatures, some of the staging, a foam ball. I see a giant bumblebee. I see half an otter. And like, that's just what I can see on top. I can also see 3/4 of a Cheshire cat. That is a finished Cheshire cat, but I can't see the rest of it, which is alarming because I don't think the hands were attached. So like, I didn't realize we were into making our own true crime now. Well, I mean, we live in a DIY economy. You just, if you're buying your own murder, I don't know where I'm going with that. Let's just leave it alone. Franken pattern out of them? Potentially. That's what I mean. There's potential there. I can't get rid of it until I decide. And I won't know until I go through it. And so I'm not going through it because it's too much work. This is Farfetch'd. He might not look like it yet, but just bear with me. I didn't attach eyes, but that's okay because we were totally intending to do eyepieces anyway. Talked about diorama. Yeah, I love the idea of doing a diorama, and the only, like, I think based on some of the comments, I think some people got confused that I was saying diorama's bad. Dioramas aren't bad. I want to do a diorama, but I was very aware that I'd set myself a very specific project with these canvases, and I wanted to see that project through and not get distracted like a twitchy squirrel halfway through. So yeah, I have plans to do the other 2 canvases. I would love to do a full-scale diorama of like under some sort of water, like pond or like a proper fleshed out one with like proper fishies and stuff in it at some point. But what I want to do with one of the canvases is flip it around, maybe lay them up to give it a little depth, and do like a dragon crawling out of it, like a portal. That's something I really want to do, but it has to wait its turn until we do the pattern and the canvas and the Soul Silver episode. And you know what I mean? It's just, I have too many ideas. Groom Squirrel, you called. Oh, is that the bee you made in the Make It Bigger bee video? No, I've got 3 of them. So there's the regular sized bee. I've got the, you know, in that video, actually, it does show up. There's like a medium sized bee in that video, and then there's a massive bee in that video. The massive bee is currently in that wardrobe. The medium sized bee is in that box. Yeah. So I know where everything is. Chicken. Why are we saying chicken? I missed some things, but that's okay. What game? How many of you users are gamers from back in the day? Okay, I would like to throw my hat in that ring. I potentially can help. Yes. I didn't watch Hotel Trouble, I don't believe. Sorry. That's like, it's one of those things though where like when confronted with a visual from something, it might like, I might remember, but from what I remember the Trapdoor, I remember Okie Doke. Madeline, Saddle Club, yep, all those ringing bells. Well, Lena, if you wanted to make those canvases, you could just have like, get one of those Ziploc sandwich bags and just start making pieces, because most of these pieces take up no space whatsoever. It's just something you can do for like half an hour to an hour every evening and just start building up the tubes or like the petals of things. And then when you do have time and space and you've resettled where you're going, you can like have a real head start on where things go. Hydrate or dihydrate? Good call, Sammy. I'm still into Sega. Sega. That was my big one. And then big angry black eyebrow and beak. This eye might be too big. But we might just have to deal with that. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just a magic ring of 6. We'll just finish that off as a magic ring of 6. That's fine. All right, so it's turn-based. There were elves, humans, dwarves, and orcs, and you can choose your race. It had elements of AoE and Heroes. Well, I played a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic, specifically 2 and 3. I don't know. Bump in the night, absolutely. That's all there is. There isn't anymore. Distinctly remember the menu layout, but cannot recall the name of the game. It was Win98 PC. I don't know, sorry. But throw it to the chat. They've been solving mysteries left, right, and centre. Also, my brother could probably get this one. Ooh, his name's Mr. Bumpy. He goes bump in the night. My name is Mr. Bumpy. Johnson and Friends. Did you guys watch Johnson and Friends? Don't say his eyebrows are big. He has a leak and he's not afraid to use it. Hey, please note, I also have large eyebrows, okay? We're not eyebrow shaming. It was an observation, that is all. Yeah, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 absolutely is still installed on my computer. That and Heroes 2 came out with like a gold version where they like remastered a bunch of it. That's worth it. It's worth it. I didn't really like the franchise much once it got to 4. I don't know. I don't remember why, I just couldn't. I feel like once they keep trying to be like fancy with it, it lost its soul a little bit, but I also couldn't tell you specifically. Oh my goodness, you googly-eyed freak. I promise I'll fix this in editing, okay? But for now, we just have to put up with him looking like this. Rival Realms. On the old games, does anyone else remember Knights and Clockwork Knights? I only remember Clockwork Knights as a creature from Don't Starve, but that's almost definitely not what you're referring to. Get Rob helping because he was a big gamer back in the day. Warlords 2 or 3? Can we have more info? Yeah, like, do you remember anything? The setting? The starting place? What kind of buildings you could interact with? Looks like a rotten potato. Mean! I'll put up with you love him looking like this. It's just like, he's seen some things right now, okay? He will not look like that when we're done. Yeah, he's allowed to be an angry potato. Because who doesn't love potatoes? Alright, eyes are currently probably going to change, but they're currently a magic ring of 6. Beak! Sorry, I always go sunny with always sunny in Philadelphia. Why does that feel weird why does that feel weird to say? Anyway, that show. I always go back to like them going, beak! Favorite SNES game that few people played was Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Clockwork Knights was set in a kid's room and you played as a knight. Not saying the potato figure isn't cute. Fair, okay. Oh, he's gonna look like he's tripping. Early 90s TV was a time and Farfetch'd knows that. Well, that's true. We're filling his head with all kinds of nonsense as we go. Let's go magic ring of 5 for the beak. And then he's got a very pointy beak, so we're going to have to do a slow slope, which is just 1 increase every round. Every so often I forget to actually talk about the shaping that I'm doing, which I'm pretty sure is at least part of the reason why we're here. But when I remember, at least I remember. You could build barracks and you could also go and mine at mines and stuff. You had to build your towns and you fought with other races. Also, the Elvish Queen was beautiful. Huh. Check Age of Wonders because this really sounds like it. Increase. Hook is squeaky again. Sorry, folks. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 4. We did 5 single crochet and then we increased with 4. Then we're going to do 6 single crochet and then we'll increase with 5. I dare you to call them jelly donuts one more time. Help please, I just remembered this show you watched as a kid. It was live action about this kid, a boy who somehow acquired this magic book, and I think he could go into the book and meet creatures. Right, I'll open it up to the floor. We can solve this puzzle, I'm sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the first video game, computer game specifically, that I can remember playing on my old Windows, it would have been a 98-ish, was on a floppy disk, and it was a game called Paganitsu, which you can still get on Steam. It's a little like puzzle game. Ultimate Book of Spells, Page Master. It was a movie. There was a movie of this kid who followed 3 magical books. The Page Wizard, the Page Master. 3 animated books. One was like a horror book that kept falling apart. One was like a pink love story in a tutu. And one was like this old Western with a big mustache. And he had to get to the exit. Yeah, Page Master. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Oh, sorry, I promise Mr. Bones is fine. He's walking around out there. I'm wondering if he's maybe like revisiting the old memories by watching the stuff. Yeah, Pagemaster is the sudden memory that I got unlocked. I'm not sure it's the same TV show, but it's just something that got sparked in me as we were talking. Now, I've done a lot of beak here, but I actually think it might be the perfect amount of beak. Beak. They're worried because they haven't heard from you in a while.
So the man is playing a violin, and everyone's listening to it, but they're not really enjoying it, so he gets kicked out of the club where he's playing, and he starts walking home. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, a girl is trying to sell matches, but people aren't particularly interested in it. And people may know this one from before, where it's snowy and stuff and it's cold.
Yeah,
And
the little
so
match girl.
The guy goes home, plays the violin by himself in his house with no food, and like the music starts going weird and strange and loopy. And she's out there and she's lighting the matches to try and keep herself warm. But in this one, she doesn't freeze to death. No, instead she starts following the music, walks up into the room, and as she walks into the room, she can't see, and so she lights a match. You find out why the music was loopy because kaboom! And the two of them float off together into the heavens on a cloud while he plays the violin.
It's actually nicer than how the story normally goes.
I know, it's but like, I'm just having a bit of a moment with that.
There was a Nutcracker that was very similar to that, and I'm wondering...
Nutcracker is one of them.
Yeah, that's...
He's missing a leg.
Well, I mean, the soldier's always, like, the little toy soldier, he falls in the river. Yeah, like, just sudden vivid memory.
I've got the whole pile of them.
Whoa.
And see, I'll play some for you later and I'll just watch them break you. One at a time.
No, I remember them from when I was a kid. It's probably why I'm broken now.
I found the subway one.
I think there was, like, bad guys trying to get hold of the book, that this kid had to keep it safe, and maybe a prophecy, you're not sure. I don't know, that might be, like, I don't know, I'm getting, like, a weird round the twist vibe from it. There was, like, this... part of it, like a couple of episodes where like this knight came through from another dimension. What's Mr. Bones' show called? You'll have to scroll back up. You guys solved that mystery for us just recently. He's just deep diving. Oh, he's gonna make me cry. Yeah, Hans Christian Andersen. Yep, fairy tales used to have more teeth to them. Okay, Mr. Bones is apparently posting it. Okay, there's the start of our ducky boy. So he needs a ducky tummy. He needs a little tail. Let's do the little tail real quick because I feel like that's a real easy piece. Just do a little flat triangle. That's what. Elle était une fois le petit filet allumette legendaro. I did my best. I tried. I did. That was a genuine effort. Happy time zones, Lorna. Yeah, Lorna. Sorry, the RN together looks like an M to my poor old lady eyes. Yeah, and the Hans Christian Andersen and any of the Grimm fairy tales, trust me, they're darker than the fairy tales you know, but that was kind of the point. They were meant to be cautionary tales, and I think I don't remember if it was this stream or last stream, but I definitely said it recently. The whole point of these stories used to be to prove that there are monsters in this world and that we are capable and there are people out there happy to fight them. That was the point. Instead of just removing the monsters from the stories. Which is getting cuteness overload from the doggos, and then you showed the ducko and he was like, "No, yay!" 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Just making a little tail for him. We started with a 4, and I apologise to anyone who tries to make this pattern in the future. Your cats are like, it's 3:30 a.m. This isn't bed. Faith, it might be bedtime for you. Question, what do people think of geese appliques in different colours? I can honestly tell you I have no strong opinions. I like geese. I think they're a very fun creature. I don't think that you should mess with them. I think that they're known as cobra chickens for a reason. But in general, geese get the Complicated Knots seal of approval. Yeah, she turned into like sea foam so that she could like, yeah, it was like an air elemental type of vibe. So there was like an award there, but there was also a symbolic death there, and that's an important part of it. Okay, tiny little ducktail. Woo! There it is. Okay, Cato Waff. Was it Matt Hatter Chronicles? That's cool. I'm just acting as the in-between. I'm happy. I was a weird child and preferred the originals. I would actually hunt in the charity shops for tapes of the sold series of fairy tale stories. Yeah, I would say that. I've got a big book of Hans Christian Andersen and a big book of Grimm stories on the channel now. Like, just like, not channel, on the bookshelf outside the room. I don't know where I got channel from that. But, say one of the more haunting ones that I'd read was The Juniper Tree, which is in there amongst all the others. And yeah, it's about a murder and the guilt that is felt. It's like what we call fairy tales. I think they used to just call stories. He once had a bad review. Hans Christian Andersen was a weird dude. He once had a bad review and went to Charles Dickens's house and lay face down in a puddle for a week. That feels like what's the word, like a metaphor type of thing of just going and getting really, really drunk to deal with your problems. It's kind of the most safe for work story you know from him. Yeah. Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Man. I just love how just every so often another children's show is just bubbling up in the chat as we're all just like unlocking all of these memories. Okay, so Ducky has a ducktail. Woo! And do we want to do feet or belly or wings next? I feel like wings are the next real struggle piece.
I was just thinking Hans Christian Andersen should have turned the comment section off.
Yeah. Don't focus on the heaters, focus on the fans. Yeah, I never really saw the, like, admittedly, don't have a lot of experience with children having nightmares, but I never really saw the point as a child who had nightmares in just telling them that they weren't real. It's like, that doesn't help you. What your brain experiences as real is fundamentally real to you. That's how it works. That's how that's what the whole placebo effect is based on. If you're convinced that that monster in your closet is real, it is. So instead, find ways to combat the monster. Help them learn how to combat the monster. Help them think about how they would beat that monster. Does that monster get defeated by a hug, or do you belt it in the face with a pillow? Because both are legitimate courses of action and they solve different problems. Keep a spray bottle next to the bed to spray at the monster. Like, there's plenty of solutions. James and the Giant Peach. Ah, we're on to Roald Dahl now. I'm a fan of Roald Dahl. I like Fantastic Mr. Fox. Okay, Mr. Bones and I disagree on this. I'm not a huge fan of the movie. I loved the book. Loved the book growing up. It was one that my dad used to read to me. That and like, I read the twits to Mr. Bones, actually, in recent history, just because it's great fun to sometimes read out loud. And James and the Giant Peach was a trip. Hans Christian Andersen slept in this room for 5 weeks, which seemed to the family ages. Hello. Sorry. To just Artie. Yeah, Monster Spray. Perfect. Did I ever watch Grimm's Fairy Tale Classics? The name is ringing a bell, but I don't have any like visual associated with it, if that makes sense. Paper mache version of Jack and the Beanstalk, but I had a Middle Eastern vibe to it. Fun. See, I read the Harry Potter books as they came out. Enid Blyton was established for me before that. And I did get into her like She had like the something 7 and the something 5 and the like she had a whole lot of books that I didn't read, but like Magic Faraway Tree and The Wishing Chair were the 2 Enid Blyton IPs that got to me quite significantly. Hi, Ian. Apparently that visit broke their friendship. Nat, that is just genuinely so funny to me. Like the idea that we like he's like this celebrated storyteller who everybody knows the name of. I don't know what I'm making here. But he was also just a house guest who overstayed his welcome. That's very funny. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Oh, you know what I've got stuck in my head now? He's Albert. Albert. He's Albert the 5th Musketeer. He's short, he's cool, he rides on a mule. He's Albert the 5th Musketeer. The beginning of every one had a little fairy flying through all the stories. Yeah, Fantastic 5 and Secret 7. Yep, those are the 2 that I couldn't remember. Look, Frozen is loosely based on it. Loose. Okay, loosely is working very hard in that sentence. Frozen is nothing recognizable from anything. In my personal opinion, I understand it is beloved IP and I am not trying to make anyone feel bad, but that story is illogical and nonsensical. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It had just like such potential to be something really cool, and it just... The villain's main villain bit is he helped the town in crisis. I don't get it. He fed the people after their queen left. Anyway. You're a literature student, you have loads of stories like these. Yeah, that's fun. I'm making a wing. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm just going to talk through it so that I can try and focus a little bit because we're starting to unravel a bit and it's a bit early for that. So I'm starting by making a chain that's the length of the top of the wing, right? Going right to the end of the first feather. Then I feel like if I work a couple of rows this way, we can do a little short row and then we'll extend out. But, oh, that's not a good idea. Because that only works if it's like this. Really, I should be approaching it this way, working out from around. And then doing like, I can craft feathers. We can craft feathers together. We can be feather buddies, but it's not sticking. I'm gonna just like detach from chat for a little bit. You guys amuse yourselves. You're doing great, sweeties. And I'm gonna work out how to make a wing. Yes, I think I'm gonna magic ring of 6 it. We are at hour 5. It's about the right time. Is it? I don't know. I feel like it's normally later than this. And like, I'm still like mentally here. I'm just also a little wandery. 4, 5, 6. But I'm also very aware that I can't completely redline my mental engine because I still have to resolve this. Because I have to film something tomorrow.
The face sticking out.
Oh yeah, he's just
like
watching.
Like a sandworm.
Yeah, he is constantly watching.
Oh, biblically accurate Diglett.
Biblically accurate Patu. Mm. Biblically accurate Diglett.
Yeah, bring him into the middle. Like he just looks like he's sticking out the ground. Yeah. The wings, they're a different colour on either side.
They are. They're double walled. I am aware. Thank you very much. I know how I can brute force this, but I don't want to brute force this because brute force is not an accessible way to make any kind of pattern. Brute force is only acceptable if you're only punishing yourself with it. I got this. I got this. Magic ring of 6. I'll do 3 increases. Am I embroidering the lines? The lines. As in the ones that I drew? or the lines of the fingers. Because at the moment I'm trying to work out individual feathers. So I think this is going to be the shoulder base. Got to be careful not to make it to scale with the drawing I drew. Though, honestly, that's... yeah, okay, I can make it to scale with the drawing I drew. It's fine if it turns out bigger. So I'll make one in the beige, the fawn, and one in the cream. And then you stitch around the outside to put the two together. So that's fine. Now, I promise there will be some... well, I can't really promise. My intention is that there will be some version of the Patu. But I intend on being a smaller version. This one turned out too big. Even if it's more of a hand puppet. He's just very angry. Yeah, anyway. Like a smaller version what is my intention. That one just kind of got away from me and it's... he's keeping me company. Okay, Loot, I'm sorry, I keep reading your name as like I am Loot. As in like I am Groot. And it's tickling me. In Australia, it was also known as the Grimm's Fairy Tale, and it was a Japanese anime anthology series by Nippon. Oh. I know an anime called Fairy Tale. Is that maybe what it was? Where they used to go to the tavern and pick up quests from the board, and there was like Natsu, the dragon dude. He is not Salad Fingers. You lock that one back in the vault. We're not talking about Salad Fingers. It traumatized a generation. I am Loot. My fancy new crochet set came yesterday. Oh, yay! That's fun. Oh, interchangeable Tunisian. I haven't really played with Tunisian. I could play with Tunisian. I have one Tunisian hook. It's a 5mm, and it has been used for exactly one project, which I've already spoken about today, which is the 1 meter long stitch. What traumatized generation? Salad Fingers. And if you don't know, don't look for it, okay guys? Just don't look for it, because it traumatized a generation. I like the feel of rusty spoons on my salad fingers. Ran off with your stitch markers. What a naughty cat. That hand puppet would make a good coin wallet. Yeah. No, like that's literally the way you would make that. You just do it with like the little metal claspy bit for the mouth. 100%. And nobody would steal your money. Darcy, I don't know, but we should check, just in case. Badger, 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 traumatise no one, okay? Weeblestuff.com is iconic. Back in the day of the internet when you used to have to know what you were looking for before you could find it. Okay, you've got a tiny little ducky wing right now, but it's not quite what we're going for here. 1, 2... Did I 1, 2, 3, 4? Why did I only do 4 stitches? It should be. Let's do 5 across. Maintaining the curve is the important bit here. Sorry guys, a lot of trial and error on this piece. Nope, not fairy tale. It wasn't an anime. Okay, so I don't know. Like I said, it's something about it is ringing a bell, but it could literally just be the fact that it was based on Grimm's fairy tales, because I'm across Grimm's fairy tales. Okay, so we want a single crochet up to the top and then increase in that last stitch. So that's 4 single crochet and then an increase. Sometimes just having a little 2-dimensional map that you follow is very, very helpful with these pieces. Highly recommend if you're ever trying to make pieces like this for yourself. Anyone remember killfrog.com? Used to be able to do terrible things to make Easter bunnies. Oh, bye, Mitch. Stay safe. Save people. Okay, and then we once again will increase in this top one and just switch back down to single crochet. Hello, my love.
I just wanted to say something out loud instead of typing it, because
Okay.
I'm lazy.
Fair enough.
It's a Leopleurodon, Charlie.
It's a magical Leopleurodon, Charlie. He'll show us the way to Candy Mountain. That's how you can tell how old someone is, by the way. If you start doing that and they immediately pile on, you know they are one of your ilk.
That kills people, Carl. So I stabbed him 47 times in the chest.
Okay, we're not that kind of stream.
Right.
Screaming and then silence is the sound of forgiveness.
Have you seen the whole series?
Yes.
Or up to like part 14?
You showed, I hadn't seen it before you. You traumatized me with those.
My tummy was making the rumbies. That only hands would satisfy.
Poor Nat is just being absolutely led up the garden path right now. Nat, don't look up anything anyone is telling you to look up, okay? Preserve yourself. Protect yourself. We're on a bridge, Charlie. Oh, Basil Brush. He just reminds me of that fox from Mighty Boosh. The fox that thoroughly freaks me out, by the way. Okay, so we're at the end of the wing, and so now we need to do these little jaggedy shapes, which are easier said than done, but we will make it work. Make work, 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 work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 stitches to make 4 properly sized feathery bits with. Like so. And let's see, this first one can just be like single crochet. That's fine. Slip stitch, slip stitch, slip stitch. Okay, we have room, but we're going to have to wing it. Got him. Yes, that fox. You guys have correctly identified the fox. You're just hanging out because your headphones have stopped working, so you're catching the live show?
It's still working. I was just making an analysis of chat and you, and I've come to the conclusion that we have reached the strange part of the stream.
It's good that you're here to keep track of that for us, love. Okay. I have a plan. I don't know if it's a very good plan, but it's my plan. Okay, so we're going to do a single crochet in this first one. A little slip stitch in the next one. So that's the bottom feather. Bottom feather accomplished. Next one is double crochet. So I'm gonna actually write this down because it's important. Single crochet, slip stitch. Okay, now we're going to chain 2. And then all in the same stitch, we're going to do 2 doubles. And then chain 2 and slip stitch. Do you have any grapes? That explains things. Speaking of foxes, you take psychological damage every time you remember that. What does the fox say comes from your country? Look, okay, no one's holding it against you. We all have our stuff. You know what? I actually think that should just be 1 stitch, not 2. Particularly as then I'm going to chain 2 back down and slip stitch into the next one along. Okay, we have our second feather. Actually, I kind of want to slip stitch into the same one, because that'll keep it nice and tight nops. Chain 2, slip stitch. Okay, let's put the bracket around there. There we go. So DC, chain 2, and then slip stitch into the same one. Cool. And then we're going to slip stitch across. And we're going to chain 2 again. And then we're going to DC, chain 2, slip stitch. 1, 2. I think this feather's meant to be bigger though, so we'll do a double DC. Chain 2, slip stitch back into the same stitch. Second wing feather. Accomplished. All right, and the third one has to be bigger again. So we'll slip stitch across, we'll chain 3. Then the plan is 3 trebles, which is quite large, not going to lie here. Cries and rocks, I watched the Sailor things. No, Nat, no! What did I say? We tried to save you. Are we watching Happy Tree Friends as well? Nat, no. Happy Tree Friends is not for you. No, no. Guys, we had such a... This is why we can't have nice things. Can we just not corrupt the purist? Like, we have just one sweet little Nattapickle in our chat, and we wanted to leave her uncorrupted. Okay, here we go. Caterpickle's here. He's showing his tummy. Just... Everything's gonna be fine. It was that bad, Nat. No, I tried to tell you. Yeah, and also, please, guys, Nat, I forbid you, okay? Do not watch Happy Tree Friends. It is not for you. Okay. Okay, we have a wing. It's a funny shape, but it's a very directional shape, right? So he's going to have things to say about the wing. It's going to be double walled, so I understand it looks flimsy and not quite right now. But with the second layer on and stitched around the edge, it'll have a nice firmness to it. I can put a wire support in there to pose it properly, and he can hold his leek with it as well. So all important things. I'm not super chuffed with it, but it'll get the job done. So that was 2R and then chain 3 and then slip stitch in the same one. And then I think I might even just single crochet back down the top here to straighten that edge out a little. So 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking 4 stitches along the top. 4 single crochet along top. I can spell along. I didn't put a U in there. What are you talking about? Nat, I can honestly tell you that Happy Tree Friends is the equivalent to me taking out a giant pair of scissors right now and chopping Caterpie up. That is what it will do to you. Don't watch it. Or you'll find it hilarious, in which case I'm also not your mother and you can do what you like. There we go. Okay, so we have a wing thing. It's not the most perfect wing thing, but it is our wing thing.
Would you like me to direct Nat away from Happy Tree Friends?
Nat should not go anywhere near Happy Tree Friends.
But like saying that just makes people more curious. Right, you need to like... Happy Tree Friends is just like a crude TV show with excessive violence wrapped up in like a kid's TV show.
She's just said, I know Happy Tree Friends.
Okay, never mind. It's just like if you say, oh, it's really bad, that just makes them want to see it more.
It was too late. It was too late.
Okay. Don Hertzfield's rejected cartoons.
Yeah, that's fun.
My spoon's too big.
My spoon is too big. Oh, wait, this doesn't start with a chain. Chopping up Caterpie is probably a storyline in Happy Tree Friends. Yeah, I agree. What happened to Nat? What happened? Oh, this is cute. Wait, no, no. Oh no. Thank you for affirming that we are your people. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I'm cool enough to hang out with you guys. Oh, CK of Paulie Owen would like a hello. Hello, Owen. I hope you feel better soon. Somebody asking something about the ones that are done already. There is a list that is pinned in the Discord, where Elf's Crochet has been painstakingly, and this is very much appreciated, tracking all of the ones that are done. I believe that they have the names in there, and they have links to the videos where they were made, which is just honestly an incredible amount of effort, and I'm very appreciative. But yes, there is a solid compendium of them. If you're after where the patterns are, they are all on Patreon, except for the ones that we are literally writing today. So Ponyta, Coughing, and Farfetch'd aren't up there, but even Ninetales is up there. I got Ninetales up there yesterday. I'm all full of myself whenever I'm not that far behind. Yeah, Ninetales and the 3 from last week got bundled up with the War Turtle and Goldeen release, but all the names are in there if you search by name. Is Discord just Patreons? No, Discord's pretty much public. There is, I think, one channel, 1 or 2 places that are Patreon only, but the whole place is public. 3, 4, 5. There should be a link in the description. One. Oh, Nat. Oh, I can't watch this car crash in slow motion. I'm sorry, I just can't. Nat, stop. Please. I feel bad. I feel like I've made an evil impact on the world. It's like one of those like karmic points where like you get positive and negative points. I think I just got an evil point against my character sheet. There's no going back. She's too far gone. Oh no. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She did survive the other thing. This is not worse than that. And maybe it's not as bad as I remember it being. I honestly didn't watch very much of it because it wasn't my type of thing. It's like one of those things where like, yeah. Hi.
Hello.
I'm making a wing. Oh, Nat is... What did you just do?
Camo a pin. Sorry, Caterpickle.
What are you doing to Caterpickle? Nat's currently live tweeting, live chatting her experience with Happy Tree Friends, and I feel like I'm watching something awful. That's okay, Darcy, I forgive you. Nat, look at the screen. Look at the screen, Nat. Caterpickle has a message for you. Caterpickle is asking very nicely. Hi, Sam. No, Nat, he's not been taken away. He just has a message for you. But look into his eyes. He's begging. He's begging you not to do it. Okay, so 2 walls of the wing, and then we'd sew around the outside, and then the wing goes on the bird. And I'm gonna unfocus on this because I can't watch this knowing that there's nothing I can do to stop it from happening. So he gets one that sticks out like this. Nat, you can do it if you want to. Just know that Caterpillar will be very, very disappointed. No, that feels too mean. Look, it's fine. It's fine. Do what you gotta do. Caterpillar will love you anyway. Disappointment is the cruelest weapon to wield against anyone. Yeah, Caterpillar will give you a cuddle afterwards. It'll be fine. I think we need a duck belly. Ooh. Oh, sorry, I thought I'd already said hi, Owen. As I said, I hope you feel better soon. Alrighty. Question, are the Patreon patterns free? Okay, so Patreon itself, you pay to access the Patreon. There's one tier, it's the Australian equivalent of $5, something like that. I think that it fluctuates based on your currency. But yeah, once you've paid to become a patron, there's like over 200 patterns on there that you can just go through and download whatever you like. It's not like you pay to be a Patreon and then like there's a store. It's not like that. Yeah, you have access to all of it. Look, it fits so well. You silly burb, you're choking on your food. You're past the halfway point with season 2 Dungeons and Daddies. I am re-listening to season 1, okay? And I'm making good progress. I think I'm up to like episode 20 or 21. So just after the whole 4-night arc. So I'm catching up fast. Give me a couple of weeks and I should be right back up where you are. So yay. And then we can sync up and we can talk about it and it'll be fun. Cause oh my God, that show makes me laugh so loud. There it is. Nat noticed. There we go. I have one tier on Patreon. It's a $5 tier. I would never want anybody who doesn't already afford luxuries for themselves to even think about joining. If you do not have the money, I don't want you anywhere near it. But yeah, I have one tier. It's $5 a month. You get access to, I do like, sometimes a mini little blog post. Sometimes there's a little bit of a bonus video. That's only happened once or twice though, but it's happened recently with this canvas video. And whenever I do a project on YouTube, if it's feasible for me to have kept notes for them, like with these canvases as an example, they get posted there. So like any YouTube pattern that I do, the notes go posted there. And that includes all of the Pokemon notes get posted there every week. They tend to be a little light on assembly. They don't include photos, but they are all of the crochet notes for you to make them as well. So yeah, that's what Patreon is. We actually very recently crossed 1,000 patrons, which was very exciting. Without Patreon, I wouldn't be able to do this full time because like you don't make very much on YouTube. I don't make very much on YouTube. But like Patreon is what keeps the lights on and I will never not be grateful. And it's just, I try to make sure that there is a good value proposition there for people. I don't want anyone to ever feel remotely ripped off by the whole thing. So yeah, you can hop on there and download as much as you like. 6, and it goes, like I said, there's more than 200 patterns on there now. A lot of them are Pokemon though. So if you're not into Pokemon, there's more like 100 patterns on there. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Nat, but it was effective. What about Patu eating Victory Bell, eating Caterpickle's tail? Challenge accepted. Okay. So, well, we could also do this. Okay, Gengar officially does not fit in the Patu's mouth. And admittedly, this is only half a Patu at the moment. So, alright, so we've got a Victory Bell. Get him in there. And then Victory Bell only fits the very tip of the tail. There we go. It's a chain of screams.
CK, I'm going to have to ask you to stop putting things in the Patu.
But the Patu hungers. It hungers. Wop! 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 It's just, I love it. I just love it. It can watch us all from there.
I may also need you to stop stirring up Nat.
Okay, alright, that's fair. That's a fair comment. There we go. Everyone's fine. We're all buddies. All friends. Look at all the friends. They're not happy tree friends. They're just regular happy friends who don't hurt one another. What piece am I making? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it starts with a magic ring of 6, so let's just grow it. I think we're making a belly. It's not a human centipede, it's the food chain. Oh, this hook is very squeaky again. Yeah, fair enough, Gabby. I honestly don't know. I know that I have to get paid out through PayPal as well, so it didn't occur to me that that's literally the only payment method they accept, but it is what it is. That's where I'm hosted at the moment. But I appreciate the fact that you would support if you could. So thank you very much. Can we see last week's Pokemon again for those of us asleep at the start? We can. I'm not getting very far with this Farfetch'd, am I? We did Ninetales. Her name is Lola. Her tail's a face hugger. But she's pretty and she's dainty and she's lovely and she's wonderful. And all those other adjectives. Now, who else did we make? We made Wiggles, whose dollop got a little big, but got the job done in the end. And I remember to do white tips on the tips of the ears, you'd be pleased to know. And we have... Don't freak out, Nat. He's fine. And we've got Belladonna, the Victory Bell, who has little teeth nubs, and as you saw, a pocket in his mouth. So we can tuck things in there if we wanted to. So yeah, Victory Bell. So those are the 3 we made last week. Yeah, and today we made Ponyta, who we named Napalm. We've made Coughing, and we're trying to get through Farfetch'd, but we keep getting very derailed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, I'm sorry about the squeaking, okay? I'm not oily enough to keep this up for very long. I don't mind the squeaking. It's just I know that it bothers you guys. Kit Kat K, if it's even a question about whether or not you can afford Patreon, don't do it. Oh, my love, thank you for offering your hair, but no, we're fine.
Do they know the story of the owlbear eyes?
I don't know. Yeah, duck butt. No, I'm sorry that the squeaking bothers you all. It makes sense to me that it's not squeaking now. It's just I'm not oily enough to maintain this. That's okay. I understand that the squeaking doesn't bother most of you, and I honestly don't really notice it myself, but the fact that it bothers some of you, and it's something that I can easily do something about, I'm going to try and do something about it. Because the absence of squeaking won't be bothering anyone. Yes, Demonique, as I said, you may call it your Bella Donald if you would like. The Patu says, I hunger, mother, I hunger for violence. Yeah, pretty much. This pattern is leaking all into the time. It is. That squeaking is your nails on a chalkboard sound. Okay, well that's fair. Like I said, I can appreciate that the sound bothers people. It was a driving factor behind me replacing the hook, is I thought that it would help the sound a little bit. But I'm not trying to stop the squeaking because it's bothering me. Honestly, I don't notice it. But if I can stop it for other people, I'm going to try. Hi.
If they need a pattern for volley bear, they just need to chase it down really fast, grab it and flip it over their head.
For what?
Volley bear.
Who's volley bear?
It's all good.
Has Slowpoke been made? Slowpoke has been made. Yeah, we did Slowpoke. I am making the squeaking. You can hear it from Australia. I like that. That's funny. Ah, okay. There we are. I'm planning on crocheting Volley Bear from League of Legends. Do I have any advice? A pattern somewhere? I'm sorry, I don't know who Volley Bear is, so I can't really recommend. Find something, if you can't find an exact pattern, find something that's the right shape and go from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We did it! We got to 18! I don't know why we're getting to 18. What are you looking for, love?
Something that vaguely resembles volley bear.
Can I have some keywords?
It's a bear. Throws people over his head. It's like a werebear.
Over there, Bear?
Maybe here bear. Any werebear.
But who could care, Bear?
Oh, someone in chat, that's why I'm looking.
Well, someone cares, Bear.
Maybe the owl bear?
Is he up there?
Yeah. Yeah. He's right there.
Oh, yeah?
He's giving me a stare.
That's fair.
I'm gonna go have a bear.
That's very self-aware.
Trey. I got nothing. I'm out.
It's quite loud recorded. Yeah, that's fair. The microphone's probably picking it up a lot. I apologise. I apologise for that whole interaction. I'm still not clear on what it is we're looking for a pattern for. I don't have a pattern for it because the Cheshire Cat was one I made to accompany Alice. The doll. Yeah. She's made a doll before, folks. Just one. I'm actually really scared because I don't know where Alice currently is. And it's just one of those things you feel like you should keep track of. But, I'm not losing it. It's just a little rhyme battle. How dare. Exactly. Ow, it's squeaking again. Then she hated it? Who hated it? I'm sorry. Excellent. Honey, your suggestion has been accepted. Yeah, no, we're against regurgitation here. If you swallow it, you have to keep it. Deep breath, hydrate. Yep, everybody hydrate or dihydrate. That's the rules. We've been very lax on it today. Can we see the disembodied Cheshire Cat? You can in a minute. Because I think she's, or he's, right on top of my box of bits. Which is funny. It's funny how sometimes things drift to the top and sometimes they don't. I have no idea how many increases I did in this row. I was aiming for 6, but it feels like I've done more than that. It's just meant to be a little duck belly. Woo. Not helpful? Who said I was trying to help? Okay, so we're making progress there. I'll go get the Cheshire Cat. Hold on one second. I'm gonna turn the camera off before I do that though. Because I have to do a weird little crab walk to get out from behind my desk, and I'm definitely waddling at this point because that ball is hurting my butt. Alrighty, come here. There you are, you floppy boy. Alright guys, you have to keep in mind that this was made a long time ago, okay? He's not new, he's old. And by long time ago I mean like just before the channel started. And I've come a long way, alright? So he's not fantastic, but he's okay. Oh no, thank you, love. So, here is the Cheshire Cat. He's still not sewn together to this day. His head is held on with a pin. And that's because he can like prop his head up on his arms. Like this. And he can look in different directions. And his head can be like, it's like the whole thing about the Cheshire Cat is he's like looking different ways. And so that's my Cheshire Cat. And this pin has been in there for a great many years, but his head does come completely off because he's a Cheshire Cat. And that's kind of his whole bit. So yeah. He's made with very soft cotton. And has not made an appearance on camera, ever. I think he might have shown up in one Instagram post. It's a lot of work for an Instagram post. But he's posable and he's cheeky and he holds his head up high. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pop him to one side again because he's not holding himself together very well. But see, something like him is in my box of bits because he could use a little more sewing to be stable. And so it's just like, that puts him thoroughly in the unfinished business pile. Magic ring 6, 6 ink, 6 crochet increase, crochet. And I think we have to keep growing this. But I think we can do it just with increases at the front and increases underneath. So not on the sides. So if we're 30 around, we can tie up 10 on either side and then just 10 and 10. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, magnets or snaps could work, but honestly, he's not super worth it, if that makes sense. I will be embroidering on the eyebrows, that is correct. 5 single crochet, and then we'll go ink. And then it'll be 9 single crochet and 3 ink single, and then 4 single crochet to finish. Okay, that'll put us on course. He's a right proper little Bob. That's right. Oh, Darcy, I hope you're feeling better soon. But yeah, hope you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. We always appreciate your company. Great. You're really learning shaping from me, so you're trying to absorb as much as possible. Well, I do try to, like, every so often remember what it is that I'm actually doing here and explain why I'm doing certain things. I get asked a lot to do follow-up parts to, like, my shaping series, but I genuinely think that there is more. After the basics of what I've covered, anybody who's trying to learn is far better off watching literally any of my videos that I've released in the last year or these streams, because I talk about the different shapes, and at a certain point it's just about churning through a bunch of different shapes and exploring different approaches, and it's less about a formal set of rules, if that makes sense. Spotlight is having a 30% off statewide store-wide sales starting tomorrow for 72 hours. Thank you very much, Emily, for letting me know. I might be making a store appearance. We'll see. It's a lot of work to be done before I'm allowed to play. 1, 2, 3, 4. Increase 1, increase 1. This one should be an increase. I lost count. Whoops. Could I clarify on the tie up 10? Would that mean 5 decreases to get... Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I can absolutely clarify. So by tie up 10, what I meant is when I drew this little chart, which I don't know if you can really see, the 3 circles represent increases. And I wanted to make sure that I left a single crochet free between each of the increases to just help space out that growth a little bit. So on each side, there's 3 increases and 2 single crochet accounted for, which 5 and 5 is 10. It leaves me with, there's 30 stitches in my round, so 30 less 10 is 20, so I wanted them evenly spaced, one at the front, one at the back, so I could put 10 stitches on either side between them. So that's just the real back of the envelope math on how I did the spacing for that row. I hope that kind of clarified where the 10 held comment came from. I don't know, Mark, but we'll see. It's taking a long time to get through this, and I'm determined. Oh, take a nap, Kit Kat K. No worries, Lisa. Glad that I could provide some explanation. I believe you're possibly the only person here who's actually here for the shaping and not just the vibe. Which is not a criticism. You're all valid and I appreciate all of you. Okay. He does have this slightly squeezed aesthetic. Just like we squeezed him a little bit, and he'll have his big black eyebrow, which is good. These will be sewn together, which is good. I think this belly piece might need to still be bigger. That covers the front of it all well, okay, but then we've still got the whole butt. So maybe this needs to be moved down here, and we keep growing. We're gonna keep on growing. Cool. Okay, 3 increases in a single got us from 6 stitches to 9. And we still need, 6 to 9. And then we need to get from, we need to work out the middle 6 stitches of that. So we can do 2 on one side, which will bring that to 7. That goes in that row. And 1 on that side, which will get us to 10. And then 2 from that one, which will get us to 11 and 12. 12 in the middle. 3 increase single crochet and 5 at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 36. Perfect. Rule of thumb, because I like to work in multiples of 3 or 6, I know if the total of my row adds up to a multiple of 3 or 6. I've probably done the math right. And the vibe, of course. Of course. I swear this turned from a crochet stream to a chill stream and you're not complaining though. Like, it inevitably happens. I mean, like, we've been here for just over 6.5 hours, and at a certain point, you're going to expose who you are. And like, that's just like, if you have to talk that long in front of a group of people, there's just no real covering anything up. And so you just begin assembling words in whatever order it's occurring you to assemble them in, and they're not always crochet related. A lot of the time they're food related, because a lot of the time I'm very snack motivated. And the rest of the time we get to explore fun subjects. So, yeah, just having some fun. Yeah, night all that are nighting. Okay, an increase and a single. Then it should be 12 single crochet up to the other side. 2. Well, thank you very much, Grim Squirrel. I appreciate all you as well. I haven't said it very often recently, but if y'all weren't here willing to keep me company while I did this and letting me prattle on, and honestly, it scratches all the wrinkles in my brain in one sitting. It's great. I'm very like smooth and blissful after these streams. I'd just be doing this alone in a room. Probably listening to a podcast and probably with a little bit of a headache. And like, I definitely would have, it's very motivating to have company. It's very motivating to have very pleasant company. It's like, I don't know, it's like a big old crafternoon. You're all working on some sort of project. 2, 3, even if that project is just delaying sleep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And yeah, we're buddies. Hydrate or dihydrate, thank you very much. Should get a parrot and train it to say that. After 6.5 hours on stream, Mr. Bones has revealed that he's in possession of at least 1 hand's worth of skin. It's hard to hide things after 6.5 hours. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now that math ain't mathin' quite right. 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that math really ain't mathin' right. So 1, 2, 3, so that's 9, 18, 27. That one should have been 36. And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 36. So then that should use 36 stitches. Where am I going wrong here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 49, 50, 30, 31, 32, 33. Oh! Oh. Oh? Don't know what's going on here. Did I only do half the previous row? Did I not see it through to completion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, I think I just didn't do the previous row. Oh. Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. I will neither confirm nor deny it was a glove. But whatever it was definitely made out of human skin. Hi. Oh, okay, maybe just a little. Thank you, love. I'm not enjoying this belly piece, so I'm going to stop and do the feet. Anytime I have to do that much frogging, I do not care for it. It's 3 AM in Idaho. Well, we're glad to have you here, even if it is 3 AM. I'm sorry, like, I think this comes up every stream, but I am sorry to the people in time zones that make this timing ridiculous, but it's where I am. And also, it's kind of my lived experience that I never get to catch streams because they're never on during times when it's reasonable for me to be awake. So I don't like the idea that I'm doing that to other people, but on the other hand, I'm just like trying to catch the night crew who never get to watch streams. The idea of a skeleton just wearing gloves made of skin is pretty funny. You should try living with it. It's just leather. Wait, why are we telling that to go slow? What have we done now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How big should Ducky's feet be? That sentence was way more coherent in my brain. 6, and then we'll go up to 12. Ooh. It doesn't make any sense, brain. Why are you making that sound? You have to go, well, thanks for hanging out, Barack Obama's Barbie Army. We appreciate you. All right, night, Doxy Mum forever. Being nocturnal means that these are some of the only streams that I'm awake for. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. It's just like for every person who I'm accidentally causing hardship, I know that somebody else is getting a little treat because, like, they're actually, you know, here, able to catch a stream live for once. The streamers I would watch. Of them, I think Pirate Software is the only one who's ever in a time zone I can see, but that's because that dude is never not streaming. He is just always live. Okay. 3. Okay, I think that's about as big as I want his flipper to be. So in this next row, I'm going to add some little toesies. And it's 12 around, and I'm going to start speaking like an adult. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've drawn my 12 stitches. It's the same the whole way around, even if it does look not round and it looks oval instead. It's this way. And then we'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the middle point, so that's where the middle toe goes. One there, and put one there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My love!
Very beautiful.
My favourite thing.
Would you mind just showing these on camera for Goldie the lizard?
Oh, okay. Goldie the lizard, these are for you. He's made a little computer screen watching the stream and a little keyboard. And these are the equipment Mr. Bones uses to moderate with.
Thank you.
Okay, let's add some toesies to the feet. I have weights here as well, just because I think some weights will do a lot to the structure of him. So we'll see. 1, 2, we've got any grapes. 3, 4, 5. And we do a little picot for the first toe, and this is just going to give that webbed feet aesthetic. What's up?
Any advice for someone crocheting with fluffy yarn other than?
Don't do it.
Other than that.
Honestly, I haven't done it enough to give any kind of authentic advice. I understand that advice I have heard is stuff like, if a pattern starts with a magic ring of 6, but you're trying to size it up to do the fluffy yarn thing, start with the second row and make that your magic ring instead. Like, you don't need to just do the first row, and you need to skip the last row as well, just because the volume is taken up already. But other than that, I'm afraid I'm just not an expert. Okay, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. And these feet look a lot bigger than they looked a second ago. They will look smaller once we go around again, but at the moment they're giant paddlers. Look at these whopping paddlers. We're talking about working with fuzzy yarn. Ah, yes. That explains the question. So I'm going to decrease across these toesies now, I think. But how is the question? So we want to kind of decrease a little at the back and a lot at the front. So around and around, nope. We were going to decrease, chooses up 2 of those. And then we'll do 3 single crochet, a single crochet 3 together across the backs of the toes. And then 2 single crochet and a decrease. So the feet are slightly crooked, it just is what it is, and I'm okay with that. Waddle, waddle, yeah, exactly. There we go. Okay, so now to decrease across these, I've got to pull up my loops first. And then I've got to make sure all my toes are on the right side. What am I even doing to people making them do this? Okay, and then keeping those toes wrangled, gotta wrangle them toes. We decrease. Oh no, that's terrible. We hate that. It's not at all what we wanted. Oh no, wait, it's fine if I pull on them. Maybe. It may be fine if I pull on them. Hold on. We're just going to work out if that's awful or not. Some things don't always go to plan. When do I start Christmas crocheting? November. Sometimes I'm still planning out those patterns. Like I'll be planning day 7 on day 3. Yeah, I'm not the most organized. I'm trying to be better. And I don't give crochet items as gifts anymore. Yeah, see? Okay, cool. So some more advice for the fluffy yarn thing. Start with a magic ring of 12 and good lighting is needed. Oh, boo, with the center pull of yarn vomit. That's the worst. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's awful. It's gross. It's bad. It's terrible. It's yucky. You're supposed to be a nice little paddler and instead you turned into this. Let go. Thank you. I grabbed my yarn and it was not letting go. What do I even do? What do I do? Oh, I single crochet. That's what we do. We forge our way forward. So there's always a way forward. We single crochet instead. And then we can decrease in the next row when we've got a little bit more room to move and it's going to look a little bit less silly. And that will work very nicely. 2, and then 1, 2, and a decrease to finish the row because we're still going to do that. Just been handed a hot breakfast pie. Nice. And just tuck that end away. That's better. That looks much better. Okay. All right. We're making progress. We're making progress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're up to 10 stitches around. It's still a very large foot. I think in the next time we'll decrease and then we'll decrease. That's 1, 2, 3. And a decrease and a single and a decrease. And 2 single crochet. And then we should be able to 3 single crochet 3 together, and 2 single crochet. That's the plan. That's the intention. See if we can do it. Alrighty. That's cool. Thank you guys for amusing yourselves. I appreciate you for bearing with me. Ah. We decrease across the first toe and we single crochet to maintain the spacing because we don't want to scrunch the toes up again. That was terrible. And we decrease across the third toe because we do need to draw the top of the foot in while maintaining that spacing. 1 and 2. Awesome. Oh, that was making Christmas gifts. Yeah, I had wondered. Yeah, no, I don't do crochet Christmas gifts anymore. Unless I happen to have already made previously in the year an item that I think someone specific will enjoy. For a number of reasons. Yeah. The least of which is, I think people just got sick of getting crochet stuff from me. And I can't do anything super personal because I don't have time to do super personal gifting. If I'm having to spend hours and hours and hours making something. Which is what I do for work. Not that I don't love my job, because I do. You know what I'm trying to express here. It's, yeah, you got it. You got it straight away. You said that's understandable. Yeah. I used to be really big on the super personal handmade gifts. But now I would love a little bit more time. Posted your giant unicorn head in Discord? I'll check it out in a minute. Who has been made this stream? A good question. We have made Napalm, the Ponita, who is missing her tail. We understand. It's going to happen, don't you worry. We have made... What did we name you? Y'all, what did we name Coughing? I am drawing an absolute blank right now. I have no idea what we named Coughing. But we made Coughing. And now we're making Farfetch'd, who we have not named yet. Wilson! We named Coughing Wilson. Thank you. They're not Mentos Mittens, they're little glass beads. It's just this time the ones that they had available weren't the transparent ones that I got last time. They are painted. And I could have gotten them in white or black, but I thought the white would blend in with my stuffing a little better. But I just think some weighted feet will do Ducky Boy here some favours. I'm still not convinced he's not going to be sitting with his little feet sticking out, but this is the best I can do for him to give him some stability. And I'll finish this off with 2 rounds of single crochet to give him a little bit of leg, knowing I can frog it if I need to. What's up?
Did you tell them about the weights?
No. Okay, guys, so you know how I haven't been able to find my weights for the last 3 streams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm down to 8 instead of 6, and that's annoying. I must have stopped there. That's okay. Well, turns out they were in the cupboard the whole time. They were just actually tucked away into the shelf at the back because there's like a little organizer back there. Those aren't it. They're gone again. They've been there the whole time. So yeah, those are the glass beads I have used previously. These are the ones I could get this time. But they were there the whole time. I've been looking for them for a month, to the point where I went to Bunnings and to the landscaping section and I spent 20 bucks on getting 2 bags of new weights. And I'm happy with the weights that I got, don't get me wrong here, but they were there the whole time. I swear I looked. This is not the first time this happens. It always happens like the second I buy a replacement for something, the thing turns up. It's the dang gremlins. They will not leave my house alone. You ask family members to give you ideas randomly throughout the year and start making them as you get ideas. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't think there's any point in stressing yourself to the point of physical injury or illness for the sake of Christmas. I think that's completely against what it's supposed to be. So I greatly enjoy going Christmas shopping for my family. And they're happy to not get more crochet stuff.
Sorry.
What now?
I turned around and, there's an alternative style for Farfetch'd leak.
Farfetch'd?
Yeah, it's in live stream chat.
Oh, yeah, no, if you're talking about that leak that somebody sent up there, I'm very behind in the chat, but are you talking about this one? Can you just look at my screen for a sec? This one?
Mm.
Yeah, no, that's in a different region.
Okay.
You know the regional forms?
Mm-hmm.
That's not Farfetch'd. That's a different Farfetch'd.
That's chunk-fetched.
It's Chad-fetched.
Chad-fetched.
Chad-fetched. Let me guess, you also put the weights in a place where it's totally logical for them to be. They were literally in the cupboard where I keep my weights, on the shelf, in the container that I keep my weights in, that's labeled weights, in the rack space that's specifically for the weights. They could not have possibly been more where they belonged if they were a jumper neatly folded in a drawer labeled jumpers. Like, this is it's the same thing as finding food that went missing, but you find it in the pantry or the freezer or the fridge. Like, they were so specifically where they were supposed to go. They are where I would have put them when I found them. You found the TV remote in the bathtub one day? That is not at all what this scenario is. Yeah, it's just, and I can't blame a cat either, the floofy cat. That's just, I don't have a klepto cat. And it definitely wasn't Mr. Bones because he wouldn't do that to me. I have put them back where they go and then gotten weight blindness for months, even as they were crucially necessary for making things on stream. I'm sorry for shouting. I'm going to take it down a notch. But like, I wasn't going to say anything on stream. I was just going to quietly be like, look at these new weights I got and move on. But Mr. Bones, oh no, he must keep us honest. The safe place is the safest of all eternity because you can never remember where it is. Yeah, you're not the only one that happens to. There is something mildly uncanny that happens around here where Mr. Bones won't be able to find something and I'll be like, tell me where it is. He's like, no, you're busy. I don't want you to like interrupt what you're doing. I'm just like, just tell me what you're looking for. And he'll tell me and I'll be like, it's there. And I won't even look. I'm just like, it's over there. It's in that cupboard. It's under that shoe. It's just like, I'm just constantly scanning the house and mentally cataloging where things are. So when I can't find something, we really have a problem. You didn't think anyone would notice that idea that you thought of? Sorry, Goldie, I missed it. Don't you know, CK, that's literally how you find anything lost, replace it, it'll show up almost immediately. Yeah, exactly. It's very frustrating. Imagine you went on the Guinness World Records for crocheting the whole Poke-Dex. I don't think it's necessarily would qualify me for a Guinness World Records, and I know that people have done it before. This isn't a real, it's real, but this isn't a new idea, and I'm not trying to claim credit for it. It's just something I've always wanted to do, and here we are, we're doing it. You once were searching for a bracelet that was on your jewelry rack. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, huh, okay. It's specific item blindness. Like, you can otherwise see perfectly fine, but you're incapable of perceiving that one thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bonus points if it's something you badly need for the activity you're currently doing. Like, I'm just thinking about the week that's just passed, and what's funny is like the only other thing I could really talk about is the fact that I went to the dentist 3 times in 7 days. I'm having a rough week. I'm having a week this week. Everything's fine, but I'm having a week. And sometimes we just have weeks. And that week is my week this week. And it's all fine. And now my energy is all the way up here and I don't know how to get it back down to where it needs to be. So I'm really sorry that the vibe is now all over the room. The weights fell into the dimensional pocket that requires 2 people looking in the same direction at the same time to open. Wrong. Mr. Bones had nothing to do with me finding those weights. I was literally putting the new ones away yesterday and I was just like, oh yeah, when I find the weights, I'll put them back here. And I pulled them out of just like there they were. I was just like being like, oh yeah, when I find the weights, I'm gonna put them back here. Like I was trying to do like a funny bit where I was just like being frustrated and showing him where they were supposed to be and they were there. It was obnoxious.
You're a pretty lady.
I just like looking at you. Yeah. These feet are big.
Mm-hmm.
They're big.
Good. Duck should have big feet.
They're stable feet. He's going to be a stable duck.
It's going to give him better ability to pivot and control his beak.
No one likes a floppy duck.
No one likes a floppy duck.
Yeah, Bigfoot. What am I doing? Decreasing. I'm decreasing. We have been going for just under 7 hours. We'll probably... We won't do another one after this, guys. I think this is the last boy for the day. So in a minute, I'll finish making this foot and then I will reveal what the other answers would have been so that we can kind of like, anyone who's like trying real hard to stay awake can just like quietly peel off into their cozy little corners. But I won't show you just yet to preserve some of the suspense while I work on making ducky feet. Truly is a feat of greatness. I will not let it defeat me. Your headphones died and you're basking in the live show?
Just came in because I know I have a grounding presence for you.
You do have a grounding presence. I am feeling calmer. That's actually very helpful.
You're welcome.
It's like, look, all of the angry squiggles left the air.
I'm trying not to mention ducky fluff.
You mean ducky fuzz?
Yeah.
Too late. I manifested them into existence? Yeah, possibly. CK, you've been having such a day. I accidentally put your coffee powder all over the counter next to your mug instead of knocked your drink all over your son's glasses. Honestly, it goes on. Yeah, Grim Squirrel, sometimes we just have those days. Big feet mean big shoes. That is correct, but this duck has no shoes to fit.
However, Grim Squirrel, you also did find that show you've been looking for, and so today's been a good day.
Mr. Bones just out here spreading the vibe.
Okay, I'm gonna touch your hand, and then I'm gonna go. You pretty lady.
You're lovely. We're cute. No, we're not. We're rough as guts. No, we are cute. We're a little bit cute. We've been together nearly 7 years now. I think it's 7 years next year. Early next year. About 6.5 years. That amount of time takes some of the, it either amplifies the rough edges or it sands them off. In our case, I think it's sanded the rough edges off. Lucky the stream is on today. It gave you a chance to sit and relax instead of accidentally destroying the house. Well, ¿por qué no los dos? There is still time. All right, my honey, when this sound filters through your headphones, can we get an updated name list for Farfetch'd? Because we have not named him yet. We've gone on a bit of a wild ride while making him, but we have not named him yet. 5, 6, 7, 8, cool. 8. Name list, Peking, Poirot, I don't know if I'm saying that right, I'm sorry. Or Parry the Stabbo Duck? How did I miss Parry the I saw Parry, but where did Stabbo Duck come from?
It's in Parry the Platypus.
Ah.
Parry the Stabbo Duck.
I'm sorry, the squeaking is back. Oh, that's wonderful, Uniquely Sarah. 10 years together is crazy. Not crazy, but crazy good. Unheard of in this day and age. I don't know. I kind of feel like in this day and age, people are either together forever or barely there. Allium was absolutely one of the suggestions. I remember that one. I think that's approximately 8. Close enough. I want to stop because the hook is squeaking and I'm very self-conscious about the squeaky hook now. Etch and fetched instead of etch a sketch. Okay, second ducky foot. They're very chunky feet. I'm sorry, they're a little off model because they are so large, but That's how you get a stable duck. Any New Zealanders in the chat? enjoying my duck jokes, because I'm not sure they're reading to any other audience. There we go. He's stable. He's stand. Okay. There's no reason to make another wing because that's just another piece. I'm just going to bounce in place a little bit. Flushed Phoenix, hubby and you are 14 years this Halloween. 9 years married. That's amazing. Congratulations. So it's my parents' fault. They've been together, what, 40 years now? Something like that? It's like when I pick someone, they stay picked. What we doing? Leek. We need a... Oh, you're attached to the duck. We need a leek, though. What colour is the leek? We'll get a little bit of white and a little bit of brown for the nub and some green for the branches. We're going to make a fancy leek. Because otherwise it's just a tube, and where's the fun in that? Leek. Ah! Brown. Magic ring of 6, and then we'll change to white. And we'll do some 6 single crochet, we'll keep count, and then we'll change to green. And we'll do some single crochet, and we'll keep count. Yeah, this must be a real trip for people who can't, like, because I understand that it's a thing where you can't, like, visualize what's happening and how the pieces go together. It's like, it must seem kind of like a magic trick at a certain point if you can't, like, visualize the process. Whereas, like, visualization, and I don't mean, like, projecting things into the future to make them real. I mean, like, I can see what the pieces are going to look like, and so I know what I need to make. It's definitely a muscle that I had to train. It wasn't something that just sort of came easily to me, but that's kind of what I mean when I say trust the process. It's just like I visualize it. It's like I know what that wing needs to look like. And even though this wing looks bad, I know that it looks the way it's supposed to look before it's assembled. And then I know what it'll look like when it's assembled. And so, like, yeah, that is definitely, it's kind of like drawing, you know, like sketching. That's a muscle you need to train up. Not a literal muscle, but like a figurative muscle. And so, yeah, it must be a different viewing experience for people who don't have the visualization thing. Yeah. First time you can see me live? Well, welcome EC, and hello to France. You know what? We've had a lot of French come up this episode. I feel like, I don't know what it was that brought it up, but I just feel like the subject of, like, I've had to say a lot of French words. I feel like we've talked about French TV. We've talked about, like, I just feel like France and French has been very present in this stream. It looks like a spring onion to me. That's what a leek is. Well, close enough. I think leeks are slightly thicker. Okay, so that was 2 rows of 6 single crochet, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a decrease in 4 to get us down to 5 around, and that's what the main body of the leek will be. Your hubby and now are 6 years of living together, known each other for 15. We would have known each other for... Oh yeah, okay. We've known each other for 6.5, Mr. Bones and I, but we've lived together for 6. Sweden, it's called Purjolok. Just me applying my generic European accent to everything. Yeah, so a decrease and then 1, 2. I should have picked a lighter brown. I've mopped this up. 3, 4, And 5. Yeah, Mr. Bones' childhood show was also in French. Oh yeah, Vichyssoise was supposed to be on the name list. See, I knew I'd had to say French words. Mr. Bones might not be putting that one on the list because of the spelling. Alright, how many rows of white do we reckon before we get to the green? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't need to count. I've got a bobby pin. Hubby and you have known each other since Halloween 1998. Wow. It was the little device that Mr. Bones made CK that was your idea that I wasn't expecting to be made. Vichyssoise? Close enough. Sorry, I'm not sure. Unless you were talking about the little "Don't do it, Nat" sign? I think that's what was made. That and the cowboy hat were the things that were made today. Angry bird. He is an angry bird. He's a Vichyssoise! It's actually very funny, particularly as Vichyssoise is, like you said, potato/leek soup. Vichyssoise is an angry duck. Okay, that's probably enough of that, and then we'll change to the green. Because he's only a small... Oh, maybe we need to keep going. Longer for the white part of the leek? Yeah, a little bit longer for the white part of the leek. Now, you appreciate that sign now, but just you wait. I'm going to keep that sign around and it's going to crop up randomly throughout things. And you've just become a main character on this stream and I am sorry. It's just quack. Your wife and you got married the day before Halloween. There seems to be a lot of that. I feel like Halloween is going to be a lot of wedding anniversaries for our chat. Hi, Lucuria. Did anyone else like the name Luigi? I'm not sure it really took off, Coletti Spaghetti. Nat has formally entered the law, yeah. It's like none of us expected Mr. Bones to become a main character, but here we are. Adding that to the wiki. We do not have a wiki. Nobody start a wiki. Sometimes it's fun just making a tube. Vicious quark. Okay. Right, that's probably enough now, right? Four more to get back around to the start because I don't want to frog one. 1, 2, and 3. And in this one we'll attach the green. Come here, green. It's just nice to work in a different colour. We've been very, very cream for a while. I think I've complained about that earlier. That's okay. So here we go. And we'll attach the green in and we start doing some green onto our tube. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in white. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then in green we are going to do 2, 3, 4, maybe probably 5. And then we'll make another little green nub and attach it to the side. Has long leek? Nope, I don't think that one's been suggested. Grim squirrel. Both my kids are born 9 months after Valentine's Day, which is also our anniversary. Yeah, fair. Okay, nobody make any sudden moves. We're trying not to startle Melissa's circle. It's finally laying flat. Okay, well, Nat, thanks for hanging out. I'm sorry that something's happened, but I hope everything gets better. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Yeah, how did Mr. Bones end up being called Mr. Bones? Because I guarantee you that's not a nickname I had assigned him. When I made the skeleton that you can see behind me, looking very, very fancy in his hat, having a little nap, Mr. Bones liked to puppet him around, and so I turned the camera on and he told a few skeleton-based jokes, and that ended up getting posted to the Patreon. And I don't know, something about it just captured the imagination of the person who is Mr. Bones, and so when he decided to mod here, he just decided to create an account that was under that name and use the skeleton as his little avatar. Yeah, bye Nat. I think that's about as long as a duck's leek should be. It's just squawk. Maybe a little longer. Where's the start of my row? With this much drift, it's gone around more than once, so it's... Honestly, I find white yarn harder to spot than black most of the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, we've done exactly 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll finish off there. And I'm actually not going to weave in the end. Like, I'm just going to tuck these ends down. What? My love? What's up? Why are you looking fancy?
Chat.
What's chat doing? They're all saying bye, Nat. Oh. Skelly is cute. I'm sure so is Mr. Bones. Size matters, CK. No comment. Okay. So now we just need a little nubby bit to so yeah, I'm not weaving the end, I'm leaving that open because I think that gives a nice leaky appearance. And I'm going to do another little green nub on the other side, just a little one. Of course you meant the leek. What did you think I was talking about?
I will hide your comments.
He's threatening to moderate me out of my own chat. He looks like Private Junior, the youngest and smallest penguin from the penguins of Madagascar. You know what? Yeah, I get that vibe. A little bit of that vibe. That makes sense to me. Oh, this should only be 5 around. Alrighty. Okay. Mr. Bones, can I... Sorry, I know I've asked you this like a lot recently. Can I get one more... that list one more time?
Yeah.
It's because I keep missing it. It goes whizzing past in chat and then I get distracted and do something else.
We have...
Yes.
No, that's me actually just like clearing my throat to clear my throat, not to do the dramatic entrance thing.
You're very dramatic anyway.
That was the dramatic entrance.
Oh, I see.
Peking. And then we have Poirot, because his eyebrows kind of look like Poirot's moustache.
Oh, okay.
Then we have Parry the Stabberduck, which is a great name.
Yeah, it's fun.
Then we have Allium.
Yes, because it's an onion.
And then Vicious Quark.
Vicious Quark. Which can only be said that way. It's like cha-ra-ra. Makes no sense if you say
And
cha-ra-ra.
a bunch of these for the poker wrap. Because we can't say their name, the Pokemon names on the poker wrap. We'll have to do a different poker wrap with all of their
No, we're going to do the
names.
Pokemon on the Pokemon wrap. That's the point.
No, we got to do their names, like Vicious Quark, and it's got a picture of him, and like replace all the pictures from the poker wrap with all the pictures of the crochet.
That's impossible because like some of these names are really freaking long.
I know, and we're going to have to like plot out all the names.
Like, didn't we call one of them like Lord Pinchington the Third?
Exactly.
Like, that's not going to fit where Paris used to be.
And so, no, we're not going to put them in the same order. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut out their names on little squares of paper and set them up on the desk. And then we'll switch them around and work out how can we make verses out of this, you know? How can we get like a rhythm and a rhyme?
Love isn't always on time.
See, we're musical people. No.
Busting out the Toto. Yeah, not a single thought has ever troubled this bird. Rumour has it, no thoughts ever will. He waited patiently for his turn with the brain cell. It just sort of never turned up. Turns out it was sent to Stephen's house instead. CK, you think Mr. Bones has got to his weird part of the stream? Yeah, it rubs off on him eventually. He is not immune. Well, to be fair, we've been gone for 7.5 hours. We're all allowed to be a little loopy. Okay, he has a leak. He needs another wing. He needs a slightly bigger belly. But that's probably where we're going to wrap things today. I get that we've only gone for 7.5, but we need to name a bird and I need to do some reveals. So let's get this poll started so you can name him. Did you send them to me in the thing so I don't have to type them?
But that means I have to type them.
Yeah, you have access to a keyboard. I'm waiting patiently for Mr. Bones to type the names. Okay, so just to recap what we've been through today, we made Ponita. She's missing her tail, but it's going to be basically the head repeated again. We've made Coughing, who just needs his tummy patch on. But he's a nice knobbly little boy. He's got little teeth. We used Pin's teeth. And we made most of Farfetch'd. Just needs an extra wing and a little bit of a belly. The belly was annoying me, so I stopped. And that was for the good of everybody's good time. Okay, there are 5 names on this list. Which cannot stand, will not stand. Okay, let's just access the keyboard here. Yeah. All right, guys, either Parry the Stabberduck or Poirot is leaving. I'll leave it up to you guys to decide which one gets into the vote. So if you're feeling vocal about it, now is your chance to have an opinion. Because otherwise he becomes Poirot Parry.
I'm just saying that Stabberduck is not being removed from the name list, so vote accordingly.
You can't intimidate them.
Yes, I can.
That's not the rules.
I'll delete them.
You will not. Poirot must stay. That's okay. You guys have said it. Keep the Stabberduck, Parry. The Vicious Quark stays. We've got Vicious Quark. We like Parry. We like Poirot. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's all just the one name. It can be Poirot, Parry, the Stabberduck. Vote. Just Too hard. I'm gonna leave that vote open, and in the meantime, I will swap back to our other screen and reveal to you the two options, which I don't think are going to be a big surprise, but well, I suppose it's kind of surprising. I nominated both Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan for Taekwondo and boxing accordingly. So we had options to do some of the Peoplemon today, and I know some of you battled with the fact that you didn't want to see them, but you thought that it would help me to do them. And I appreciate that thought process, but we've had fun making the ones we made today anyway. We'll just have to start including more people in the votes so that they surprise us and spring out at unexpected moments. Looks like, oh wow, there's a battle, a fierce battle going on between Poirot, I can't say Poirot, Parry the Stabberduck, and Vicious Quark. They were battling back and forth, and I think, yep, there it goes again, it just swapped again. Both have 45% of the vote. So, yeah, anybody who wanted to vote for one of the other two, can I suggest you just vote for one of those two to see if the vote matters? Hitmonchan is their cursed love child, yeah. Hitmonchan is just vibes. Pluck a duck, pluck a duck. Hey, it's Saturday, except it's not, it's Sunday. All right, so there's that. Let's swap back to this screen so you can admire our handiwork, and I will line up some of the ones that we made. So these are last week's, so you can get a good look at them while we wait for this epic battle for the ages to finish. Vicious Quark is in the lead at 48%, 47%. Can Poirot parry the Stabberduck? Pull ahead again, or will I close the vote before it can? These are the questions we have to be asking ourselves, folks. All right, I'm gonna not look at the thing for a second so that I'm not rigging the results, but if you haven't voted yet, I strongly encourage you to get on top of that. See, we love you enough to avoid the humanoids. That's all well and good until I end up with 3 streams full of nothing but people that no one wants to watch, so I'm just sitting here by myself with maybe Nat, who I've coaxed into the room with the caterpickle. Like, all right, I'm closing the vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, closing. There's always a little bit of wibbly wobbly stuff that happens in between me closing it, and here we go. The answers are Vicious Quark won with 45% of the vote. Poirot Parry the Stabberduck came in at 42% of the vote, peaking at 9% and Allium at 2%. So we have officially named our Farfetch'd Vicious Quark, which is a play on both the fact that he is an angry bird and Vichyssoise, which is a type of leek soup. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out today, even if it was only for a paltry 7.5 hours. The patterns for these 3, once I finalize them, will be out sometime over the next week. Yeah, this was a lot of fun tonight. Thank you for your investigative powers. All right, I'm gonna try and find the off button. You guys all have a good night. Where is it? There it is. Is that it? I think that's it.